The tale kicks off with a wild twist. Once humans turn 15, a rite called the Aptitude Ceremony gifts them magical power. When the priest starts the appraisal, magic snaps awake inside them, and the truth about their magical aptitude hits at last. While Alto, the dark-haired kid, sits in a lavish ceremonial room, staring at the door, waiting for his turn. Then Lily, Alto's blonde childhood friend, pops in and reminds him. The ceremony doesn't just look cool, it exposes their magic type and tells them exactly how many spells they can fire at once. Alto just nods, because depending on how the ceremony plays out, even a commoner can rise into noble status. That's how huge this is. Lily blurts that Alto's father didn't just climb, he shot from commoner to marquis on sheer magical talent. So yeah, that pressure is absolutely crushing. Alto can't shake the feeling that today is the day their entire lives are being decided. Honestly, that thought is downright terrifying. And Lily nods along. She says she's heard finding a job can be brutally hard when someone's skills don't match what's needed. Then Lily spots the time and tells Alto, "Come on, we've gotta move." The two of them stride side by side through what looks like rain. Lily can't believe it. She keeps asking why Alto's stuck in that same outfit, like seriously, on a day like this. Alto groans that picking clothes is pure misery, and Lily fires back that they're childhood friends. She should have known how he is by now, then adds, "And you know what? I'm stuck in the same clothes too." Still, she snaps that he could have at least dressed up for today. This is a once-in-a-lifetime ceremony, and he can't treat it like any ordinary day. But Alto fires back that wearing something just once is the worst deal. Classic Alto logic, no exceptions. Lily snaps back that he's way too obsessed with cost performance, then tells him point blank, if a girl dresses up, he better at least give her a real compliment. Alto wonders if compliments on her clothes could ever make her truly happy. And Lily fires back that most people would normally eat that stuff up. She tells him that even if he's not into it, one tiny word from him can still light up someone's day. So in his eyes, that's a pretty sweet deal. Alto hesitates for a split second, then blurts out, "I'm." Lily can't believe it, she gasps, then bursts into pure happiness and Alto finally admits, "Yeah, you were right." Then Lily's reaction explodes out of nowhere, spiral eyes blazing, excitement going way over the top. Alto just freezes on the spot, stunned that this isn't how he pictured it at all. While Lily keeps roaring through her dramatic overreaction, and Alto's discomfort only keeps climbing. Lily notices that Alto looks a little more relaxed now, and someone nearby can't believe it. Because the guy who's usually unbreakable actually looked nervous for once. While they stroll along, the massive church comes into view and Lily points it out like, "There it is, I can see it." That's the church where they're setting up for the ceremony. Inside the church, the priest snaps his voice through the room and declares, "Now we will be." He kicks off the aptitude ceremony and shouts for John to step forward. The priest snaps through a magic aptitude appraisal ritual, clutching a glowing orb while wild power rips through the air around him. Then the test results slam into place, and only 2 magic circuits show up. So what's the lowest rank for knights and adventurers who battle while holding those flashy barriers up? Because honestly, it's basically a death sentence. With 4 circuits, you can fire up 1 barrier and hammer out 3 attacks at the same time. But with just 2 circuits, you're stuck with 1 barrier and 1 attack, and that gap is absolutely massive. The priest keeps flipping through John's results, and then he calls out water and ice magic, both sitting at E rank. Then you hit the growth aptitude rating, and here's the brutal truth. Growth Aptitude F demands a whopping 10,000 experience points just to earn 1 level up. Hold up, smash that like button, hit subscribe and stay tuned for more. Then stick around for more hidden manga gems. Now I dare you comment. Comment down below, I'm absolutely loving this. I bet most of you. So don't just sit there, if you won't do it, say it with your chest. Alright, now let's keep going. Once 5 participants complete the aptitude ritual, the ceremony charges forward without slowing down. Next up, Sasha gets called. And right away someone points out that with those magic circuits and her growth aptitude, becoming an adventurer won't be easy at all. Then Lily's name gets shouted next, and the whole room snaps to attention. She snaps Alto a quick word, says she's heading out, and strides straight toward the ceremonial area. Lily trudged up the stairs, nerves rattling, her hands locked together so tight they felt like they might snap, and charges toward the ornate chair, right where the priest is waiting with bated breath. The priest kicks off the magic aptitude appraisal on her, right there. Then bam, a bearded man at the ceremony snaps into total shock, staring like he's just seen the impossible. Then the priest slams the verdict down, 7 magic circuits. Alto's mind is buffering on the spot, and Lily's face screams the same wild shock. Someone else snaps into disbelief, totally stunned. Then the screen slams you with a growth aptitude rating, crowned by a gigantic, intimidating X rank symbol. The priest keeps going, scanning Lily's stats like they're sacred secrets. Barrier Magic A, Flame Magic A, Waterous Magic A, Holy Magic S, Dark Magic A, Physical Magic A, Enhancement Magic A, and Appraisal Magic A. Every last branch of magic hit the A rank or better. The observers snap and lose it. Someone blurts that even one B rank would turn you into a monster of an adventurer. And another fires back that she's got enough circuits to carve her name into history right beside the top-tier adventurers and famous knights. They can't wrap their heads around the fact that someone like that asterisk even exists. Among millions, one prodigy steals the spotlight, and the whole crowd erupts like a live wire. Someone yells that a hero might finally be born in their generation, while everyone else frets over what job Lily is about to get. Meanwhile, inside the church, officials argued over whether to rush a report straight to the king, or set up a direct audience first. With a stone-cold face, the man tells Lily she's about to meet the king. Then another official blurts an apology for the shock of it all, only to push her toward the priest and say, "Go with him." Lily just freezes on the spot, jittery and totally overwhelmed. Alto can't believe it. Lily had that kind of power buried inside her all along. He's thrilled for her, but deep down it feels like his childhood friend just slipped miles away. Then the priest snaps his voice out and shouts the next name, Alto. Shock snaps onto his face the second reality finally lands, and he storms down the stairs, heading straight for the ceremonial chair. Alto's mind is sprinting as he closes in, swearing to himself he didn't need to be like Lily. At the very least, give him enough magic talent to earn his way into becoming a knight. The priest kicks off the magic aptitude ritual, and that orb ignites, blazing with pure power. The announcement rips open the sky, magic circuits ignite. A single number flashes. One, and Alto's face drains of color as shock hits him. The priest blares the result and one magic circuit comes to life. Lily blurts out, "Can you say that again, please?" And the priest nods, repeating it just to confirm. Somebody in the crowd spots it and blurts out, "Yo." They'd never heard anything like this before until this moment. Then it hits them, one circuit can't do everything. And if Alto slaps up a barrier with it, he's trapped and can't pull off anything else. The crowd can't believe what they're seeing, one circuit and it's already chaos. The exam rages on, and Alto just drops to his knees in pure shock as his full stats get exposed for everyone to see. Alto slumps there, drenched in sweat, trying to wrap his head around the chaos. What's happening feels utterly impossible. While everything swirls around him, the priest's voice cuts through the air, calling Riene to step forward as the next participant. Alto storms out of the ceremonial area, utterly crushed, while the other examinees march through the hall and the rituals roll on. Alto stands there alone with the world's weight smashing his chest. No night dreams, no adventurer's chance, and not even a sliver of hope for some normal job. Soon he barrels back to the family estate, right to the heart of home. And his father clocks him the second he steps in, barking, "When did you get back?" Alto barely manages a word before his father slams in again, saying he's heard all about the appraisal results. Alto's father wastes 0 seconds. He grabs control and orders Alto to storm out of the house right now. Alto freezes in shock as his father rips into him, calling him a disgrace to the Wellesley family, then drops the bomb that the airship will go to Alto's younger brother instead. Right then, Alto ends up outside the estate gates, thrown out and staring at them like it's the end of the world. Then his father swings the final punch. He orders Alto to never call himself a Wellesley again, and those words land on him like a gutshot. And Alto stands at the mansion gates, tiny and utterly alone, while his father looms over everything from inside the estate. Everything he had, everything he was vanished in a blink, and Alto trudged alone down a deserted street, clutching his life in a small bag. His magic circuits and every affinity are stamped F, so he's already struggling to even land a normal job, and now he's been thrown out of his own home. Reality slams into him like a wrecking ball, tears pour down his face, and the crushing weight of his situation makes him gasp. Then one terrifying thought hits. How is he supposed to keep living from here? A booming, furious voice slashes through the air. Some bald, jacked supervisor barks at Alto that he's got no skill at all, then snarls that he needs to get everything organized. Meanwhile, the camera looks down from above a warehouse or construction yard, where Alto stands amid towering stacks of materials while other workers sprawl all around. Alto snaps to attention and shoots back that he'll handle it right away. Alto powers through each day the best he can, while Lily watches from afar, clocking the truth. This rookie just snagged his first job, and people are already tearing him up as no skills. Alto locks eyes on the shelves, desperately trying to figure out what the heck he's meant to do with this task. The supervisor snaps at him to hurry up, because the workload's still far from finished. Later, Alto glares at the few coins in his palm. He busted his back all day, and this is what the world hands him. Reality drags him through grueling, low-paying work, where he can barely scrape by one more day. Then the workday starts to crumble into silence. A hulking coworker claps Alto on the back, praising his hard work, then grins and says, "Nice, but you're not finished yet." Alto couldn't stop thinking about calling it a night early tonight. But then his coworker snaps the truth back at him. Alto was the one who promised he'd start self-improving. The boss lingers nearby and flashes that knowing grin, confirming that Alto really did say it. That unpaid overtime keeps stacking higher and higher, like it's never going to stop. Eventually, Alto drops to the floor in the warehouse, spent and shaking, still trying to keep his chin up, telling himself he should be thankful that even a total mess like him somehow managed to land a job. But even with exhaustion chewing at his bones, Alto grits his teeth and hauls himself back up then, and throws himself back into hard work, organizing and cleaning with a fresh surge of determination that you can practically see blazing across his face. A person strains under a monstrous load of lumber, every step dragging as grunts rip out from sheer weight. Meanwhile, Alto tackles his own load, grumbling at how much simpler life would be if he could just use magic, make the lumber float, glide, and move like it's nothing, saving him both time and every last drop of energy. The warehouse sprawls in every direction as the work rages on around them. Later that night, Alto finally crumples from sheer exhaustion, too wiped out to even stagger back to the inn, so he resigns himself to sleeping in the warehouse again. The night sky towered over him as another brutal day finally crashed into silence. Alto stares at the road like, "Wait, how long has it really been since I last stumbled back to the inn?" He tries to count how many nights he's crashed at that warehouse, but his stomach growls loud enough to snap him to attention. He's starving, while the dim light makes the place look even more empty as Alto barrels through yet another shift. Then the very next day crashes in, and Alto barely squeezes out 2 hours of sleep. He drops his gaze to whatever's in his hand, utterly wrecked, barely hanging on with nothing left in the tank. Out of nowhere, Lily strides up to the warehouse counter and demands to know if there's a boy named Alto here, someone about her age. Alto locks eyes with her and freezes on the spot, stunned out of her mind. The bald supervisor turns to Lily, gushing that they've never had a rarer, cuter customer, then immediately crushes it by telling her they don't have anyone like that here. Lily swears there's someone out there who knows him, completely certain, and she begs them to let her meet him just for a little while. Meanwhile, Alto lurks in the shadows, and his mind is sprinting a mile a minute. Lily's got a future already carved out. He pictures her in a fancy dress, wrapped in nobles and big shots, while he's stuck as a useless nobody with no status and barely enough to get by. He can't wrap his head around why Lily would pick him when the gap between them is sky-high now, like night and day in status. Alto slumps against the materials, and the worst part hits him. He can't even bring himself to face Lily anymore. At the counter, the supervisor dodges Lily's request, but she won't back down. She insists they can't help her. Lily freezes for a second, then decides she's not using it. Yet somehow she still yanks something out anyway. Lily bursts in and shoves a document right into the men's hands. The bald supervisor squints hard at it, then shoots back. What is this scrap of paper even supposed to be? Then his face flips instantly, like he just clocked the truth, and the supervisor's expression drains to total shock. No more questions, the whole vibe changes in a heartbeat. Lily snaps back, stammers that yes, that Alto is the one, her bad, and she'll call him right now. Then Alto snaps to it. His name gets bellowed through the warehouse like a warning. And he can't believe it. He's staring at everything, wondering why it all crashes down on him so suddenly. The document snaps open and reveals itself as a letter of introduction from the Knight Commander, meaning the whole country is vouching for her identity, and it also makes it clear that Lawrence's services are off-limits to anyone over 18. The bald supervisor panics instantly, barking at his staff, "Don't you dare offend her no matter what." He whips around to Alto and reassures him he'll be back in a flash. Then the supervisor snaps a warning into Alto's face. Don't say a single word that would shame the guild that welcomed him in. They're bending the rules just so Lily can snag the meeting room, like she's royalty, and the supervisor scrambles to sell it as Alto proving how amazing this guild really is. Trying to win the nights over, but Alto clocks the supervisor's real motive at once. The guy's got it completely backwards. He should be showering the young lady with praise, not shoving the whole mess onto Alto. Meanwhile, the bald supervisor waves Lily off and says, "Don't stress, Alto just wrapped up, so we're closing out for the day," then adds that clocking out on time is only natural. Lily calls to Alto while he stands there, and Alto's eyes lock on her, like he's already imagining Lily right in front of him. The supervisor breaks down and begs her to slow down, insisting she take her time, like she can't survive the thought of rushing. Lily thanks him with a warm, polite smile for worrying about her. They rush into the meeting room, and Lily suddenly asks them out. Alto checks in and admits he hasn't seen her in a while, so he asks straight up if she's okay because she looks rough. And she tells him she's fine, just with a complicated mess on her hands. When Lily blurts out what kind of job Alto is working at this guild now, Alto can't stop thinking, this whole mess is insanely complicated. From above, you can see them parked at opposite ends of the meeting room table, and that space between them feels downright massive. Then Lily drops the news. She got accepted into the Royal Knight Academy. Alto congratulates her, but his answer comes out shaky, like he's not totally sure what to say. Meanwhile, the Royal Knight Academy is where future knights are forged. Pass the knight selection exam, and you're officially on the path to becoming a real knight. With someone like Lily, legendary magical talent, and that perfect circuit count, it all just clicks. And if she could have gotten a recommendation letter from the knight commander, the kingdom probably would have snapped her up and offered her a spot on the spot. Lily tells them she heard the midterm transfer students' entrance ceremony is next week, and once she enrolls, she'll be moving into the dorms, so they probably won't see each other for a while. Alto tells her he's cheering for her, but the truth is, he's hiding feelings he can barely contain. Alto mutters to himself that it's terrible, yet deep down, a wave of relief crashes over him. So now Lily and he are split for good, two paths that will never meet again. And all he can do is watch her stride into a bright future while he's left standing in the dust. Then Lily swings the whole conversation around, no beating around the bush with her. She straight up tells him the truth. She went to Alto's house the very day after the aptitude ceremony. When Lily questioned the priest about Alto, he shrugged and told her Alto was nothing. No skill, no talent. But the moment she reached the mansion, the servant shut her down, said there was nobody there named Alto. She'd heard the buzz about Alto's father. Marquis Wellesley climbed from common life because his magic talent was unreal. So when the aptitude ceremony results came out, they could basically rewrite a destiny, and somehow, it all happened way too fast for Alto. So Lily had the priest introduce her to the knights, then she hunted Alto on her own, and today she finally tracked him down. Lily bursts into tears and tells Alto, "When I heard you got kicked out, I had no idea what I'd do if you weren't anywhere to be found." Alto just freezes, stunned to the bone, totally swamped by what she's done. Lily screams that having zero skill doesn't matter one bit. Alto can't wrap her head around it. Why she cares this much about someone like him when someone with zero skill has no value at all. Then Lily throws her hands over her face and begs Alto, "Please don't just vanish silently on me again." Alto doesn't even move, she just calls his name, and it hits him that people really did care that much. Then Lily totally shatters, dramatic lines blazing around her as she tells him he was called no skill and talked himself into believing he was worthless. Alto locks his eyes forward, determination swelling in his chest, and tells himself, if there's even one person out there who truly accepts him, then that's all he needs, because what his father or the guild say doesn't get to decide his worth. Alto rushes to Lily and apologizes for scaring her, then reassures her that he's okay now. The camera locks in on both their faces. Alto's gaze burns with determination, while Lily's tears keep pouring down her cheeks. Lily snaps at Alto and tells him, "Don't you ever scare me like that again." She says that if it's him, he should be zipping through guild work with that calm, unshakable look. But Alto straight up admits the truth. His efficiency on the job was absolutely terrible. Lily breaks into a warm smile and tells him the second he's feeling better. He's already plotting how to be more efficient. And she can't help but say she's just thrilled that his usual self is back. A few days later, Alto steps onto the path like it's his moment and tells himself, "All right, give it a real try." After that, he sprinted into training mode, trying to squeeze every second out of his daily chores. Like in the scene where his supervisor storms in and screams at him to clean at 10 o'clock and grab the tableware, while Alto checks everything off with a clipboard, then starts plotting smarter ways to level up his work and push his performance higher. Alto shrugs off the fact the guild still keeps laughing at him, because honestly he's not too bothered. Then today he actually snagged a cut in his workload. So now he's getting real days to go home and finally catching the sleep he's been starving for. Then Alto strides down the hallway, hell-bent on mastering his magic the right way for Lily and for himself. A smaller figure keeps tailing him as doubt gnaws at his mind. Maybe it's Lily chatting with him every single day. He figures some people recharge more from reading manhwa than from plain sleep. And then she doesn't just pop in, she actually comes all the way to the inn to see him. The supervisor steps up to Alto and says, "From now on, you're riding with the adventure party helper duty." They're hauling in a massive pile of materials, so they need extra hands, and Alto can't help but ask, "Is that really okay?" But the supervisor just rips into Alto, shouting that even if he's got zero skill, he still has to master basic barrier magic. Alto bursts out with an insanely excited expression like he can't even contain himself. Then Alto gapes at what's right in front of him, because he's ditched magic so hard he never even bothered to check his own status. Right in front of him, a status window suddenly pops up, and shock hits him hard because he's finally seeing it. The status window blasts you with all those game-like stats, calories, kai carving, color-generated content, and more, right down to entries that reach all the way back to rice noodles. And Alto just shrugs, saying it's only natural everything sits at 1 since he's never even cast magic a single time. Meanwhile, Alto finally clocks the brutal truth. He needs 10,000 experience points just to level up. The system chimes in. Every time he uses a skill, he earns 1 EXP, but that's not the only way to stack experience. Like smashing monsters and grinding through dungeons just to rack up extra experience points. That comparison punches you in the gut, because for normal folks, leveling up is simple at first. Level 1 to 2 only takes about 10 EXP, and as the numbers climb, the grind gets bigger. You don't even need a crazy combo, just use a skill 100 times. Level 2 costs 200 EXP, level 3 jumps to 300, and level 4, that one demands 400. But with Alto, reaching level 2 means he has to grind his way through a skill 10,000 times. Then level 3 jumps to 30,000 experience, and level 4 demands a brutal 40,000. So the gap between him and everyone else is basically a sickening 1 to 100. Alto stares at the brutal wall in front of him. Leveling up demands a mountain of experience, and that means his magic growth gets hit by penalties on top of penalties, ready to stack and crush him all at once. And if someone's got more than one magic circuit, they can fire off multiple skills together. Using 3 at once means the experience boost stacks, all at the same time. But Alto only has 1 magic circuit, so his experience crawls in slow motion compared to everyone else. If he flips through his abilities one by one, he only gets experience for the skill he just used. He keeps replaying barrier magic in his head, his own power included, but every angle leads to the same brutal verdict. No matter how he tries, he's finished for good. Alto cracks open a brand new magic instruction book, and right there, exactly what he needs jumps off the page. He just has to recite the chant and boom, magic answers, so he stares it down and starts. A split second later, Alto slammed out body barrier and the spell finally hit. His face exploded with shock and pure excitement. He tears apart the barrier's functions and realizes that what they call life is really just barrier durability. The gauge holds the barrier standing and turns attacks away. But the moment it hits empty, the barrier vanishes, and the damage slams into him. For now, he finally got it to fire up. His status flashes barrier magic. Level 1 ***, with *** 1 out of 10,000 experience ***. That number keeps climbing and Alto can't stop asking, how long is this nightmare going to last? Then boom, a notification blasts onto the screen, screaming that automatic magic has just awakened because he used magic. Alto just freezes, staring at his updated status screen in total confusion. His magic circuit 1 now blinks automatic magic level 1. 010000 like its new barrier magic sits at level 1, 110000, and then the screen dumps the whole roster. Flame, Waterous, Holy, Dark, Physical, Enhancement, and Appraisal magic all lined up at level 1 with 0 progress. Alto's left eyebrow twitches at the idea of what automatic magic even means. Then boom, a system prompt flashes on screen. He pressured Alto to scribble the exact magic he wanted Tech Slut 1 to auto-activate. The instructions say if you want the magic to ignite, you've got to lock it into your mind first. Then cast it using either the spell's title or its starting number. Alto stares at the info and tells himself it's all about thinking it through. Then he starts wondering if Text 1 is code for something like a fireball. Right when doubt hits, another display slams in and confirms the exact start of the fireball activation process. Alto stares in absolute disbelief as the fireball finally ignites. A skill just snapped to life with 0 chanting, something he's never even heard of. And when the system confirms the activation, the level 1 indicator finally lights up. But then the screen lights up and proves it. He can load multiple skills into text slot 1 and fire them off one after another. Suddenly, notification after notification erupts on his screen. Then a wave of magic buffs kicks in. Alto realizes the magics are firing off in the exact order he named them. Then he spots the real nightmare. His barrier still hasn't vanished. Staring at his status screen, Alto realizes automatic magic is pumping his experience points, just from the raw number of activations. But everything clicks for him when he finally gets what automatic magic really does. No magic circuits at all. It's the automatic magic itself that snaps into action and fires off the registered skills right where they belong. Alto's mind sparks as he tests the possibilities. Layered enchantments that usually demand a magic circuit or even mindless magic spam without burnout. Then it hits him. This could mean endless experience grinding. The system burst onto the screen with even more detail, spelling out the exact syntax he needs to set repetitions using that specific format. Alto can't stop wondering, can he crank out even more repeats from here? His excitement skyrockets when he realizes he can level up his magic the smart way, the very magic that once felt totally hopeless. So sure, becoming a knight may still be rough, but maybe he can carve out a path as an adventurer instead. Lily leans in and fires off, "Alt, tell me that was a joke." But Alto shrugs and says, "Fine, I'll try it once," even though the whole idea of casting without a chance still feels totally unreal to him. The two of them slump on the stairs, while Alto gets ready to unleash his brand new power. The screen flashes a message. The magic buff is officially activated. Suddenly, Lily blurts out, "It actually worked." Pure shock lighting up her face because she still can't wrap her head around how Alto's got a skill that's this rare. Alto admits he didn't even know about it until today, then lays it out. A unique skill is its own brand of magic. Nothing it can be shoved into the 8 basic systems, like Sword Saint, the world-famous powerhouse that instantly sharpens both swordplay and footwork, or clairvoyance, where you can spy anywhere while you stay planted in the same spot. Then Alto breaks it down. His special skill doesn't follow the usual rules of magic at all. Most people have to chant spell after spell to trigger theirs, but his automatic magic kicks in and activates his abilities with zero effort from him. Lily's eyes light up at what this could mean, because nobody can outpace Alto when it comes to activation speed with this ability, and that kind of advantage is basically a straight shot to him getting terrifyingly strong. But Alto snaps that it's not just about spamming spells. He can trigger that automatic activation by doing something else while the window's open. And the wildest part is what he wants to test. Can automatic magic kick in even while he's dead asleep? Lily's all in, practically buzzing as she tells him she's dying to see what happens next. Alto pictures himself squaring off with a massive dragon in a dark dungeon cave. Then Lily cuts in with the obvious snag, automatic magic is cool, but he can't exactly sleep in a dungeon. Alto tries to explain, and yeah, that's not what he meant. And then it hits him, this is where the real power is hiding. Starting tonight, he can farm experience points at ultra-crazy efficiency, and that's exactly the hurdle he needs to crack. Lily suggests he might be able to level up on autopilot while he's knocked out cold in his sleep. And Alto just sits there, deep in thought, admitting he's always believed sleep is a waste, wasting a whole fifth of the day unconscious just to refill his stamina. Lily snaps back at him, calling it totally classic, like he's some efficiency-obsessed nerd, and Alto just blinks, genuinely thrown, asking if that view is even normal. Then Alto pauses, weighing every safety risk, because the thought of accidentally triggering a blast of skills while he's half asleep has fear crawling up his spine. But yeah, he could test it for real by ramping up the activations one night at a time and watching what happened. Lily flat out points out that Alto might be the very first person in history to try activating a skill while he's asleep. But Alto snaps back that any other plan would just waste time, and Lily's face instantly goes stone-cold blank. Then Lily fires off what she thinks is a brilliant plan. She wants everyone to stay the night so they can keep a close eye on Alto. Alto says it's a great plan, then promises that if anything goes wrong, she'll wake him right away. But then he rethinks it. He loves the idea, yet he can't ignore how brutally inefficient it could be for Lily, even if it ends up being way more efficient for him personally. Suddenly, Lily's cheeks flare as her own words land, and you can practically feel what Alto's holding back, because sharing a night under the same roof is the kind of rare moment that even leaves him speechless. Meanwhile, Alto clocks what Lily's really after and blurts that it's not what he meant, while Lily freezes in the doorway, totally flustered, scrambling to undo the mess her own suggestion just caused. But Alto doesn't let it slide. He calls her out on the spot, straight to her face. He asked if she was planning to demand something back in return. Lily snaps into panic the moment she realizes she's been caught, then blurts that something might be going on right as Alto leans in and says, 2 days from now is my day off. Lily confirms it's true and promises, I'll ask for one thing then. While all that's happening, it turns out there's a yearly guild appreciation party for everyone who lends a hand, yet Alto admits he can't go and says he's not really interested in it anyway. So Lily brings up her request. Tomorrow's the entrance ceremony for the Royal Knight Academy, and she wants to lock in everything she needs, asking Alto if he'll go shopping with her. But Alto admits he really doesn't love crowded streets in town. Alto sits there in silence, drowning in possibilities and dreaming up what could happen next. If he fires off automated magic, he can level up while he handles other stuff at the same time, so yeah, maybe even shopping won't be a total waste after all. He remembers how up to now he thought dropping money on anything unnecessary or just wandering through stores was pointless. But maybe it's time to roam town for the first time in forever. Lily can't stop thinking about how, once school starts, she and the others won't be able to see each other for a while. and she admits it makes her feel a little lonely. Alto tells Lily, I'm kinda strapped right now, but if you're cool with it, I'll tag along while you shop. Lily fires back, saying that even if he did have money, she still can't picture Alto jumping at the chance to go shopping. That night, Alto finally crashes into sleep while Lily keeps watch close by, eyes locked on him. She stares at his sleeping face and realizes nothing's changed from back then. Lily can't stop replaying their shared past. She and Alto were born on the same day, and they've been tangled together ever since. She remembers being kids and how Alto snapped and decided he'd become a knight. And she confesses that she caught the dream too, like something in her was yanking her forward to chase it with him. Lily keeps watching Alto sleep, staring at the truth she never saw coming, that she really believed they'd always stay together. But then reality punches back. Because in a class-based world, the distance between ranks only gets bigger as time keeps ticking. The moment she heard Royal Knight Academy was a boarding school, her answer didn't just yes. It froze because she couldn't say it on the spot. As Alto's father and her family flicker through her mind, it hits her like a punch. This is the last time she'll ever say goodbye to Alto. Lily keeps replaying that moment she learned she'd have to turn down the enrollment, her heart torn in two, until she sees that upbeat Alto today and something in her snaps into place. She keeps replaying that dream of becoming knights side by side, and the big question hits her hard. Can they still chase it? And then his rare, one-of-a-kind gift feels powerful enough to prove the dream isn't over. And his auto magic is working perfectly too. In her memories, she sees young Alto again as she tells him, I'm going to become a knight. Morning hits and Alto jerks awake to find he spots Lily still knocked out cold, so he backs off and lets her sleep a little longer. Just as he sinks into his seat, a system alert blares. His sleep training test for the 5,000 magic buff got frozen because his mana tanked to 0. And it'll restart when he's recharged, with the message basically telling him, next time stop processing before you hit depletion. Alto finally realizes the skill is working the whole time, because Lily didn't wake him, so he shuts it down for now. Then Alto's eyes light up. He realizes he can train even while he's dead asleep. He worries about what happens when mana runs dry, but he realizes it'll bounce back on its own, like stamina, so long as he stays away from activating skills, because the only real limit is this. He can't use a single skill while it recharges. Alto snaps his status screen open and spots his expo right there. Overnight, his experience skyrocketed by 80. His auto magic is still sitting at level 1 with 100% completion out of 10,000, and his flowerless magic finally leveled up to level 11, grabbing 803 out of those 10,000 points. He accidentally jolts Lily awake while he's buzzing about the automatic magic progress. And Lily, half asleep, blinks up and asks what the heck is going on. On the job, the warehouse supervisor rips into Alto and demands he pushes even harder. Right now, non-stop. Alto fires back with energy as he keeps pounding through his tasks. While he works, Alto can't stop spiraling. Just because he woke up with automatic magic doesn't mean strength will magically show up. He's still got to grind for way more experience points than everyone else, and his skill power hasn't budged an inch. The pressure at work and the constant grind to keep his skills sharp has started to grind him down. Even in those brutal conditions, Alto spots a silver lining and refuses to let it crush him. No matter when or where he is, he can feel his strength climbing day by day. And that steady boost is exactly what keeps him pushing, working harder than ever. Later on, Alto and Lily roll into Minton for their shopping spree. Alto cranes his neck and spots it. This place is a massive city. And as they stroll side by side through the roaring market streets, everything just hums around them. After hunting through the shops for a while, Alto noticed. They stare at the mountain of stuff they just bought, then ask, can you even carry all of this? But Lily shows everyone how powerful she is, using float magic to lift their purchases right off the ground. And someone nearby blurts out that she's using magic to haul everything. Lily grins and tells them to hit the next store. Then Lily bursts out that this is the final shop they've got. Alto says they already hit a clothing store earlier, and Lily doesn't even argue. She just admits it's true, because she only wants the clothes from this specific store. Lily tells Alto it'll take forever, so she basically dares him. Why don't you go check out that training center over there? Alto just swallows it. This is what shopping always turns into for her. Alto blurts out, so what kind of facility is this? And Lily shoots back, you really don't know, because the truth is most people can't just train attack-type skills anywhere they please. Lily tells Alto about this wild training center where anyone can unload low-level skills to their heart's content. No property damage worries at all. And Alto can't help thinking it's gotta be expensive, because nothing good ever comes for free. But the moment Lily drops that bombshell, Alto's eyes go wide. Because he works there, and since the shop is guild-partnered, he doesn't have to fork over a single coin. Alto tells Lily, I'm heading to the training center right now. He barges into the Minton Training Center, and the second he crosses the threshold. He's totally shocked. This place is so packed it feels unreal, like every single inch is crammed full. Why is it so jammed today of all days? Someone blurts out, and it turns out monsters have been popping up around Minton lately, showing up on the mountain roads and even creeping through the mines, and that's what's fueling this full-blown panic. Someone points out that their guild's requests are exploding too, and they're drowning in work with not enough hands to keep up, while another person blurts out, "So what do we tackle first?" Then it all clicks. That's exactly why they dragged Alto in as a gopher in the first place. Alto decides to put every attack type skill he's got to the test at the training center, since he's already there. A few hours later, Lily spots Alto and blurts his name at the top of her lungs. She tells him she's finished shopping, then shoots him a curious look and asks what he's been up to. Alto admits he just burned through his mana, calls it a break, and figures that's probably where training ends for today. Then Alto throws a huge victory celebration, because they finally get to use the facility for free. Lily lined in and told him, "I told you so." But Alto immediately lights up over-the-top performance with nothing to pay, calling it the best bang for your buck. And then he turns to Lily and asks about the luggage. Lily tells him about a traveling merchant who pulls double duty with transport, so she hands them the luggage. Then she turns and thanks Alto and Heiko for the whole day. Alto shrugs that he's just tagging along and asks if Lily's really cool with it. And she grins back that shopping's way more fun when they wander around and check everything together. Though she does admit Alto's gotten weirdly obsessed with getting the best cost performance. Lily blurts that starting tomorrow they won't be able to chat like this for a while. Then she stops mid-sentence, her eyes saying there's more. Alto shoots back that she's right, no doubt, no hesitation. He catches himself thinking, wow, what she does is honestly incredible. Meanwhile, Alto catches himself thinking, it's Lily who keeps yanking him forward, shaping who he's become, and if she hadn't been there, he'd be stuck alone. And even now, he's not sure he can keep forcing himself to look up. Then Lily leans in and tells Alto she's got something urgent she needs him to hear. She quizzed Alto, asking if he still remembered that day he confessed his dream, and she burst into tears again while remembering how small her worries were back then, until he grabbed her heart and told her to cheer up. Alto told her that when life gets brutal, an ally will eventually show up to save her. And even if nobody ever comes, he'll be her knight and ride in to rescue her so she won't have to fear a thing. Then the story snaps to a childhood memory, them sitting together under a tree. Alto blurts, "Wait, when was this?" And Lily snaps back to the past, guessing it was about 8 years ago. Alto can't help but think, seriously, even as a kid, he's way out of line talking like that. But Lily presses, "Wait, are you telling me that's the part you're truly embarrassed about?" She tells me back then she didn't chase any real dream, just messing around was enough to have fun. But once she spent time with Alto, something clicked, and suddenly she wanted to become a knight with him. Alto leans in and tells her she could be a world-class knight who even leads the country. Then points out that she's about to take the very first step toward making that dream real. Then Lily leans in and asks, "Alto, were you even listening?" She straight up tells him her dream is to become a knight, side by side with Alto. So when she steps into the academy for the first time, she's basically getting a head start straight toward the starting line. Alto tells her it'll take him a bit, but he's absolutely going to catch up. Then he begs her to wait for him. Lily nods and tells him she'll be right there, like their bond just got a fresh spark, and that moment turns into a promise all over again. Then Lily leans in and tells Alto, "I've got something for you," and the tension spikes instantly. She shoves a protective accessory into his hands like it's his lifeline. He says the armor was forged from a dragon's scales and won by a knight in a brutal fight. So it's light, barely needs care, and for him it'll be zero headache. Alto thanks Sir. Alto had said that he's never laid eyes on a shop that sells accessories like this before. Lily tells them the only place around here is Minton, so they had to hit the road for a bit today. Alto suddenly realizes the entire shopping trip was a carefully set up trap from the very start. Lily tells him it fits him perfectly and looks straight up awesome, like she's had this whole thing planned from the start. Then Alto awkwardly thanks her, stumbling over the words. Lily leans in and asks Alto if it feels as good as it sounds to get compliments on his outfit. And Alto can't even hide it, he's like, "Yeah, it feels amazing, asterisk, right." Then the story skips ahead half a year, and there, Alto is trapped inside a low-class dungeon. He takes on a contract to exterminate poison rabbits, and the whole zone is swarming with other low-tier adventurers chasing the same deadly headaches. Poison rabbits wreck crops if they're left alone, so the guild sends low-ranking adventurers to wipe them out. Only nobody wants the job, because even after you beat them, you barely earn any experience points. Alto hurls a fireball to drop that target fast, and honestly, this isn't just payback, it's perfect training and a quick side hustle for cash. Alto can't shake the feeling that he needs a break soon because out here, only poison rabbits ever dare to show up. He crushes his 20th target in one hit, and this time the poison stone slides down with ridiculously easy ease. He snatches a moment and checks his stats right then and there. Right out of nowhere, a flashy game status screen pops up, blasting his stats and numbers across the view, and it spells out the rules. Regular magic typically levels up into a stronger tier once he clears the right threshold, with his physical enhancement stats shown front and center. Alto stares at his doubts and wonders, is this really something special? Then shakes it off. He's already come this far, so he forces himself to push straight through until he hits level 1. A notification bursts onto the screen. Conditional activation is finally unlocked. Alto stares in shock because he just hit level 3 with his auto magic at last. He realized that keeping his automatic magic running non-stop for half a year paid off big time. Alto can't stop wondering about this conditional branching thing. If he sets the rules, will the system automatically judge them and fire off the skill by itself? He stares at the code on the screen. If a poison rabbit shows up, cast fireball, and straight up doubts it's real, so he decides to hunt down a poison rabbit and test the whole thing himself. He barrels through the area, and then boom, the fireball erupts by itself, fully igniting out of nowhere. That blazing fireball rockets straight into the poison rabbit before Alto even realizes it's there. He's totally blown away. He hasn't even spotted the poison rabbit. Yet it drops on its own and wipes itself out without him lifting a finger. Alto finally grasps just how terrifyingly powerful this system is. Set the conditions ahead of time and it'll ignite magic by itself. No will from him needed. Up until now, Alto could only spam his skills one by one with his own hands. So even when he rode alongside adventurers as a porter, he was stuck just tossing buffs out, never landing a real hit in the fight. But from now on, if he sets it to blast a fireball the moment a poison rabbit shows up, he'll hunt those creatures on autopilot, even while he's knocked out asleep. And Alto realizes this is the most automatic magic thing ever, and he can't believe how completely wrong it is for someone like him. He grits his teeth and keeps mowing them all down. Later on, Alto bursts into a brand new location. This is the first time he's ever stepped into a place where they sell weapons right off the shelf. Like, not his own. The narration breaks it down into two kinds of guilds. Ones that take quests and finish them right inside the guild, and that's exactly what Alta's guild does. This other guild rallies people, throws out requests like crazy, and feeds jobs to other adventurers and parties. Yet when they've got free time, they still roll up their sleeves and do some missions themselves too. That's exactly the kind of guild Alto snagged his job from this time. Alto strides up to the counter and tells the receptionist, "I want to trade these, please." The guild receptionist, a total stunner, just stares at that mountain of poison rabbit materials like her brain short-circuited. Then she blurts, "Wait, is that really all of it?" and asks if he's been hoarding every last one without trading them in until now. Alto admits he actually picked them today and says he's gotten way more efficient at exterminating, while the receptionist stares in disbelief, admitting she's never heard of anyone killing this many in a single day. Alto tosses it out like it's nothing, says he snagged a few herbs from a side quest, then asks if she can handle the two he's got. By letting Alto's appraisal magic run on autopilot, his system finally starts pinging him about plants, like the numbflower sitting on his right and that anticoagulant grass nearby. And once he locked it to alert him the second it spots a herb, everything became hilariously efficient. The receptionist stares in straight-up disbelief, then blurts out, "Wait, you collected herbs today too, and this many right now." She leans in on the collection and then boom, she spots it. This is mere grass. The narration says, unless you've got a top-tier appraisal spell, you'd have to appraise it 10 times just to even spot this herb. And honestly, no insult, an adventurer at Alto's level can't possibly stumble on it. So the receptionist just nods and says she assessed it herself. Alto throws out the wild thought that it might have just gotten tossed in by accident, swallowed up with all the other materials. The receptionist brushes it off as a coincidence. An hour later, the receptionist thrusts Alto his payment, and the witness standing there goes, "Are you kidding me?" Because it's basically a whole stack of guild earnings in just one day. The receptionist leans in and tells Alto, "Quit the guild, make gathering your real job from now on." But Alto shoots it down. Sure, hanging out sounds fun, but he's got a target in his sights, so he's bailing. Meanwhile, down in a stinking low-class dungeon, things were about to go horribly wrong. An adventurer leader roars at the top of his lungs, screaming for everyone to get out there and move. Thanks to the automatic magic's conditional branching, they can tear through gathering quests at lightning speed. And yeah, the porter working at the guild matters just as much. Then Alto kicks off his move, firing up his magic skill buff while everyone else lines up and gets ready to blast into the dungeon run. Deep in the dungeon, Alto finally gets it, no matter that he's just a porter. Every monster he clears feeds his experience. The system bluntly tells him, once you cast enhancement magic, it sticks for a bit. So when he uses multiple magic circuits to stack those buffs on his allies during quests, he rakes in way more experience than if he throws them all on himself. Alto muses that you can grind experience solo. But once you hit a party, the EXP stacks so fast the efficiency feels downright unreal. Suddenly one of the adventurers screams, "Lizardman ahead." An adventurer rams ahead and fires a sapphire lance straight at the lizardman. Then the impact lands with brutal, earth-shaking force. The party times their moves perfectly, and multiple strikes come crashing down on the creature in rapid succession. And then boom, someone throws praise at him for pulling off that takedown. Another adventurer explodes into action, roaring as he slams the final blow and drops the next enemy. One guy says that hit was spot on, and the other jokes that Alto's in a great mood today. Then the mood snaps, someone snarls at Alto to stop dawdling and hurry up to fix this mess. They shove the truth in his face. It was them who picked up this worthless trash like him. Then another voice snaps, "This is why you're here, grab that thing, move it and clean up the mess." After the dungeon run, one adventurer confides that he's been feeling lighter lately, and the next one laughs it off, saying the quest was smooth, easy, and way too nice. And then someone blurts out that it finally feels amazing to unwind now that they're back at the guild. Then the leader waves everyone off for the day, smiling as he tells them, "Great work, go home." He whips around to Alto, shouting "Errand boy," and demands if he knows what to do. Alto shoots back that yes, he does. The adventurer lit into him, demanding everything be sorted by tomorrow, his gear, their stuff, and all the other adventurers' items just like always. The adventurers finally set off, one of them even pitches, "Let's grab a drink." But right before they go, someone snaps Alto to attention. He has to scrutinize every magic stone because if he doesn't read the appraisal results right, he'll never know what monster it came from. Alto fires back, "I already know that." He tells himself, "Let's see what they've got today," then dives straight into work. Alto stared at the mountain of gear and supplies piled up from every adventurer who clocked in today. Your inventory hits you with an insane mountain of stuff to sort. Urutrai Division, 4th Dance Shinobi Art, Osashin Nimya UI Fierce Night Weaving 406103 Production. 4th Misk, Medical, off if 110 Rise to the West Platform, Rise to the South Platform, plus dozens more stacked in there, so you're buried before you even start. Alto can't help but grin. Of course he's got automatic magic after all. Alto fires up the conditional branching trick he picked up over the last 6 months and turns the whole sorting job into an autopilot. Common finds get sorted fast, hard, or go north, kicks those to the east. Magic solution stones go east, flame demons go south. And the random stuff gets appraised one by one before it heads west, because the less he has to appraise manually, the better. Then he splits the flow based on those appraisal results and loops it until it's done, finishing the individual appraisals, and he stares at the mountain of gear and supplies left by every adventurer today. And with no automatic magic system doing the heavy lifting, this would have taken him a whole day. Now he just has to sit tight and let the sorting finish. Meanwhile, Alto turns his waiting time into a power-up, squeezing every second to master new knowledge. Locked in his tidy warehouse workspace, flanked by shelves, barrels, and neatly sorted supplies, Alto checks his status. Magic Circuit 1 Automatic Magic Level 10, sitting on 11,100,000 XP, and Appraisal Magic Level 9 at 32,509,000 XP. Then Lily's promise hits his mind and he vows to himself, he'll never ever give up. For the next 2.5 years, Alto grinds every single day, training his skills hard while he works as a porter for the Adventurers Guild, chasing experience points non-stop through dungeon runs and relentless delivery work. Before he even realizes it, his party keeps skyrocketing through the ranks until they're crowned the guild's ace team. Then one of the adventurers throws a celebration like they just won everything. And Alto admits that now they can climb into higher dungeons, so he can finally focus on grinding experience points. But this upgrade comes with a nasty downside. An adventurer leans in and demands Alto get everything handled by tomorrow, and Alto fires back with his usual "can't do it, no skill." As the adventurers pull away, one of them shouts for Alto to hurry, but even after the party levels up, they still treat him exactly the same. Day after day, he drills magic and hunts through dungeons, and he lives for the pride of knowing more than anyone in the guild. But adventurers only worship strength after all, and Alto stands alone in that hallway, staring at the floor like nobody has ever cared about what he's trying to say. Then Alto stares down the brutal mountain of work ahead and slams the warehouse organization into gear. Today's packed, there's a ton we've gotta do. That solo job would usually demand at least 10 people. But he's stacked so much experience over the years that his skills are finally holding their own, about mid-tier adventure level. 30 minutes later, Alto's auto magic suddenly pings him with a system notification. His power just leveled up. He's been firing up that skill every single day for 2.5 years. Then, once it hit level 10, it popped open with conditional branching. And finally, his auto magic has punched through to level 20. with a whopping 0 out of 10,000 experience points left until the next upgrade. Alto's phone buzzes with a system ping, boom, a brand new multi-skill function. He can chain it like this. Multi, then the number of repeats, then the skill names, then end multi, and he can stack up to 16 of them. And because he's hit level 20, he can finally activate them all at the same time. Alto stares at the explanation, trying to finally get it. Because until now he couldn't fire multiple skills at once, and now he's processing what it really means to activate them simultaneously. The system flashes a green light. Once Alto hits level 20, he can activate everything at the same time. And right then it clicks. He might be able to stack spells and unleash attack magic in one unstoppable burst. Alto doesn't waste a second. He dives straight into it and sprints to the training ground behind the guild. He plants himself in the open and hits the trigger for all systems at once. For now, it locks in 16 at once. Boom. Then the system lights up with multi-16 fireball and starts stacking the next hits. Then boom, an earth-shaking explosion detonates in the training grounds, ripping open a massive blast crater. Alto gapes in disbelief as the smoke finally clears, staring straight at the wreckage. That explosion tore the world apart, so deep a whole person could drop into the crater it carved out, and Alto's jaw just dropped in total disbelief. His pathetic attack magic, now boosted 16 times over, hits with the same punch as a high-level adventurer. If he layered an enhancement spell on top of that, the power would skyrocket. Yet the real payoff came from using his skill non-stop for 24 hours, day after day over the years, which pushed his mana capacity well above average. He stares at his system interface, where a multi-16 fireball setup blazes on the screen, and he's gearing up to smash the button for simultaneous activation again. Multiple massive explosions rip through the training grounds as Alto keeps pushing his brand new power to the limit. Those blasts rip the ground open, tear out massive craters, and blast debris flying in every direction. The damage was so insane it didn't even look like a basic spell anymore. It looked like something bigger was unleashed. Alto locks his eyes on the wreckage, staring it down with unshakable intensity. The power is absolutely unreal, like a dragon breathing pure fire. And he can barely hold back his excitement as the truth finally hits. Because with power like this, he could become an adventurer or maybe, just maybe, he'll break into the Knight Academy, and that chance to finally prove he's worthy is right there in his grasp. The very next day, Alto's adventure party all funnels together, and their leader, blonde, spiky-haired Irasolido, steps up, grins, and thanks everyone for showing up. He tells me this morning the guildmaster personally summoned him, and he's been riding that momentum. Because over the past 2 years, their guild has kept stacking win after win, growing bigger than anyone ever expected. Alto just stands there, staring at the leader's weird, non-stop cheer, trying to figure out what's flipped in him. Because this guy is usually in a terrible mood, and his sudden gratitude is so out of character it feels unreal. Irasolido throws Alto right into the spotlight, demanding the guild's move in moments like this, pushing him to answer when they've got him cornered with the no-skill excuse. Alto nervously pitches the idea of boosting the team's morale with rewards and the like. But Irasolido only sighs at the response. Then another party member jumps in, pushing the idea that they should recruit even stronger people right away. Someone else shuts it down just as fast, saying that kind of starry-eyed optimism is exactly why Alto is still stuck hauling crates as a porter. Irasolido smirks and blurts out that the guildmaster just warned, now's the time to stay razor-sharp. The guild's hunting a reputation that echoes through every corner of the organization. While over in the shadows, tiny creatures brag about how they're too weak. And once the guild swells bigger, more clueless fools start to crawl in, but incompetence can't last here. Suddenly, Irasolido blares out his announcement. By the captain's authority, one person from every squad is getting picked and ordered to leave their party and the guild, no excuses, because they're starting a full restructuring. With all that said, the party snaps together inside the guild hall, and Alto reels from everything he just heard. But then Irasolido storms forward, and the rest of the party closes in right behind him. And just like that, the blow lands. Alto is fired as of today. The words slammed into the air like a gut punch, hitting hard and deep like a physical impact. Irasolido straight up says kicking out the useless ones was the guild master's call. Then he snaps at Alto, demanding to know if he really thinks he can ride with an S-rank party with 0 skills. Alto fights back on the spot, admitting he might not have the moves, then snapping that his magic level sure hasn't been getting any worse lately. Irasolido snaps in, cuts him off, and demands he shut up. Then Alto fights back, saying he's been adventuring for 3 whole years and he's only a beginner level. Alto fires back, saying sure he might be low tier, but he still pulls his weight. But Irasolido slams Alto's own words back in his face and asks, "Did you not say that yourself?" Did Alto remind him that they had to keep morale high if they wanted the guild to grow? Irasolido erupts, blurting out that useless trash about Alto dragging everyone's spirits down, then barks at him to get out, right now. Alto bursts out of the guild building, and Irasolido stands in the doorway, watching him like a storm on the horizon. Then from the shadows, a hooded party member suddenly breaks the silence. They pointed out that Alto was even doing chores for other groups too, so people were boosting everyone with buffs, then snapping back with, "Are we really okay letting him go like this?" Irasolido waves off the worry like it's nonsense and snaps, "What are you even talking about?" The hooded figure grins and says anyone can do chores, so why keep someone around who can't do a thing? Then one party member blurts that hiring humans with insane magic talent will supercharge their buffs. Right then, Irasolido snaps on Alto and screams, demanding to know if he's saying they should stash someone with 0 skills in their S-rank party. Alto froze in shock, then blurted out a stammering apology. The Irasolido snapped at the whole guild, leaving 0 doubt. This crew doesn't tolerate the weak, so they'd better tattoo that warning in their minds. Later, Alto crumpled onto his bed in that tiny room, eyes locked on the ceiling like it was daring him to break. He drags a hand through his hair, letting out a defeated sigh like frustration just won. Lily's pendant settled over his heart, resting right on his chest. Alto still remembers Lily handing him the pendant as a gift, warning him, "Don't you dare forget our promise." She jolts his attention to the letter and tells him to remember what it says. Alto talks about how it's going to be a long night, then snaps back to reality, panicking over whether he should have been daydreaming at all and if he really needs to waste time brooding. But then Alto ignites with purpose. Since yesterday's skill activation handed him a powerhouse attack spell, he can't afford to pause anymore. He surges forward, chasing the path to become a solo adventurer. He storms down the guild stairs as other adventurers trade whispers about how no party would touch a rookie whose only experience is hauling goods, and how hunting for him would be pointless, until someone finally shouts, "Hey, Porter." But Alto ignores them. He decides to jump into the quest right now because it's still early morning. Alto marches up to the guild receptionist and pushes for an intro to an E-rank subjugation job. The receptionist leans in and asks what on earth brought him in here today. And Alto straight up tells him that until now he's only been stuck doing F-rank jobs, just wiping out monsters so weak they don't even need real skills. Lily thrusts a crumpled paper in his face, grinning like crazy, confirming he's taking on the E-rank this time. Then hatches a specific quest for him to chase. Lily blurts out that the whole mission is hunting the Black Labyrinth, a dungeon that just spawned on the edge of town, and sure, the quest is ranked B, but the danger swings wildly from F all the way up to where, on the first floor, you're only facing monsters as low as E rank. But as he drops deeper underground, the monster rosters keep escalating D to C to B. So one wrong step could spell disaster. Alto thanks her, then later stands at the dungeon entrance, practically buzzing, because this is his first solo quest, and he's itching to prove he can hold his own. Back at the guild counter, Lily shoves the order sheet into Alto's hands, along with a bag for the dropped loot in his pay, and Alto flashes back to what happened in the S-rank party. That simultaneous activation skill he earned is the perfect answer here, because it should let him tear through D-rank monsters. So he shifts into battle brain mode, ready to judge the fight on the fly and decide whether to push forward or pull back. Alto bursts up to the Black Labyrinth, staring at a colossal entrance hacked straight into the cliffside. He stares at the thing and realizes it's a maze-style dungeon. Half the map is blank, and monsters swarm everywhere. The top teams don't want to waste themselves in the dungeon's early rooms, because if the small fry crowd in too much, adventurers burn out and run out of stamina long before they ever reach the boss. By cutting down the weaker enemies, the top teams slip to the boss way faster, and the dirty grind of clearing everything else is exactly what people like him are stuck with. Alto steps inside and his eyes widen at once. The place is ridiculously spacious, and every passageway stretches so huge it feels unreal. For now, he fires off physical enhancement a total of 16 times, stacking boost after boost to pump himself up. He spots a mountain of traps sprinkled all over the dungeon, but his conditional branching skill keeps scanning and screaming alerts, so he can breathe, knowing he won't trip them by accident. A goblin slinks up ahead. He clocks it as an E-rank monster, the perfect practice target for beginners. He braces for the strike, then fires off his multicast spell, 16 blazing fireballs exploding forward. Alto slams the trigger for everything at once, and rockets all 16 fireballs into the sky simultaneously. Their combined assault detonates like a thunderclap, blasting the whole corridor into chaos, as the dungeon passageway gets swallowed by fire and wreckage. When the smoke finally fades, Alto stares at the wreckage he unleashed and he realizes, oh no, he may have gone a little too far. Meanwhile, Irasolido roars back, swearing it wasn't a failure at all. He just didn't finish in time for some reasons. And Lily calmly cuts through the fear, pointing out that at its core, the Black Labyrinth is nothing but beer ink, and it's not nearly as huge as everyone thinks. Irascibilito snaps into a rage, lashes out at her and screams, "Are you calling us weak?" Irascibilito keeps swearing they'll finish the dungeon tomorrow for sure, so every other party better steer clear. Then Alto barrels up to the guild counter, right as Irascibilito spots him and right away, he starts ripping into him as a useless bastard. So hard that he can't stop asking why Lily would send someone like Alto on a quest all by himself. The guild receptionist spots Alto and greets him back, then waves him over. When she double-checks his request form and spots, he stormed into the Black Labyrinth to hunt an E-rank monster for subjugation. Then Irascibilito just cackled, saying it was perfectly fitting for someone completely useless. The receptionist fires off a question, "Alto, did you wipe out those monsters?" And Alto shoots back, "Yeah, I did." It wasn't just the first floor. Lily and the receptionist both snapped into wide-eyed shock. And then Alto casually drops the bomb. He even beat the boss himself. Out of nowhere, the entire guild explodes in shock. Someone yells, "No way, useless Alto can't have dropped a B-rank boss." But the dark-haired adventurer from Alto's party kneels, studies the magic stone, and declares it's 100% Minotaur made, while Lily's jaw drops, stunned that an F-rank adventurer pulled it off. Irascibilito suddenly lunges at Alto with zero mercy, grabbing him hard and demanding to know what sneaky, underhanded tricks he's been pulling. Alto swears on everything that he hasn't done a single dishonest thing. Irascibilito rips into him, calling him a liar to his face and saying he's nothing but an incompetent who can't do a single thing. Lily lunges forward, screaming for them to stop, and the security team rushes in. Irascibilito fires back, insisting he has to expose Alto's wrongdoing. As Irascibilito is dragged out, he rattles off excuses that his strength is gone since he was just fighting. Then someone snaps that they'll hear him out outside. Back at the counter, Alto fires off a big thanks to Lily, and Lily cheers him on again, congratulating him for taking down the boss. Then he drops the key detail. Because he hit every required condition, the guild will hand him a D-rank license. Alto studies his brand new D-rank license like it's the key to everything. Realizing this means he can start taking B-rank jobs immediately. No delays, no waiting. He starts thinking, I actually have power on the level of an A-rank, when Lily suddenly pipes up from behind and reminds him there are rules about that. Then she smirks like he'll qualify soon enough. Alto drops into his seat with Lily at the table and thanks her with real sincerity, because it hits him all at once. He beat that boss with his own hands, slowly but surely, and for the first time in his life, someone actually recognizes his power. Now he can finally feel it. He's getting closer to becoming a true knight. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing, Alto's out, throwing his whole focus into every shot. He out there practicing his projectile control. One of his blows tears through the trees, then completely misses the mark. Alto clocks the miss again, then scans his results and realizes that once he hits about the 7th projectile, his control just stops responding. So Alto keeps digging into his performance, tearing it all apart and studying every detail, because that solo quest yesterday exposed a mountain of problems. And now he's got to spot the real challenges and fix the weak spots if he wants to level up faster and smarter. He rethinks everything. When enemies close in from every side, he can trigger a simultaneous activation and stack a massive power boost. So he splits his gear and launches a barrage of attacks all at once. But here's the catch, his mind's diagrams scream the truth. The more skills he fights with at once, the crazier it gets to steer their paths. After all that training, he's still stuck at just 16 projectiles, but he's finally steering around 5 or 6 trajectories, and Alto decides that's good enough for now. Then he glances at the clock and realizes it's right around when the Quest Intro Guild opens. Alto shows up at the Quest Introduction Guild, ready for whatever hits next. And the staff member leans in, saying solo beer and quests have 3 options available right now. One of the dungeons has already been cleared once, but it's still crawling with monster leftovers. So the plan is straight-up extermination, and Alto begs to take the mine's dungeon job. The blonde guild receptionist takes his request in one breath, tells him the job is huge, but then grants him a 2-day extermination permit anyway. And now he can carry off any spoils of war he wants. Alto thanks, sir. As Alto storms out of the guild, his mind starts sprinting. Because back then, no matter how much he stacked up with auto magic, every single item had to get passed around to the entire party. Now that he can wipe out a B-rank boss solo with ease, he's set on taking control of every single item. Meanwhile, Lily beams from the guild entrance, hollering good luck and begging Fortune to smile on him. Then Alto cuts in, announcing he's heading out. An hour later, Alto finally reaches the Achille mine, and that huge cave mouth gapes in front of him, carved into a hillside blanketed with wild green growth. Alto slips into the dark tunnel, his magic faintly glowing over his skin, and the chill hits harder than he expected. So yeah, he's seriously glad he grabbed that jacket. Deep inside the Achilles mine, Alto tightens his search plan. Because it's a mine, he assumes they're after magic stones, and there's no way they can haul anything bulky or heavy. So he decides the hunt has to stay locked on rare underground treasures. Alto snaps back to the time he read about a rare magic stone in a book. As he charges deeper into the freezing tunnel, right in front of him, a giant troll suddenly bursts into the passage, its hideous face hogging every inch of space. These B-rank monsters are ridiculously dumb, but their strength and stamina are absolute monsters. Regular adventurers don't have a shot against them, and with their insane aggression, they'll try to tear you apart. But Alto doesn't stall. He slams Fireball X8 and launches it straight at the target. Unleashes a brutal barrage straight at the troll. Magic shots tearing through the air and smashing down hard, one impact after another. He slammed into the creature with a blast of raw explosive power. The troll took the full blast of that synchronized attack, and every hit lit up the dark mine tunnel like a flash of lightning. Alto nods like it's nothing, snatches the troll stone from the defeated monster, and right on cue, an alert explodes on his screen. He's found a magic gemstone. Alto whips his head around, scanning the whole area, desperate to pinpoint where it is. After a tense stretch of searching, he finally spots a gleam shining from a hole in the mine wall. Alto scoops up the glowing mono-shining gemstone, staring at that rare sparkle and wondering how much it could fetch. He's the one doing the sorting by hand, but the executive is the one who pays out, so he'll never truly know the real value. Then boom, another system notification flashes, and this one reveals a Dragon Eye stone he just uncovered. As Alto pushes deeper into the dungeon, the screen won't stop popping with notifications. Step after step, another alert, another hit of pressure, and he can't believe it. This B-rank dungeon is way more fun than he ever expected. Soon after, Alto bursts back to the Quest Introduction Guild, ready to jump in. The female receptionist beams, then freezes in shock as she welcomes him back already. She points to his hunting permit, reminding him it was only valid for 2 days, and then asks, did something happen? Alto admits he was banking on cashing out today's haul first, since he somehow snagged more stuff than he ever expected. And when Lily shows up looking stunned at his offer to split the haul with her, she blurts out whether he really means half of everything. And then she quickly covers her nerves, insisting she's just happy he's doing well. But then Lily snaps open Alto's haul, and instantly flips out, frantically spotting a magic chimmer stone and a dragon stone in the mix. Her shock barely contained as she realizes every single item in there is ridiculously high value. And that bag is stuffed to the brim with rare gemstones. Lily whips her head toward Alto, staring in pure disbelief, and demands to know if he truly got every single one of them on his own. Alto breezes in and casually drops, I've always been good at scouting, like it's no big deal. Lily's convinced Alto should jump into a gathering guild right now. But first she's gotta appraise every single one of them, down to the last detail. Once the appraisal wraps up, Lily grins and hands Alto the results. 10 shining gold coins. Alto's jaw hit the floor when he saw exactly how much he pulled in from one single dungeon run. He couldn't believe it. Lily stares at what Alto hauled back, and she can barely process it. Getting this much loot out of a B-rank dungeon is straight up unbelievable. And the wall map marks shadow monsters, monsters so brutal that you normally need a whole team of 10 just to survive them. Meanwhile, Alto locks eyes on the 10 gold coins and can't stop processing just how much that is. Lily fires the question, how strong is he really? And Alto admits, shocked even by the numbers, that he didn't expect the results either. Later on, Alto and Lily spill their thoughts outside as the night air buzzes. Alto admits his future still has one nasty snag: the Night Academy's entrance fee, and Lily fires back, saying there are countless cases where the talent is right there, but people still quit because tuition costs hit way too hard. Alto watches himself. If he can still eat, anything works, and those extra windows are just dead weight anyway. He's never chased more than he needs or fought for much, but things feel totally different now. The warehouse supervisor makes it crystal clear he can't cough up that kind of money to cover Alto's tuition, and Alto just sits there rethinking his plan, grinding collection quests over time to finally save enough. At the Night Academy, you mostly see kids from noble bloodlines. But special cases like Alto are the rare exception, since a whopping 80% of the students come from nobility. Ever since that dungeon haul, Alto can't ignore it. Maybe he can rack up enough tuition money fast, like seriously fast. The very next day, right at, Alto snaps right back to his best, training his focus and tearing onto the track for round 2. His backpack gets shoved full again and he thinks, alright, I'm heading back for now. Trudging through the mine, Alto spots his XP gain efficiency has skyrocketed way beyond before, and now he's stuck wondering, what killer quest should he pick up starting tomorrow? Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar rips through the mine and echoes everywhere. Someone yells, go check it out, and Alto jolts in shock, blurting, what was that? Then someone fires back. It wasn't just any scream. Then Alto snaps into motion and sprints straight toward the source of that noise. Alto barrels through the mine, shouting that the noise has to be right around here. Then it hits him. Boom! There's a massive dragon baring its teeth right in the passage ahead, blocking the way completely. Alto spots the trapped victim beneath the dragon and instantly realizes they're in deadly danger. He slams into physical buff times 16 without a single second of doubt. He barrels forward and crashes into the dragon, slamming it with boosted strength. The creature howls the second the blow lands, and Alto grinds on against the dragon with every last ounce of strength when, all at once, someone inside his mind screams, "Why the hell is there a dragon in a place like this?" That massive monster crushes the entire passage. Its scaled bulk swallows the tunnel as Alto keeps hammering his attack. A blonde woman with a ribbon in her hair drops to her knees beside him, tears pouring down her face as she begs, "Are you alive?" Alto shows up and asks if they're okay. Then the woman blurts out stuttering words, clearly rattled by everything that's just happened. Alto snaps into action, checks the unconscious guy and realizes it's Mike. Then he tells the woman, "If you're going to run off with Mike, do it right now." Right as someone yells Mike's name and alarms start blaring. While all that chaos erupts, Alto promises he'll try to do something about the dragon. Alto decides to pull the dragon's focus off the two civilians. He darts in, drawing it toward himself so someone can shout and get the civilians out of the way. Then Alto barrels straight at the creature, shouting insults at it, calling it a giant oaf and making it clear right there and then that he's the dragon's opponent. But the dragon starts cooking up something absolutely devastating. Alto spots it for dragon breath and panic snaps across his face, because he realizes they're still nowhere near safety. The dragon blasts out a brutal surge of power, an earth-shaking explosion that floods the entire mine passage. Dragon breath rockets into the mine and detonates on impact with brutal force. Alto realizes it's not just the blast, but the searing heat wave that surges on contact, blasting the blast radius wide and whipping people and debris through the air. They suddenly realize, if things keep going like this, the people from before are about to get wiped out. Alto hits the gas and blasts physical buff times 16 back into action, stacking his power-up momentum as he launches himself through, sliced through the sky at an insane, boosted velocity. Then the dragon's counterattack slams Alto to the ground, and he immediately keeps taunting it, yelling, "Come after me," as the dragon's breath detonates through the mine tunnel with brutal force, trying to rip his attack away. But Alto suddenly gets it. Staying in the air might actually break up the heat wave, and he realizes the blast only hits him when he's airborne. If the same heat slammed everyone on the ground, the death toll would be brutal. Hurl it into the air, because letting it crawl along the ground is the worst way to let it spread. Then Alto snaps into his counterattack. He fires off Ice Needle X16 in non-stop continuous mode. Then boom, a tidal wave of ice missiles erupts toward the dragon, and the sky instantly turns into a storm of razor-sharp frozen spears. Ice needles slam into the dragon's breath, and boom, an earth-shaking explosion erupts in an instant. Down below, someone catches the shockwave. An explosion just tore through, and the blonde woman screams in alarm as the impact hits. The impact blasts out a savage shockwave, blasting ice formations outward in a perfect spreading circle. Alto roars in pure victory, shouting that he finally canceled the dragon's breath attack for real. He challenges the dragon to make his next move, right then and there, and he unleashes ice walls in perfect time, stacking them one after another in rapid succession, straight up for time 16. Massive ice walls erupt between him and the dragon, sealing them behind a brutal protective barrier while the creature stays hidden in a cloud of smoke and shattered debris. Someone spots it instantly. The wall of ice has just erupted out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the blonde woman is still guarding unconscious Mike, and then it hits her. Did he do this magic too? But the moment she notices the dragon's breath no longer shimmers with heat wave, everything finally clicks. An ice wall shoots up inside the mine, towering over them and blocking the dragon's reach. Alto can't stop thinking about how wildly strange it is to see a dragon loitering around these borderlands. It's seriously unheard of. Dragons sprawled across the ground, wrecked by Alto's strikes. Ice jutted everywhere and debris littered the area, so when someone nearby took one look, they just had to admit it. Somehow they'd actually won. Meanwhile, Alto stands amid the wrecked mine trying to process what he just witnessed, because a dragon showing up only an hour from town is something nobody has ever seen. Even here, the dungeon boss realizes it. An S-rank monster is brutally rare, and he only got it down because he somehow had ice and water magic in his pocket. Then it finally clicks. Those people from earlier slam into his mind. Then he whips around to make sure they're okay. Alto sprints over to the male guard and the blonde woman who are tending to Mike. Still sprawled on the ground, Alto's out cold, so the guard shoots, "Is he okay?" while the blonde woman shouts his name. Alto yanks a potion out fast and blurts that he's got one ready, Because, as a solo adventurer, he fears ailments more than anything. Then he thrusts it into their hands. Mike shoots off an apology, admitting the paralysis is still messing with his head. The whole group lets out a huge breath of relief, and the blonde woman smiles warmly at Alto thanks him like crazy, and then, almost stunned, she admits that for a brief moment she truly had no idea what was about to happen. Alto blushes hard as she awkwardly accepts her gratitude. The male guard drops his head in shame, blabbing non-stop apologies for blowing his job as their guard. But the blonde woman snaps at him to lift his head. She's not buying it, so he keeps arguing, panicking, and protesting. Then the woman blurts out, "You can't predict something like this, especially not stumbling into a dragon in a place like this, and definitely not getting betrayed by one of our own." She cranes her neck toward Alto in the distance, and a wave of relief hits her. This time, the guy who stepped in to save them was genuinely kind. The blonde woman whirls on Alto, calls him her savior, and pours out heartfelt gratitude for saving their lives. Alto freezes up, nerves exploding in every awkward second. He tells her, "I'm Alto," keeping it short, and she smiles back, "I'm Charlotte, I hope we get to know each other well." But the second she moves, Alto's mind goes blank. Every elegant motion hooks him so hard he starts thinking she's basically a living doll. Charlotte blurts that she wants to thank him properly later and asks which guild he belongs to. Then, before Alto can even finish his answer, Charlotte snaps an apology and tells him they've got to race back to town right now. Charlotte leans in and begs Alto to spill the name of the guild he usually runs with. Then Alto fires back, grumbling that she doesn't have to thank him because he's just a lowly freelance adventurer. But then he drops the bombshell. It's a quest referral guild called the White Lancers. The male guard snaps that he knows exactly that place, then urges them to bolt out of the area right now. The whole crew gets ready to launch, and the guard rushes in with a sincere apology for every bit of trouble he caused before slipping away. Meanwhile, Charlotte turns to Alto and vows she'll pay him back again, and seals it with that warm, killer smile. Alto just stands there staring as they vanish, his brain screaming, "What the hell was that all about?" A few days later at the White Lancers, the warehouse supervisor lunges in and shoves Alto hard, shouting at him to move. Alto almost stumbles from the sheer force. The supervisor explodes into a furious rant about who's to blame for him being stuck organizing the warehouse. As soon as Alto vanished, they all got hit at once with the stuff he used to handle, because the labor shortage left them no choice. The supervisor keeps screaming that even seeing Alto sets his blood on fire. Back at the White Lancers Guild, Irascileto strides up and demands to know what the toughest quest they've got is right now, and the staff jumps in with a suggestion: clear a beer-ranked dungeon. But Irascileto slams it down on the spot, saying that won't cut it, because they need a huge, game-changing win right now. He demands to know if any A-rank quests are open, because Irascileto's party has been getting crushed for days, failing mission after mission, and the guild master's trust in them has tanked. The guild staff tells Irascileto there aren't any A-rank quests available right now, and that only lights more frustration in his chest. So he snaps that they're useless and threatens to hunt for work somewhere else. Then, all at once, a sharp-looking royal official with glasses and a full suit of formal clothes strides into the guild. Right behind him comes a whole group. Someone hurls a comment at him, calling out his nerves, right after all those recent failures. The guild receptionist swings the door open and welcomes them inside. The official announces that he's finally here, ready to demand a mission from that man. Then Alto spots the emblem on the guy's chest, and it hits him like a thunderclap. This isn't just some random dude, he's a royal official. The official says it's a nomination request. And next, he's about to slap a brutal, high-difficulty quest on the nominees' shoulders to see if they truly have what it takes for the exam. Alto freezes in total shock, while Irascileto gapes like he can't believe what he's seeing. The official presses on, saying the rules usually lock the knight selection exam to only students from the Royal Knight Academy. But this time, outsiders can still jump in if the royal court backs them with a recommendation. The court hands out these brutal, high-difficulty quests only to people with real promise, like they're testing who's worthy and who's not. And Alto can't shake the thought that he'd heard rumors about it before. But he never believed it was real until now, and the chance has him seething with jealousy. Then the official steps up and proudly introduces himself, Leto. Suddenly, Irascileto erupts with excitement. He swears his wild exploits must have finally landed in the royal court, and this is it, his once-in-a-lifetime shot to reclaim his honor. Lily and Irascileto sit there, eyes wide and shoulders tight, bracing themselves as the moment of truth finally lands. Who's getting the nomination? Leto turns to Alto and locks eyes with him, insisting, "You're Alto, no question." He points out that Alto looks exactly like he was told, and a total certainty settles in as the coincidence becomes impossible to ignore. Alto shot back with pure confusion, like his brain just hit a wall. But Irasolito snaps completely, screaming at Leto to wait, because he can't wrap his head around the fact that this guy is Alto, and he fires back, "What about him?" He rips into Alto as a no-skill loser, then slams the question on Leto. "Do you even know Iraso's name?" And Iraso, Leto insists that's the guy everyone says is closest to becoming a royal knight right now. Leto shuts him down with a deadpan, "I've never even heard of Iraso." And the moment those words hit, Iraso is absolutely crushed. Meanwhile, Leto lays it out, so the princess wants Alto to become a knight, and then he presses, "So will you accept?" Alto hesitates and fires back, "Wait, do you mean the real princess?" Leto nods and confirms, then hits him again, "So will you accept?" Alto leaned in and asked if finishing that quest would finally let him jump into the knight selection exam. Leto admits it's brutally difficult. Yet if Alto pulls it off, he'll earn the right to challenge the exam and pick royal guards, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Knight Academy's third-year students. Then Irasolito's face twists in total shock, because Lily shoots her hand up and begs for the quest on the spot, pleading with Leto to let her have it. The whole place erupts in chaos as people start shouting objections. One person even screams that there has to be a mistake, insisting Alto is a certified no-skill and there's no way he could ever become a knight. Irasolito goes for one last desperate play, clutching his resolve tight. He even swears that because his past once led an S-rank party, they should pick him. Leto's voice turns icy as he snaps whether Irasolito's ready to face what comes next for daring to challenge the princess's words. Leto lays it all out calmly, like he's controlling the whole room with his voice. The court backing a total nobody like that has never happened before, and the princess knew people would scream and fight about it. So besides the quest itself, she has Lord Alto prove he's the real deal with a public exam or a duel with everyone watching. Someone even points out that conversely, if that dual power gets recognized, then a shot at the selection exam recommendation could finally happen. Alto thinks to himself that this plan would make it way harder for anyone to argue, and once they see the results, most people will just fall in line. Leto checks if this setup works for Lord Alto, and Alto nods fast, saying it sounds pretty rock solid to him. Irasolito pounces on the chance, bursting out that he's genuinely thankful for the setup, and that Iraso's about to give this duel everything he's got. Then Leto blares the news that tomorrow, in the Royal Palace arena, he and the other guy will settle it with a duel, face to face. Alto's mind spins as everything hits at light speed, and he can barely keep up. But he knows this is his moment no matter what's going on, and he's set on clearing them. Irasolito flashes a huge grin and agrees right on the spot, but Leto immediately adds, "Oh, and the princess is coming too, so they'd better not be late." Meanwhile, at the Night Order headquarters, security preparations are already in motion, tightening down all the doors as danger closes in. The crowd's public duel got locked in on such short notice. A fierce female knight snaps a briefing to the gathered officers. The knight selection exam has the whole city buzzing with serious attention, and whispers about a mystery adventurer have already swept through every corner of the capital. The officials huddled up, warning that the more people packed in, the easier it would be for dangerous outsiders to slip right into the crowd unnoticed. That braided-haired female knight leans in and hammers home the point. They've got to plan for every wild scenario and make sure nothing, absolutely nothing, is less than perfect. The briefing keeps rolling as someone fires instructions at the squad leaders, lock in the positioning, settle every detail, and get any questions answered before the day ends. This mission is a knife-edge job where they have to keep the citizens and the princess safe at the same time. Then the male knight steps up to the assembled forces, tells everyone this is an emergency, and demands every last ounce of effort. Then he dismisses them back to their duties. And the knights snap back with disciplined, ready-for-action respect. Meanwhile, they're poring over a document about Alto, line by line, trying to make sense of what it really means. And the princess strides down the palace hallway, her footsteps slamming through the corridor like thunder. The princess studies the document on Alto, and you can see awe hit her instantly. His accomplishments are so wild that she can't help thinking, Alto really is something special. But that hit her like a brick. She thought she'd already crossed the start line. Yet at her level, she's got no chance of taking down an A-rank monster by herself. She stares at that document like it's a challenge, determination igniting in her chest, because she's done being left behind. She's going to get way stronger so she can stand right beside him. The Royal Palace arena is stuffed wall to wall with fans, every seat taken, while the crowd explodes in cheers, roaring like the next move could shatter the sky. Then the announcer steps up and roars out a huge thank you to everyone who waited. And then he slams the moment into place, calling out that the main event is finally here. He declares they'll reveal the night selection exam nominees, and name who they're going to face. The announcement keeps rolling as the announcer kicks things off with the spotlight on the recommended participant, Alto. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Alto slouches on a bench while Leto stands right beside him, tense and ready. Leto leaned in and told Alto, "I can't wait to show you my real strength today." But Alto can't hide it, nervousness blares across his face. Alto's mind is sprinting as the pressure crushes down, because he just knows this duel's outcome is about to flip his entire life upside down. He reminds himself this isn't like a normal fight, because he can simply show the proof of his training. Then Alto starts getting nervous and the tension spikes. But then his determination hardens into steel. He knows with zero doubt he cannot afford to lose. Up the stairs to the arena, Irasolito spots Alto and smirks, telling him he figured Alto would bolt in terror, then gloatingly admitting the shocking truth. The kid actually showed up, and now he's getting condescending praise for that courage. The guildmaster and the rest of the party are right there, watching everything unfold. Someone says if Alto beats Irasolito, he gets the go-ahead to take the quest needed for the night selection exam. Irasolito strides up to the guildmaster with ironclad confidence, swearing he'll become a knight and burn glory into their guild's name. Then the guildmaster just nods and tells him, "I'm counting on you, Irasolito." Then one of Irasolito's crew spots Alto and freezes mid-step, and he's instantly recognized as the no-skill guy they tossed out of the guild. Then another party member blurts, "Is this really too easy, or do we just beat this guy and call it a day?" Irasolito's party member promises an instant kill, and Irasolito flashes a confident grin like there's zero doubt. The guildmaster and Irasolito burst out laughing at the thought of an easy win over Alto. Leto faces Alto and Irasolito and declares, "All right, I'm about to lay out the rules right now." He lays down the rules like a threat: win by shattering the opponent's barrier or landing even the tiniest hit, and the moment that happens, every attack stops. Knights are stationed inside the venue too, so if anyone gets hurt, healing magic kicks in right away. Alto leans in, eyes locked, and absorbs every rule like it's life or death. Then Irasolito smirks and tells him, "Show me everything you've got, that's all." Alto fires back that as long as it stays within the rules, he's not about to hold back. The crew locks in, gears up, and gets ready to storm the arena, and you can feel the clash coming. Leto stands up and blares, "All right, time to move." Alto strides ahead with steel in his spine, moving right beside Irasolito and the officials, racing toward the arena entrance, like the moment of impact is seconds away. Meanwhile, the announcer blasts through the roar, thanking everyone for the wait and shouting that the duelists are finally stepping out. Then Irasolito and Alto stride into the arena as the crowd goes wild. The announcer booms that it's time, starting the public duel over the court's pick for the night selection exam and the formal objection challenging it. Two deadly opponents lock eyes in the middle of a massive arena, and right between them stands a night referee named Butts. He steps forward, introduces himself, and asks, "Do you understand the rules?" Alto and Irasolito both nod in sync, fully getting it. Irasolito smirks and vows he'll drop Alto in a single hit, then declares he's starting right now. Butts throws the signal down and blasts the duel into motion. Irasolito barrels forward without hesitation, locks onto a high-level technique, and hurls Dragon Breath straight out, then detonates a massive magical blast in front of him. Alto spots the technique instantly, but before he can react, he realizes he just survived the real deal: Dragon Breath he felt moments ago inside the mine. Just as Irasolito's spell comes crashing toward him, Alto snaps his hand up and blasts it back with a fireball. Irasolito needles him for using such a low-tier move, laughing like there's absolutely no chance Alto can outdo him with something that weak. Then the spells slam together right in the heart of the arena, and the spectators instantly gasp in shock at just how huge Alto's fireball is. Like, how the hell did a basic spell even blow up that huge? Two magical attacks slammed into each other with earth-shaking power, and Alto drives his fireball forward like a bullet, straight ahead, ripped straight through Irasolito's Dragon Breath. That brutal crash slammed into place, and boom, those massive energy waves tore outward like thunder. A shockwave rippled across the entire arena floor. Then the impact detonates into a brutal explosion that shakes the entire arena to its core. As the blast detonates, shockwaves rip outward from the impact point, and the center gets swallowed by pure crushing force. Then, right in the crowd, someone stares in total disbelief at what's happening. Irasolito shrieks it's impossible, but Alto's fireball slams straight through his Dragon Breath and crushes it. A monster explosion detonates across the whole arena, blasting straight into Irasolito, while Alto just stands there on the far side, totally untouched. Somebody in the crowd absolutely loses it, screaming in shock at what just happened. The dust finally clears, and Irasolito crumples to the ground, fully crushed and defeated. The crowd explodes in pure shock and total disbelief, like nobody in the world can accept what they're seeing. The referee shoots his hand up and blasts out the result. Alto is the winner, and the spectators can barely breathe, stunned as Alto stands victorious in the dead center of the arena. Irascibilito slumps there in shattered disbelief, staring at the loss like, how the hell did I get beaten by that worthless, clueless nobody? Then an official steps up to Alto and declares that his power matches the rumors, and that he's truly worthy to become a knight. Alto grins and thanks him right back. Meanwhile, down below, Charlotte snaps to attention and suddenly realizes what Alto's. You hear my voice like the guy who saved her the other day, and she softly whispers his name. Princess Charlotte barrels up to Alto with pure gratitude, thanking him over and over for what he did the other day. Alto freezes in total shock, stumbling over the words as she blurts out that she's a princess. Charlotte blurts out that she's sorry for the late entrance, then drops the bombshell. She's Princess Charlotte of the Kingdom of Lawrence. She looks him dead in the eyes and says that if it weren't for him, she'd be dead already, so she offers her deepest, most heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, the guildmaster roars, demanding to know what any of this is supposed to mean, and right beside him, some poor soul cracks. I have no idea either. Charlotte leans in and tells Alto she's seen his powers again, proving he's got the true strength of a knight. Then a royal prince steps up and tells Alto that their royal family wants, very badly, to recommend him for the audition exam at the Royal Knight Academy. Charlotte keeps talking, but here's the twist. He has to prove he's truly worth a recommendation first, because even the royal family won't hand those out to anyone. Alto gets sent for a quest, plain and simple. Charlotte presses him. Will he agree to add that he'll get a reward too for finishing the quest? Alto shoots back right away, I'd be honored. Charlotte tells Alto she'll reach out again officially soon, and that she genuinely wants him to rise up and become a knight. They clasp hands, Charlotte fires off big expectations, and Alto shoots back a heartfelt thank you, his face flashing pure gratitude and iron determination. The guildmaster explodes with rage, screaming at Irascibilito that it's all his fault for getting beaten by some pathetic nobody. And then he slams it home, saying he got humiliated too. Rage surged as he tore into Irascibilito for blowing the B-rank dungeon run, crushing their guild's reputation and dragging the royal family's fury down on them. So Irascibilito could only blurt out non-stop desperate apologies. The guildmaster's voice turns ice cold. Normally, he'd fire Irascibilito on the spot. Irascibilito panics on the spot, begging for anything, then gets fired anyway. The guildmaster slams down the final decision. Irascibilito gets one last chance. He explains that their guild's survival is hanging by a thread, and he refuses to let it collapse, because if things keep going like this, Irascibilito is going to forget his entire adventure career. Irascibilito panics and blurts out, "What kind of chance is this supposed to be?" Then the guildmaster's scheme clicks into place as he orders Irascibilito to rig everything so that the useless fool Alto stumbles into a brutal blunder. He figures the princess may have bashed Alto's abilities, but no skill could have never pulled off something like beating Irascibilito in a duel. The guildmaster leans in and basically says, "This can't be clean, someone's pulling dirty strings. And if they can just prove Alto really is incompetent, then they'll finally prove they were right from the start." Irascibilito lights up with excitement and proclaims, like it's exactly what a guild master should do. Then the guildmaster slams his voice down and warns that no more failures will be tolerated, ever. And Irascibilito fires back with pure excitement, promising he'll rip that imposter's disguise clean off. The very next day, Irascibilito and his party burst up to a cave entrance, and one of his members starts to sweat as he blurts out, "Is this really where that infamous S-rank boss is sealed?" Irascibilito rushes in to calm them down, insisting they don't have to start battling monsters for real. And then he drops the real truth. Since they're an S-rank party, they may be the ones who finally smash the boss sealed inside. But for now, they're hitting the streets on a full-on scouting mission. They huddle together, eyes locked on that ominous cave entrance like it's about to swallow them whole. Then Irascibilito's real game plan finally spills out. He pours a fortune into a court official just to track down which quest Alto's headed on, convinced that no matter what underhanded tricks Alto pulls, he'll never beat an S-rank boss. And if everything goes his way, he might even wipe Alto out for good as a permanent nuisance. Irascibilito flashes a wicked grin, dead set on making sure Alto eats failure no matter what. Irascibilito yells, "Everybody move," as the party barrels into the cave system. Hours later, they finally crash into a sealed chamber buried deep inside the dungeon. As Irascibilito stands before the seal, he suddenly feels something dark and wrong creeping under the surface. That sealed boss's sinister aura crawls over him, and his entire body goes numb with chills. One party member grumbles that they've got zero clue how many high-grade potions they chugged just to reach this point, then rattles off S-grade stuff and high-grade health potions like it's a receipt. Still, their nerves won't calm, and they start getting cold feet. Irascibilito snaps orders to his crew, Smash that seal, grab the talisman, and don't hesitate. A female party member slams the brakes, yelling that this is an S-rank boss seal and that it's only meant to be a scouting mission. But Era's Alito snaps at them to shut the whining down, grab the talisman and run right now and everything will be fine. If they hesitate even once, he makes it crystal clear. They're all fired. The female party member snaps at them, shouting, "Get the talisman right now." Irasalito bursts into triumph and roars, "I did it." Then boom, the seal cracks wide open in a blinding storm of pure energy. The moment the talisman cracks apart, and the party staring from below can only watch as it falls to pieces. The seal finally rips wide open with a deafening blast of overwhelming power. The party members scatter in full-on panic as a wave of massive energy detonates outward. Irasalito shrieks in terror and bolts the second the seal starts to shatter. Then the chamber fills with a chilling voice that announces itself as the rank S boss. The female fighter cries for everyone to run right now, throwing physical buffs on the fly as they scramble to escape. As Irasalito's face twists into a sinister grin, he realizes the truth. This is the end for Alto. They tear through the dungeon hallways at full sprint, and one member yells, "Wait up, get the captain." A few days later, Alto gets his quest briefing, and the knights lay it out plain. These two are the ones riding with him, and they'll be judging his every move. The royal family drops a mine-type dungeon mission on the table, pure torture, high difficulty. And along the road it throws monster after monster at you, mostly B rank or higher, and the grand finale boss, an S-class monster. But this dungeon doesn't just sit there. It has scars too. Long ago, adventurers tried to crush the boss, yet its insane vitality stretched the battle into an exhausting grind. Since nobody had landed real damage yet, they panicked, threw in the towel, and sealed the boss away, where it's been trapped for countless years ever since. The knights shoot down the idea that this is about beating the boss. They say it's all about snatching the treasure chest sitting in the boss's room. Alto won't be alone either. 2 knights will march with him, and since the boss is sealed away, Alto won't even get the chance to run into it. Alto scrutinizes the quest documentation line by line, like every detail could decide his next move. He double-checked his gear and made sure his auto-magic settings were locked and ready to go. And his potions are fully stocked and ready to blow minds. Alto stands right at the dungeon entrance, staring down a notorious boss as he tackles his knight selection exam on the brutal high-difficulty quest. Alto fires up like a storm and vows to clear this quest no matter what, then marches straight into that ominous dungeon entrance, ready to prove he's the real deal. Alto fights his way through the dungeon's deepest halls, slicing down monsters with razor-precise strikes. Creatures crumple to the ground the moment he charges deeper into the darkness. Then boom, glowing eyes pop up in the darkness ahead, staring right through the shadows. Alto raises a dazzling, ornate treasure high in the air, soaking up every ounce of victory. The mission objective locked in and secured. The female knight flat-out praised his detection skills, and admitted she'd really thought they were finished the moment that S-rank alert screamed. Meanwhile, the male knight admits he never thought they'd clear that dungeon so cleanly, and still says he's got more to work on, before thanking Alto from the bottom of his heart for getting them through. The whole crew straps in, turns around, and storms back, pulling off a flawless win on that brutal, high-difficulty quest. They tear back into town, spilling out from the dungeon entrance like they just survived the end of the world. Alto drops onto the steps, finally breathing easy. Everything went off without a hitch, especially because this quest came straight from the royal family themselves. One of the knights slumps in and admits he's utterly drained. As the 2 knights stretch out side by side and cheer, they praise Alto's crushing power and can't stop grinning about how they cleared the quest together as a team. Alto's thoughts yank him back to his childhood friend Lily. She's already rolling up to the starting line, 1 step ahead of him. She was already ranking first in her class at the Royal Knights Academy, so you know she sharpened her skills by sparring non-stop with top-tier fighters. And she didn't just stop there. She actually earned the right to challenge the Academy's selection exam herself. Meanwhile, Alto's been grinding experience points for 3 straight years, trapped under that cruel brand with no skills and no magic aptitude. So even while he sleeps, the gains just keep stacking. Alto can't help but think this might finally be his shot to catch up to Lily, if he can just survive the selection exam. He sits in meditation, grinding his thoughts into steel. How, even after everyone spits on him for being useless, he can still claw his way into becoming a knight. Alto clenched his fists, unleashed his auto-magic, and swore he'd grind even harder for the exams. Then he paused to grab some food first. Then, as he steps into town, a massive crowd suddenly swarms into view. Boom, turning the whole street into total chaos around him. Alto stands frozen in place as chaos explodes all around him. Right in the crowd, someone screams for everyone to run, while this blonde, spiky-haired guy in the middle yells that the boss just burst out of the mine. Alto can't even process what he's seeing. Panic erupts. Are you serious? Do we really need to hurry? and then someone drops the bombshell. This is the thing even a full group of A-rank adventurers couldn't smash. The blonde guy jabs his finger and growls that path leads straight to the boss. Then Alto suddenly realizes this has totally spiraled out of control. People scatter everywhere as Alto bolts the other way, sprinting like his life depends on it. Because that mine-type dungeon he hit is right down this path. Right outside town, they've got to face the boss immediately, like yesterday, while they stay as far from the city as they can. And then Alto locks eyes with the real threat. Right in front of him, no escape. A colossal zombie dragon lunges out of the shadows right in front of him. Its undead form looms overhead, towering and utterly menacing. The dragon zombie keeps clawing itself back to life, regenerating no matter how hard the attacks hammer it. Someone screams out the rules, and another adventurer hacks at it again and again. Yet every strike does nothing, because the creature just keeps sewing itself back together and won't leave a single dent. The whole situation goes downhill fast the moment someone spots it inching forward, slow but deadly. The blonde adventurer clocks it instantly. No matter how many top-tier adventurers are packed into this place, it still won't be enough. At this pace, the dragon zombie is about to slam into the city any second. Alto rockets across the elevated structure, mind spinning over every soul still trapped in the city. Then he fires off Fireball X16X. A massive spell crashes into the dragon zombie, smashing it with devastating. It unleashed a force so brutal it obliterated its head. Alto sees the aftermath and swears he just blew its head clean off. Surely that's got to be the end of it. But then boom, someone yells that the creature is regenerating at an insane speed. Meanwhile, the Knight Commander of Security storms onto the scene. A goatee-sporting knight sizes up the chaos in a single glance and instantly knows. This is a full-on disaster, no questions asked. He demands to know what's going on and spots Alto, and instantly clocks him as the big shot the guards warned him about earlier. A knight snaps at Alto that his attacks are doing 0 damage, and someone else fires back that regeneration is the dragon zombie's specialty. So yeah, that's why it's ranked S-class. Scholars swear there are 7 deadly cores packed inside its torso, and you've got to obliterate them all at the exact same time or it won't go down. Then it clicks 4 circuits are enough to hold the barrier and unleash 3 attacks at once, and those magic circuit diagrams spell out the exact limit. The blonde knight's eyes widen as he realizes that hope is flat out impossible. Alto can't sugarcoat it. He knows this is going to be brutally hard. The blonde knight leans in and says the more skilled you are with magic circuits, the higher your standard. And now someone is wishing for a lily like that, the one with 7 circuits. But the chanting and skill speeds swing wildly from fighter to fighter, and they still have to slam 7 cores inside the body at the exact same time. So multiple people must sync up their powers like one team. Alto realizes he can't slam those cores at the exact same moment, no matter how hard he tries. The blonde knight bursts out, "We've got no choice, help us." Then orders everyone to shout how many magic circuits they've got. Alto blurts that out of everyone here, he has the most. And the blonde knight fires back that they'll smash the cores at the exact same time, because he's already pinpointed them with his appraisal skill. The dragon's body splits into 7 brutal landmarks: left wing, left shoulder, solar plexus, and then the neck and head. The blonde knight grins and claims he's got 5 magic circuits, so he'll unleash attacks on 5 locations. But Alto must hit 2 exact targets, the right shoulder and the base of the right wing, and Alto nods, fully getting it. Then the blonde knight screams, "Here he goes," and Alto shouts, "Fire Lance," and the 2 of them slam forward in perfect sync, unleashing their coordinated assault. From every angle, their combined blows crash into the dragon zombie. Lance's spear pierces deep as raw fire power detonates through key weak spots. Alto can't help but wonder if it actually worked, because to him it feels like everything happened at once. Meanwhile, everyone watching has to admit, this combo is impossibly on point for a snap-together team. Like a knight and a top-tier adventurer were always meant to move as one. But then the blonde knight snaps it's no good, and admits he just couldn't finish the job. He didn't manage to destroy the core. Alto's eyes go wide, pure shock hits him in an instant. The blonde knight breaks it down, meat and hide don't have the same thickness, so if you slam them together at the same time, you'll still miss the mark. Alto screams that they've got to rip the matter open and lay bare the core. Then someone snaps, even if you expose it, it'll just pop back into place instantly. And another voice fires back, to even reach the core, you've got to slam it with 7 attacks all at once. After the blonde knight clocks how brutal that plan is, someone insists they'll still have to slam it with 7 more attacks at the exact same time. Then the blonde knight snaps and bellows, "We have to do it now." He blasts out the call for everyone to help him, and Alto plus the others waste no time, confirming they're in. The blonde knight declares he can spot all 7 cores, and then someone yells for everyone to bring them down in one brutal strike. Alto and the crew launch a perfectly timed onslaught, screaming "Fire Lance," as attack after attack slams into the dragon zombie from every angle. Someone yells that the core is destroyed, but right on cue, another voice snaps back with a hard no. The blonde knight shuts it down fast, no point in trying. Alto realizes something brutal. Once the crowd swells, the timing starts fighting them every step of the way. Alto promises he'll keep pushing, no matter how many times he has to, while the blonde knight nods and declares he's right there with him. Exhausted fighters at the city entrance are hanging on by a thread. Alto watches everyone spam high-level skills again and again. Now the mana's draining fast, and their accuracy is crashing with it. The blonde knight shoots a question, so what are we doing next? But then Alto suddenly shouts his name and demands, let me do it. The blonde knight snaps around and quizzes Alto about how many magic circuits he's got. Alto admits it's brutal and simple, just one. The blonde knight snaps back that they've got nothing left to discuss. But Alto won't back down. He insists he can fire off 7 skills at once and demands just one shot to prove it. The blonde knight narrows his eyes at Alto, thinking, with only 1 magic circuit and 0 skill, there's no way you're useful. Meanwhile, the blonde knight leans in and tells Alto, we'll give it a shot, all while admitting to himself he's got nothing left to lose. Alto beams and gives him a huge thanks, like he's itching to prove himself right there. Someone tells Alto they'll rip straight through the dragon zombie's flesh, yank out the cores, and then they slam the order on him. Destroy all 7 cores at once. Alto nods and makes it clear he's got it. The blonde knight rockets ahead, screaming he's going in, and right as the coordinated assault ignites, he unleashes a fire lance. Multiple fighters explode into motion, striking from every angle like a coordinated nightmare. Ultro unleashes a non-stop barrage of strikes on the dragon zombie, beating it down in pure chaos. Then the blonde knight and his partner strike in perfect sync, their combined attacks detonating massive explosions all across the battlefield as they smash into the towering undead monster. Then a voice erupts, someone yells that all 7 cores are gone, and then another voice screams in panic, begging their auto magic to finally kick in. Alto snapped his skill on summoning Fireball X7 with a deadly command. The blonde knight jolts in pure shock, because he just realized Alto really fired 7 shots at once. Someone else blurts out stunned, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Alto's jaw clenched with relentless focus, as he drilled himself to land every single attack on the exact same beat. Alto's mind is sprinting as he locks in. He has to blast the dragon with 7 fireballs, but it won't stop dodging. And this is his chance to flex everything he practiced with orbital control for days straight, no sleep. And for him, failure isn't even allowed. He simply won't let it happen. Then a voice barks an order at him, and he has no choice but to go. Malto closes the distance and locks onto the dragon zombie, right in its face. Then it shrieks, twisting to strike back. But Alto claps back, no way that distraction wins. He grits his teeth and charges forward, refusing to let it stop his attack. Meanwhile, the blonde knight commander watches Alto getting hammered in the thick of battle. Sure, he looked doomed, but he hasn't flinched once. He locks onto Alto's insane focus as Alto barrels forward and smashes the dragon zombie straight on, hitting it with pure, devastating force. 7 blazing fireballs slammed into their targets at the exact same moment. All 7 cores detonate at the same time, blasting shockwaves straight through the dragon zombie's giant body. The creature erupts in a barrage of blasts as every core gets obliterated. Down below, the watchers lock in as the coordinated assault hits, clean, ruthless, and successful. A blinding flash rips across the battlefield as the dragon zombie finally crashes to the ground. As the dust finally settles, the observers gasp in shock, hearts pounding with emotion, because the creatures are still splattered across the ground, and Alto just stands amid the wreckage, calmly proving to everyone that he really pulled it off. The crowd's jaw drops, and someone blurts out that Alto really did take down a dragon zombie, while, as the blonde knight fires off, "You serious?" Another observer can't even process it. Alto actually pulled it off. Then it hits harder. They've never seen anyone stack 7 skills at once, and to make it worse, Alto's trajectory was razor precise. The blonde knight strides up to Alto, admits they couldn't pull it off without him, and then blurts out a thank you, asking for his name like it isn't already painfully obvious. Alto just smirks and says, I'm Alto. Meanwhile, someone nearby blurts out that he's the same guy who won that duel the other day, crushing it in the blink of an eye. The blonde knight's brow tightens as the name rings a bell, and Alto nods along, calm but firm, like he's sealing the deal. The blonde knight fesses up that he'd heard the rumors, but watching Alto go toe-to-toe like that proves he's the real deal for knighthood. And then he reminds everyone that even a knight can't cast 7 spells at once. Alto thanks him, then smirks to himself. Sure, he could fire 16 at once, but he's keeping that ace right under his sleeve. The crowd swarms around Alto and the knight, blasting with celebration for their win. So loud they swear a true hero of the city has been born. yelling that they lived because of Alto, and raining blessings down on him like the sky itself is cheering. Back at the palace, Princess Charlotte tells a male royal official that Lord Alto's mission was a total win, and the official just stares. Because Alto didn't handle anything, he straight up defeated the S-rank boss that was sealed away. Charlotte hands over the report from the night she stayed with Alto during his mission. The knight's assessment praised Alto's skill, bravery, focus, and teamwork as top tier, then straight up admitted he'd truly love to serve by Alto's side as a fellow knight. Princess Charlotte snaps that the results are seriously impressive, and they've gotta make sure Alto becomes a knight no matter what hits them. Then the male official nods along instantly, no hesitation at all. Then someone jumps in and says the boss that got taken down had a permanent seal put on it from the start. Yeah, but here's the twist. There are clear traces that someone already broke it open, which screams suspicion. Meanwhile, Princess Charlotte and the male official are trading sharp words in the palace hallway, and he drops the bombshell. His source, the knight watching the scene, says they didn't just stumble in, they forced their way into the sealed boss room. Someone shouts that Alto didn't need their help, he smashed through the barrier on his own. Then the official leans in and tells Charlotte to stay patient because the real culprit and the proof will surface soon enough. The male official announces the culprit is Eroso, the same man who dueled Lord Alto, and then he confirms Princess Charlotte was right, because Eroso gets arrested on the spot. Princess Charlotte freezes in thought, digging into the grudge that started it all. Then the male official smirks at Princess Charlotte, says he expected nothing less, and snaps into action. He calls the military police right away and slams Eraso with a 20-year sentence to mind labor. Meanwhile, Erasolito sprawls at the table, laughing his head off at this loop of thoughts about how his plan hits every mark, and the boss is absolutely thrilled. Now he's convinced that if that guy bungles his quest, Erasolito himself will swoop in and become a knight. But then boom, military police crashed into the room. Someone screams that the military police are here and orders everyone to freeze. Don't move a single step. Erasolito's eyes go wide as officers close in from every side, and the military police declare, loud and final, he's under arrest for unsealing an S-rank boss and throwing the city into danger. Erasolito fights tooth and nail, begging them to explain why they're locking him up, yelling that this has to be a mistake. Then the arresting guy dodges his questions, asking what proof they even have, while Erasolito insists he's got nothing to do with any of it. The officers bark at him to stop fighting and admit the proof is already right in front of them. Yet Erasolito keeps shrieking that it has to be a mistake as they haul him away. Back at the palace, the officials start grilling the master of the guild Eraso. Belong to, because it turns out the two of them aren't just guilty of the original crime. They're hit with extra charges like bribery and power harassment, so their punishment is about to get brutal. Someone sighs in relief, saying they managed to cut him down before he could ever become a threat to Master Alto, and the male official nods along with complete certainty. Then a knight bursts in and yells that Master Alto has arrived, so Princess Charlotte snaps, let him in. Alto steps in, and Princess Charlotte lights up, saying it's been ages. Then she thanks him for holding the city together when that rampaging boss came for everything. Then Princess Charlotte leans in and tells Alto she heard he wiped out an opponent even the knights couldn't crack in one strike. And she makes it clear his skills already blow a knight's away. But Alto shoots back with a humble grin, saying they only won because he teamed up with everyone. The officials hand Alto his reward, and Princess Charlotte steps up to announce that, because he completed the quest and saved he finally got official approval to take the knight selection exam. Alto throws his whole heart into it, thanking them over and over like he can't get the words out fast enough. Princess Charlotte tells Alto, I know you'll do just fine, then adds that once he becomes a knight, she's counting on him to back her unit with his power, and she's dead set on him passing with flying colors. Alto lights up and declares with real excitement that he's genuinely honored, and he'll push himself to match every one of her expectations. Princess Charlotte leans in, sends him off with a bright good luck out there. A few days later, Alto bursts onto the grounds of the Royal Knight Academy, staring up at that massive fortress of stone towers and razor-sharp turrets. Students mills around the grounds as he cranes his neck, staring up like he's soaking in every inch of it. Then the academy system gets laid out for everyone to hear. During the one-month knight selection exam, Alto gets treated exactly like a Knight Academy student, and the whole place boils down to two kinds of people: regular academy students and the recommended commoners. Between exams, students cram through classes that sharpen the skills they'll need, no more than just practical techniques. Alto strides across the academy grounds, and the noble students can't stop staring as he wonders, dorm life during exam season is about to be absolute chaos. Meanwhile, elites from every corner of the country are sharpening their blades, and it slams into him. No knight's title for him unless he outclasses every single one of them. But Alto shrugs it off and does what he always does, quiet, sharp, and efficient. then snaps his head around, hunting for where the orientation even is. Suddenly, a staff member strides over and tells Alto and the other students waiting there that the briefing officer will show up any minute. So they've got to hang tight a little longer. Alto stands in the hallway wearing that heavy, serious look like it's carved into his face. Because the moment someone steps into the Royal Knight Academy, it doesn't mean they'll automatically become a knight. Here, everyone's a rival. And there's this brutal detail too. The knight selection exam only happens once, right in the middle of their third year. Alto's heard the academy title makes finding work easy for graduates. But if they mess up, they'll spend the rest of their lives dragging the shame of never becoming a knight. Alto trudges forward alone, replaying the past like a nightmare, because becoming a knight once felt totally, hopelessly out of reach. His thoughts drift straight to Lily, the girl who transferred mid-semester, and he can't shake the nightmare that if she'd followed the normal path, she'd be a full-on knight by now already. Then someone yells Alto, and when he whips around, it finally clicks. Somehow he's ended up taking the exact same exam as Lily just 1 year later. And that thought hits hard. If you don't quit on your goals, fate really does swing back around. While everyone's busy with class, the other students huddle together and gossip up a storm about the nepotism brat everybody can't stop talking about. A smug blonde noble strides up to Alto, smiling like he already owns the world, introducing himself as Bon Bon Heir from the House of Bone and bragging that he's a current student at the Royal Knight Academy. Alto casually steps in and introduces himself, quick and simple, like that's all he needs to say. Then Bon Bon leans in, drops a low question, and tells Alto he can't stop wondering what dirty tricks a guy like him pulled to land that recommendation. Alto grits his teeth and admits that guys like this drain him to the bone, so he decides to brush him off, realizing the survival skills he sharpened in the Black Guild are exactly what's keeping him steady right now. Then Bon Bon leans in and dares Alto to show him his magic aptitude using his appraisal skill. Alto suddenly realizes he can peek at someone else's aptitude using higher-tier appraisal magic, but the thought screams, huge etiquette breach. And before he can stop it, Bon whips out his appraisal skill and targets Alto. His eyes flare wide in pure shock. Only one magic circuit is there. Bon snarls that it's nothing but a pathetic letdown. And the students around them burst into loud gossip. Someone yells, with only one barrier, what are you even supposed to do? While others snicker, a commoner's got more circuits than that. Then Bon Bon snaps at Alto, screaming that knights are leagues above everyone, like her, demanding everyone watches. He launched a fireball spell in spectacular fashion, lighting up the whole moment. And right there, the students swarm in and start gushing praise. Just like we knew Lord Bond, mastering 5 magic circuits at once with that flawless precision. Bond declares that this is the power of a man born to become a knight. He jeers at Alto, sneering that a guy who can barely hold up even one barrier has zero chance of ever becoming a knight. Bond grins like he owns the place, bragging that Alto looks totally stunned by the sheer greatness of his magic. But Alto keeps that calm smile and shoots back, asking if Bond is really bragging about nailing just 5 fireballs. Yet deep down, Alto's like, I figured the princess was only flattering him, but maybe with his current power he can still stand toe-to-toe. The nobles snap with confusion and fury at Alto's wild confidence, demanding to know why he's smiling so hard. Then they warn him, if he's really saying he has no higher connection, he'd better prove it. Someone demands, so how many times does Alto have to hit the target? Then dares him to prove it right there if he thinks he's got what it takes. Alto just blurts fireball times 16. And just like that, he hurls the spell and boom, 16 fireballs blast out at once, slamming straight into the training targets. A brutal storm of fireballs slams into the targets with terrifying, pinpoint accuracy. While those noble watchers just freeze in total disbelief, Bon and the others are losing it, yelling it can't be true, it's 5 no 16 all at once, and there's no way that's even possible. Then someone jumps in, demanding Alto explain exactly what kind of trick he pulled. But Bond explodes, screaming for him to drop the junk, because there's no way he could pull it off without cheating. Alto stays icy calm and flat out says he didn't cheat at all. Alto says if I had to explain it, I swear my unique skill is basically my cheat code. Someone yells that he's got just one magic circuit, then stops mid-sentence, stunned, and right after that, someone else grumbles that everything's gotten way too damn loud, demanding what the hell is going on. Suddenly, a stern-looking man strides forward and introduces himself as Arthur, and you realize he's the examiner chosen to oversee this term's selection process. The students spot him instantly and they blurt out, wait, are you really Captain Arthur, the prodigy who became history's youngest captain? Arthur tells everyone he'll skip the fluff and hit the exam right on the mark. 3 rounds, solo battles, dungeon fights, and team wars. And then he promises to hand out an emblem to anyone who proves they've met the standard. Alto clocks that Arthur's basically a celebrity here, Everyone's acting like he's famous. Arthur keeps tearing apart the exam's structure, 3 emblems total: effort, adaptability, and teamwork. Grab all 3, and you've earned your shot to become a knight and clear the exam. He says the plan is simple. In each of the 3 exams, you're supposed to snag 1 emblem, and the diagram spells it out with dungeon battles, team fights, and then an individual showdown, all funneling you straight toward Alto. But if the judges clock your skills, they can hand out extra emblems in a single exam. At least that's what the rules say on paper. Arthur keeps pushing forward and drops one sharp piece of advice. Every year, some people try coasting until the final exam, hoping they can snatch all 3 emblems in one go. Too bad. Those emblems aren't for anyone with that naive mindset. He adds that if someone can't throw everything they've got into the first test, there's basically no shot they'll step up for the next one. He says this is coming from someone who's supposedly elite even by knight standards, and Alto just thinks, we're not getting respect for free, we've gotta earn it. Because this exam is going to be brutal. Meanwhile, the noble students huddle together, all ears. Arthur finishes the briefing in a snap. The exams hit in just 1 week, and it's one-on-one battles, no teams, everyone getting matched up against everyone. The matchups won't be revealed until exam day. So for now, that's the end of the line, and he shuts it down with a dismissal. 1 week later, the Royal Palace arena is overflowing, packed so tight the stands are practically shaking. Alto looks back at this past week and realizes he's hit a whole new level. Because with unlimited time at the training grounds, he finally blasted through real hands-on practice instead of being trapped cooped up in the forest. He's been grinding with that non-stop auto magic training since then, and today the classes pushed it even further, letting him quiz actual pros. So everything clicks faster than endless solo self-study. So he's finally been welcomed into the day in perfect shape, and his fire magic has leveled up for real, roaring higher than it has in ages. Right then a voice snaps through the air, Alto. Lily barrels toward him at full speed, and Alto clocks her instantly. Lily beams at him, practically bouncing with excitement, and tells him it's been way too long. They all link up in the arena's waiting room, packed with other students who are just as ready to jump in. Alto beams and congratulates Lily, thrilled that she really did become a knight, and Lily shoots him a grateful smile and tells him he finally made it this far at last. Lily leans in and tells Alto, good luck out there, like she's backing him for everything that comes next as his junior. Alto can't help but marvel at how insane her skills are, and she admits that after everything that went down, he still pulled off the impossible. He even secured a recommendation from the princess. Alto leans in and promises her, I'll give it my all because I'm your senior. Then another noble student strides up, blurts out that he had no idea Alto knew a knight, and Alto just shoots back a simple greeting. Meanwhile, a noble student spots Alto in the arena hallway and slams the news on him. Looks like it's them two for today's game. Suddenly, another noble student snaps at Alto, barking that he'll prove, once and for all, that Alto isn't a cheater, and demanding he bring everything he's got today. Bonbon, the heir of the House of Bones, stands shoulder to shoulder with the other nobles, and one of them scoffs that there isn't even a 1 in a million chance they'd fail. Then Bonbon flashes a grin and agrees, certain as the heir of his house. But Alto just stands there baffled. How on earth does everyone carry that kind of confidence? Someone watches the whole scene in silence, eyes locked and unmoving. A massive older man in crisp formal clothes steps into view like he owns the room. Bonbon barrels toward him, practically vibrating with excitement, and blurts out if Duke Wilo might have stopped by to see him. The man snaps, I'm Bonbon, and a caption labels him Duke Wilo, a minister in the royal court. Bonbon thanks him 1,000 times, but Duke Wilo shuts it down fast. He tells him not to let him down because he expects big things from Bonbon, like he expects him to be his son. He tells Bonbon to brush it off, because as Bonbon's father's superior, the man is truly exceptional. While Alto just stands there, eyes locked, mind spinning over every word of it. The whole squad leans in as Duke Wilo strides off down the hallway, disappearing into the distance. Bonbon suddenly snaps his attention straight to Alto, charging him with full force. He demands to know if he's seen that. Then he brags like crazy that his family, the House of Bone, has the court's trust, and another student jumps in like, trust is everything to a knight. Suddenly, a bald man drops into an over-the-top bow in the middle of the arena floor, and Bonbon declares that he carries the Duke's expectations, so he's a real knight compared to anything Alto will ever be. Then someone yells for them to pardon this intrusion. An older man draped in extravagant royal robes strides into the hallway, and the noble students instantly freeze in shock. The caption reveals he's King Lawrence, Queen Charlotte's father. He smirks and says it looks like a lot of students are coming back to take the exam again this year. Right before the exam, someone rushes in, apologizes for the interruption, insists it's nothing, and tells everyone to just keep going like he was never there. Alto's mind goes blank. What kind of business could the king possibly have in a place like this? Even as Bonbon reels in pure disbelief, she can barely catch her breath. because the king himself is standing right there. Suddenly, Bonbon barrels ahead, shouting that it's an honor to finally meet His Majesty for the very first time. He tells you the House of Bone has been serving the royal family for generations, and even his own father is respected like crazy by the minister. But instead of circling around him, the king calls Alto out by name and hits him with, "I've heard plenty about you from my daughter." Then he straight up admits he's been dying to watch Alto go to work. Alto's eyes widen in shock. A tiny panel of his past flickered, Charlotte standing there facing the king. Then Charlotte flashes Alto a bright wave, wishing him luck. And right as the exam is about to start, the king shoots him an apology for barging in at the worst possible moment. But Alto lights up and promises he'll give it everything he's got. The royal party starts to storm out, and students crowd the hallway and arena floor, watching every step. Meanwhile, Bonbon just stands there frozen solid, his face twisted with pure shock and rage, while behind him the students mutter in confusion, trying to figure out why the king and the princess are whispering to that cursed magic circuit. One cheater is in the middle of it all. Suddenly someone blurts out, "Is everyone here? Have we all gathered?" An official slams the news down, "We're heading for the arena now," then orders everyone to follow him. The group strides into the hallway, and the noble students whisper and mutter nonstop, until one of them snaps that Alto shouldn't get the night selection exam because he's got a royal recommendation, and suddenly it's clear everyone's being treated totally different. With noble fury in his chest, he vows he'll make sure Alto finally gets taught a proper lesson. Meanwhile, another noble student fires back that the king's sudden kindness to Alto has to come from some dirty trick up his sleeve. In the arena, Arthur stands on the official podium, facing the roaring crowd, and declares that the selection exam's individual matches are about to start. Land the first hit and you win. The announcer slams it into the spotlight. First match, Alto versus Bond. A noble student snaps their command, "Step forward." Alto and Bonbon stride up toward the arena floor. Taking their spots for the duel, Bonbon and Alto square off in the arena, while Arthur stands right between them as the referee. Meanwhile, up in the stands, one student brags that Alto pulled the wool over everyone last time, but a real fight will expose him, and a big noble kid confidently swears he'll wipe Alto out in 2 seconds flat. Suddenly, the arena announcer's voice booms overhead, barking orders for everyone to kick off the match. The match kicks off instantly, and Bonbon rockets forward, screaming for his blizzard launcher as he unleashes the first strike to wipe Alto out. He sneers at Alto like he's nothing but a fool, bragging that there's no way some mid-tier skill can ever beat his high-tier power. But Alto shoots back by snapping on Fire Lance X16. Two magical attacks slam together in the heart of the arena, and Alto's Fire Lances bulldoze straight through Bonbon's Ice Blast, ripping through the blizzard as a storm of flaming spears keeps driving forward with ruthless force. While the battlefield detonates around him, Alto strides through it like it's nothing, and the noble students in the stands just stare, stunned and utterly speechless at the sheer power on display. Bonbon snaps into full-blown shock, words catching in his throat. He blurts that it's Fire Lance Rain, a top-tier skill, then the attack crashes into him like a thunderbolt. He screams as the flames slam into him, and right then Bonbon gets hurled to the ground, crushed and defeated. He sprawls on the arena floor, duped into believing Alto's multiplied mid-tier spell is a legit top-tier skill. And in seconds the match is done. Alto's Fire Lance barrage rips through the arena, smashing everything in its path. Magical blades rip through rock and rubble, tearing everything apart in a blinding storm of destruction. Bonbon gets crushed under a relentless wave and can't take another hit. He crumpled to the ground and was wiped out in seconds. Meanwhile, the noble students packed in the stands are frozen in pure shock. One of them stammers that Lord Bone, the top kid in their grade, got wiped out in an instant, and another noble just can't even make sense of what they're seeing. Bonbon crumples on the ground in total shock, sputtering that he got beaten by a cheating bastard, just like Alto. A noble student snaps immediately and blasts Alto again for cheating, then labels him a coward to his face. Then the dark-haired noble student slices through the chaos with a ruthless statement, saying that even if it's cheating, on the battlefield the living still get to win. The arena erupts as the announcer shouts that Alto is the winner. Duquilo can barely wrap his head around what he just saw, and the next noble student standing there is utterly stunned into silence. The Bone family's heir was wiped out in a single heartbeat, and an official strides forward to hand Alto the emblem. Earn this emblem of effort by smashing your way through the first round. Arthur strides forward and shouts the next match. Then Gregory Burns and Mia Knightley are called up to the arena, standing there ready to clash in their duel. Meanwhile, up in the stands, a student leans forward, and what he's seeing looks exactly like a tiny animal going up against a raging wild beast. Arthur shouts for the match to start, and the second Gregory hits the field, he launches a blazing immediate attack, screaming Sandshot. Mia snaps into action and hurls Ice Wall, an icy barrier erupts into place to shield her instantly. She hurls her spell forward, and a glowing magic circle blooms right in front of her. Gregory swings right back, coming in hard with stone hammer. He unleashed a brutal, high-powered magical blast straight at her. Mia slips his attacks, then launches a sharp counter that sends him reeling. Then Gregory hurls out sand again, blasting her with a roaring wall of projectiles. Mia cries out as the hits slam into her, and she can barely fight back against his non-stop assault. The announcement slams down and names Gregory Burns as the winner. Turns out his opponent was leagues ahead, magic flying faster, and every strike landing with razor-sharp precision. From the stands, students start snickering that he's basically a slowpoke, and one noble lets out a laugh like, I wish I'd been the one to face him. Meanwhile, Gregory Burns stands there triumphant while Mia stays crumpled on the ground, pinned between him and the other student. Alto watches from the side as Mia slumps and stares down in crushing disappointment. Meanwhile, Arthur fired everyone for the day, thanked them for the hard work, and told them the second exam was coming in 2 weeks, then promised the full details later. Students start whispering to each other like, wait, barely a third of the whole crowd actually pulled off getting an emblem. Alto stares at the chaos as the crowd finally scatters, and he realizes the second exam isn't just tough, it's a full-on dungeon crawl. He's got more experience than any Knight Academy kid, but when you step into a dungeon, the unexpected always claws its way in. He suddenly gets it. If it keeps happening like this every time, then almost nobody's ever making it to knighthood. Then Alto strides toward the training grounds, totally set on being fully prepared. Alto sprints to the training area the second the exam ends. Just like everyone expected, the place is totally empty. Suddenly he spots something and there's Mia in the distance, flanked by 2 guys shadowing her. Meanwhile, the 2 male students corner Mia at the training grounds. One sneers that she's still practicing even after she bombed, and the other laughs at how she's still training despite finishing last, calling it a total waste. A male student steps in front of Mia, snaps that she needs to know her place, and asks if she's got any shame at all. The other claims she's so clueless she can't even tell where she stands. Alto barrels in and demands to know which one of them should be left red-faced. The male students snapped their heads toward him, totally baffled, and demanded what the heck was wrong with him. Then Alto zeroes in on this. Right after the exam, Mia was the first one lacing up and starting training, so he flips it back on them, asking who should actually feel embarrassed for talking down to someone working their hardest, because he's calling out how they're breaking the code of chivalry. Meanwhile, Alto digs into what he's lived through these past 3 years since the rite of aptitude, and even after endless words like these hit him, he never stops training for a second. He knows better than anyone just how brutal the struggle feels, and just how insane it is when you refuse to quit. The students lock eyes with Alto and boom, recognize him, and you can feel it. Someone remembers he's from an outside exam, another swears they've never seen his face, and yet he's already talking like he owns the place. Then one of them clicks instantly. He's the same guy who wiped out Bonbon with one brutal hit. Alto can't stop thinking about how the school clock that he knew he figured nobles would show up, but this whole thing still scares him. Mia strides up to Alto, throws her thanks his way, and then introduces herself as Mia Knightley, student of the Knight Academy. Alto brushes it off, telling her it's nothing, no reason to thank him. Mia blurts out that she saw his match today, and she swears his magic was razor-sharp and unreal. Then she turns to Alto and asks how she can get that strong. Alto quizzes Mia, is there any magic you're actually good at? Because he can't really say anything until he sees her in action, and Mia fires back that her top level is a unique skill. Alto's eyes light up and she can't wait. She asks if she can show him. But Mia leans in and asks if Alto can make a few flames hover in the air instead. Alto nods once, then slams his spell down fireball. Mia snaps back at once with a dispel shot, tearing it right down. Alto stands there in total shock as his magic suddenly evaporates into nothingness, gone without a trace. Alto couldn't even process what just happened. His mind was totally blown. He'd devoured tons of books on rare skills, but this was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. Mia says it's called Magic Resolve. One tiny bullet punches through the skill's magic core and wipes it clean. Just like that, Alto snaps to the fact she's sitting on power that's absolutely unreal. Mia admits she can't control it worth a damn because that last shot, pure luck. Their mono-wave skills clash midair, throwing off the trajectory. So on bad days, even 100 shots still can't land a single hit. Alto realizes that even if you can level up skills, mastering how to use them right is a whole different battle. He tells Mia she can use him to train, like her personal practice target. Mia's eyes go wide at the offer. Then panic hits as she wonders if she truly landed the strike on Alto. Alto leans in and tells her, yeah, I've been there, back when I couldn't juggle multiple skills at once. He says it's impossible to truly get it unless you throw magic at magic and learn that exact feel. Then he shifts, grimly admitting, and I still mess up when I start getting near the guest area. But his special skill lets him keep it running on autopilot, unconsciously firing shot after shot with the exact same trajectory and power. Just like those second hits he nailed every single time. Alto grins and says it's perfect practice, because every shot is fully chantless and exactly the same. Mia blurts out her thanks and tells him she's finally starting to get the hang of it. Alto lights up with a positive reply. Mare's enthusiasm explodes and Alto snaps, enough talk, let's start the training. The training session keeps rolling as Alto pushes forward. Malto stands on the practice field as a ring of fireball projectiles swirls and hovers around him. Mia screams spell shot and blasts one of them with her magic nullifying bullet. The beam whips past by a hair, almost clipping one of Alto's magic spheres. 30 minutes later, Mia crumples to the ground, utterly drained. Her mana reserves wiped clean. Exhausted, she's barely holding on as Alto blurts out an apology for making her stay there so long. But it also spells out that this training hits him too. Mia asks Alto why he's slinging way more skills than she is. So does he actually have a bigger mana pool? Alto admits that when he started, he was so far behind everyone else in magic it hurt. Then breaks it down. Mia must have grinded her guts out, because mana capacity doesn't automatically mean you've got magical talent. Mia drops into a deep bow in an instant before Alto, then blurts out that she wants him to take her as his apprentice. Alto gets absolutely blindsided by the request. Then Mia snaps her head up, eyes burning with grit, and announces she wants to become as strong as him. Meanwhile, Mia stares at her reality and the same nightmare hits again, always stuck at the bottom, and she just bombed this exam too. She remembers what the other kids said, how they laughed that she's so weak she isn't even worth practicing, and how she still wound up dead last. But even with everything stacked against her, Mia blurts out with burning determination that she wants to be someone who trusts her own strength. Sure, she's weak right now, but she'll grind just as hard as Alto does. Alto understands Mia's fight like it's his own, because her struggle mirrors the exact nightmare he lived through. He doubts he can really teach her a thing, but Alto still takes her request and tells her straight up that he's counting on her. Mia practically showers him with gratitude and offers to help any way she can. She'll show people around the school, handle the daily chores, and give it her all, even if she can't repay him in some huge, grand way. Alto admits he's basically clueless around campus, and honestly, that would be a huge help. Mia nods along, all fired up and ready. 2 weeks later, the second exam kicks off at a dungeon site. And for the next few days, 5 challengers a day plunge into the dungeon, trying to clear it before the clock runs out. Mia watches everyone pile in and her gut churns. Will Alto really be okay? Meanwhile, one of the examiners smirks like he already knows. He's counting the seconds until Alto finally taps out. Deep in the dungeon, someone blurts that it's been ages since they've had to come into one, and they're honestly loving it. Then they swap notes about how the exam location shifts depending on the day. One person says this is exactly why no one can cheat in sketch maps, because the dungeon doesn't sit in the same spot every time. Before the second exam kicks off and the examiner lays it out. Knights run missions like escort duty and dungeon raids. Because this time the students aren't just training, they're going to conquer a dungeon. Alto digs into the memories, and when it all clicks, he realizes his body's gone heavy and his skills feel way weaker than normal. He realizes the dungeon isn't just a place, it's slapping them with a debuff, and this round's mission is simple. See how fast they can adapt. Even the organizers knew that tossing high-rank monsters into the test dungeon was a massive gamble, so the debuff wasn't random at all. It was there to push the students through impaired conditions and see how they'd fight when things went wrong. Alto drops down into the dungeon entrance, grinning because everything's finally going smooth, while he constantly scans for traps and lurking enemies with his auto magic. Alto pushes deeper through the dungeon, locking his sights on his search target, the rarest item of all, and he's convinced the treasure waiting on the final floor is even more legendary. He barrels up to the stairs that drop down and spots it. Those steps are already hovering right near the 10th floor. Then Alto fires up his detection tool, and the moment it activates, it screams back with an instant reaction. Unfolding a map, they locked onto the exact location of the target. He can't help but think, we're blazing through this way faster than I expected. Alto tears through the dungeon, earns his win, and sprints back safe to report that his quest is officially cleared. Even the examiners can't deny it. His stamina is more than enough. An examiner peers into a farsight crystal and locks in on Alto's route, then declares his choices and pacing perfectly balanced. Alto gets labeled as passed. He thanks them for their evaluation. Then, out of nowhere, someone screams at the top of their lungs. Alto got called out for totally cheating. The accuser snarls that there's no way a clueless nobody like Alto could beat this dungeon, and he's convinced Alto cheated. Alto stays ice calm and snaps, I didn't do anything like that. Meanwhile, Duke Wilo explodes with rage. bellowing that these results only make the princess faction stronger. His subordinates burst into frantic apologies, terrified His Highness would get angry too. Duke Wilo throws it down with confidence. He's counting on them to not fail. He vows to make sure his son goes first to jack up the prince's faction's prestige. And he's swearing on everything that, in the next exam, he'll bring Alto crashing down. Someone blurts out that Duke Wilo must have cursed Alto with a debuff just to wreck him, especially since his dad personally paid professionals straight out of the underworld. Another voice snaps back, saying Alto must have gotten outside help too, and then they throw the worst insult. Coward. They insist there's just no way he cleared a high-difficulty dungeon while stuck under a stamina-sapping debuff. But then an official steps in fast, saying he tracked Alto with a remote crystal during the exam and saw nothing shady at all. Then he turns the tables, demanding what exactly feels unfair about Alto's performance. And the nobleman just stands there stammering, but he can't get a single word out. An older noble leans in and fires off. Bond Bone, do you truly have a reason to believe Alto can't be swayed? The Bond Bone glares like it's furious, but it refuses to answer, just sits there with an attitude. The official slams down the decision, we're continuing the test. Then yells for the next participant, Mia Knightley, and a nervous voice quickly confirms they're really going on. Bond Bone strides off with swagger as his crew hovers around him, jittering, begging to know if everything's fine and if anyone caught the cheating. Right before the next test even shows up, Alto throws Mia a huge congratulations, then pushes her to go all in and do her best. Mia vows she'll go all in and leave everything she has on the table. Later in the training area, Mia blurts that she's been grinding for 2 straight weeks, so she's 100% ready, and Alto shoots back, agreeing with her. Still, as he watches her march straight into the dungeon alone, that uneasy worry won't leave him alone. After a few hours, Alto finally catches it. Mia has been stuck in there way too long. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Mia is going all in, throwing everything she's got into the fight. Right when she thinks she's safe, an armored examiner slams into her path and bluntly declares her unqualified, calling out her lack of skill. Then he explains the dungeon's rule. If it decides you can't clear it, you get kicked straight back to the entrance. Suddenly, Alto spots Mia getting blasted out of the dungeon, and he rockets over to her on instinct, yelling, "Are you okay?" Mia just mutters that it's hopeless, because things are now seriously dire. She already bombed 2 of the 3 exams, so to even pass the final test, she has to rake in 3 emblems. Still, Mia grabs Alto's hands and tells him, "I'm not giving up yet." Then she pulls a breath and thanks him for worrying about her. She huffs it away like she's fine, but Alto just stares at her, completely caught in the moment, half worried, half stunned. Swallowed by worry, he couldn't find a single word that would come out right. After the second test wraps, an examiner blasts out the rules for the final exam a week from now, then announces a team battle where every student pairs up for a mock duel. Keep it simple. If your barrier gets smashed, you're done for the fight. And if both fighters on a team are knocked out, that whole team loses. The examiner points out that tons of applicants already quit after getting stuck with 0 emblems. Usually anyone who applies for a night selection exam can join, but this time, the rules flipped hard. The examiner keeps going, saying that everyone who showed up today will get split into teams for the 3rd test. On match day, they'll finally unveil who you're facing, and the day before is all about prepping your moves. He cuts everyone off like, not you, not you, not you. As the students break apart, someone blurts out in shock that the count has crashed since the first test. Now fewer than half are left standing. Mia points out that most people end up with absolutely 0 emblems. Mia leans in and asks, so if someone tries 3 more times next time, is there still a real shot they could pull it off? Alto points out that among the ones who didn't land the emblem, a bunch of them still quit after they'd even cleared the 1st and 2nd exams. Mia told him that her senior said it first, and she swore there had never been a case like that before. Alto shrugs and says that if the odds are basically 0, it's no wonder people throw in the towel. Mia just stares at him for a beat, and then Alto tells her, even so, you've got to be proud you're still here. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Mia fires off a dispel shot, and a deadly spell whips past at the last second, grazing almost nothing. Then someone gasps, "Did you see how close that was?" A male student watches it happen and realizes she still can't land intermediate-level skills. Sure, the spell connects up close, but that method is way too risky to keep using. Mia grabs Alto's attention and thanks him, admitting her accuracy has shot way higher than it used to be. Alto shouts it out, saying they even figured out that accuracy shifts with your skill level. And then someone chimes in, keep fine-tuning like this before the 3rd test. Right then, an older nobleman in full court regalia strides up, flaunting an official's badge on his chest. Alto spots the court official's badge and instantly wonders, who's here? The nobleman leans in and declares, I found exactly where they are. Mia gasps and stares up in disbelief, because she's staring at her father. Alto snaps to attention Count Niter, Mia's father. The Count swears he heard Mia bomb the night exam both times, and Mia just nods quietly, confirming it. The Count keeps going, saying court folks are whispering non-stop about it. Everyone's wondering whether she's still dead set on carrying it through. He says they're calling her a fool, swearing Count Niter's daughter has zero talent for becoming a knight. Alto strides forward and demands the Count hold up for a second, while Mia frantically tries to apologize, swearing she's doing everything she can. But the Count pushes for answers. Who exactly is Alto and what's his real story? He wonders if effort alone can really make someone a knight, then snaps that no matter how hard you fight, only results matter. And this disgrace is already starting to poison the entire family. Mia watches, worried to the bone. Alto tries to argue, but the Count slams the moment shut. Nobles don't just wander around, they each have their own roles to carry. Then he snaps, warning them not to drag the family name through the mud ever again. Then the Count hurls an ultimatum at her, fail, and every exam disappears forever. Mia just freezes, staring back in total disbelief. After Count Nitri storms out, Alto slumps onto the steps, staring after him. He laid down the Count's orders, then went straight to the action, just belied. Mia slumped beside him, eyes heavy, and told him her father was always like this. She rambles about how nobody expects a thing from her, because she wasn't born with magic, and even her own father fought tooth and nail against her joining the Knight Academy. Even after she enrolled, the exams kept handing her defeat over and over again. Even after everything that hit her, she refuses to quit. She keeps pushing forward again and again. Mia spits out that everyone swore she'd never become a knight, but now she's ready to prove her father wrong. Alto nods, matching her fierce determination step for step. Meanwhile, inside a royal court chamber, Duke Walo corners Bonbon and slams him with the truth. His hopes were sky-high, but Bon has blown it twice already. Bonbon blurts out a heartfelt apology, begging everyone to believe it, because he's genuinely, truly sorry. The Duke hammers into him that this next round is the final test, and backing out is impossible. Bonbon swears this time he'll win. Meanwhile, the Duke seethes to himself, thinking Alto is a stubborn bastard no matter what. The Duke leans in and demands the concrete game plan, because he's done listening to empty talk. Someone explains that the final exam is a team battle, and they're about to throw Alto in with the weakest kid first. They bring up number 1, the hopeless little girl everybody can't stop talking about. Then they'll dose in even more poison like it's inevitable, and they've cooked up a miracle only the antidote can mend. The Duke leans in, points out the poison is rare and perfectly prepared, and praises how obsessively thorough the whole plan is. Outside, Alto and Mia stride side by side, and Mia can't stop thinking. She never in a million years imagined she'd get paired with Alto for the final exam, and Alto admits he didn't see it coming either. They'll reveal the opponents tomorrow, so stop stressing about it right now. Alto grins and tells Mia he's thrilled to get paired with her, and since they already know each other's fighting styles, coordinating is going to be effortless. He tells her let's both give it everything tomorrow. Mia promises she'll push to her limit too, so she never becomes the reason he slows down. Alto leans in and tells Mia she'll be okay, because all that hard training has to pay off, and it'll help save them too. Mia just hopes he's right. As Alto turns to leave, he spots the sun sliding toward night and realizes they have to crash early. Tomorrow's the final exam and they need to be razor sharp. Mia nods right along. But as Alto keeps moving, a mystery guy slides up and asks, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Out of the crowd, someone blurts a question to Bon. Did he really do something? Bon turns and strides right up to Alto, confessing he's desperate to make things right for how he's treated him. Alto gets totally blindsided by the sudden apology. Bon blurts out, "I'm sorry," and admits he's been stuck on the fact that tomorrow he'll finally become a knight. Then he snaps back, realizing he's been acting immature with Alto. He insists Alto is so gifted he can't help getting competitive. And since they'll probably end up teamed up as knights anyway, it's really no big deal. Bon begs Alto, "Please let me apologize the right way." Someone clocks that tomorrow's the final exam, and even Alto, the training nut, can't help but shut it down and rest. But the vibe is screaming something off, and I can't ignore it. Alto and Bond clasp hands, and Bond pitches a meal together, then promises to foot the bill at a top-notch restaurant. Alto admits he's not really feeling it, but he figures if they team up as coworkers, any leftover resentment could slam their work. Alto nods and says, "If it's only a meal, I'm in." Bond lights up and blurts, "Perfect, then we're going right now." They pull up to the restaurant and Bond leans in like, "This is the spot." He clocks that the chef's basically one of his buddies, so he darts over to say hi real quick. An hour later, Bond leans in and asks if that meal hit the spot. Alto's hopes are already through the roof, and when he digs in, he admits this food is on a whole other level. Then Alto says they should crash early for tomorrow and Bond nods like, "Yeah, that's exactly what we need." Alto shoots out a shaky nod, then steps outside by himself, thinking, I actually pulled it off, I got back. Turns out, right as he was eating, sickness hit him out of nowhere and he started feeling terrible fast. And can't stop wondering if Bond has done something to mess with him. Alto debates whether it's just a simple cold. But then dizziness hits, vertigo spins the room, and chills rake through him. At the exam arena, someone clocks Alto's lateness and blurts out what everyone's thinking. He's always the one who charges in early, so why is he only showing up at the very last second? And right then, Alto slams into view in front of the crowd. Dramatic as hell, and Mia shouts to him. He went pale and I couldn't believe it, so I blurted, what's wrong? Alto grudgingly admits it looks like he's caught a cold, but he laughs it off, saying he's fine and somehow he can still fight. But Mia swears she's never seen Alto this wrecked, and she's sure something is seriously wrong. She begs him to go straight to Captain Arthur, and asks to have his turn shifted down so he can finally get some rest. Alto hesitates but then steels himself. If he becomes a knight, he can't waste time sick and stopping, because this struggle is exactly the kind of test he has to pass. Then Captain Arthur stands up and blasts out that he's about to reveal the first-round matchups. Captain Arthur slams out the announcement for the very first round. Altomia Nitri's team goes head-to-head. In the early stretch of the season, right up to the first half showdown against the. Then someone in the crowd realizes it. Alto can't catch a break because this is only the first match. Another watcher points out the nightmare matchup. Alto's squaring off with Bond, who's already gunning for him, and Gregory, the very guy Mia couldn't take down before. Mia's jaw drops as the announcement hits her like a thunderclap. Alto grabs Mia's attention and swears they'll be fine, even with everything his condition is throwing at him. Mia leans in and reminds him this is his moment to shut his father down and prove him wrong. She shouts it out with pure excitement, like there's no doubt at all. Then the two teams square off inside the arena, and Alto crouches over like he's sick to the bone, barely holding himself together. Gregory barrels in with an outrageously mocking tone, taunting every step. He asked Alto if he was okay, then busted out fake laughs like his condition wasn't terrifying. Alto clocks everything in real time, and his gut tells him the truth. Gregory knew exactly what Bond was doing to him. The official slams the call and kicks the match off, and right away Bond tears in with his fire lance attack. Then Gregory charges in to slam into the fight right behind him, and all those combined magical attacks crash into the arena floor with a monstrous blast, blasting dust and debris into the air everywhere. Mia blurts Alto's name in panic, begging him to fight back and save himself. And Alto, barely managing to react despite his weak. In his battered state, he still manages to summon an ice wall. An enormous frosty barrier erupts from the ground just before the attacks hit, slamming into them and stopping them cold. Alto gasps out an apology to Mia, barely able to stay upright as exhaustion slams into him. Mia leans in and asks, "Are you okay?" Her voice trembling with worry, but then she cuts herself off mid-sentence. Gregory lets out a confident laugh and swears this is going to be a total breeze. He doesn't waste a second. He hurls fireball rain, and a storm of blazing projectiles pelts the entire arena, blasting straight down toward Alto and Mia's spot. Mia screams and fires off hailshot, blasting a storm of icy projectiles across the arena. Alto, barely holding himself together, wheezes through the pain and somehow fires up Fireball X-16. Then a brutal storm of flaming spheres crashes across the battlefield while Mia. Ice magic explodes out of the opposite side, and right when the spells clash, the whole arena floor erupts in a chain of violent blasts. Alto shoots Mia a grateful smile, thanking her for standing by him through everything. And she fires back, "He's always been there for me." So of course she's stepping up to help him right now. But right as the opponent makes his move, a sudden observer blurts out a warning call. He got body slammed across the arena like a cannonball. Mia instantly senses the danger and snaps that it's a pincer attack. Then she shouts that they'll have to fight separately. Meanwhile, their opponent slings a sand press. Then massive earth constructs start smashing into place all around them. Somebody clocks it. Alto just unleashed an advanced skill. And even with his condition wrecking him, Alto lunges for the next move, trying to fire off his advanced lance. He battles his own mind, struggling to gather even a single ounce of mana as his body stays worn and weak. Mia yells at Alto in panic, then the moment everything spirals, she screams, because Alto just gets slammed hard by a brutal attack. Gregory screams for his spell, then unleashes it to smash every last one of them. Alto snaps that the technique formation is finally done, but his mana is screaming and still, he has to fire it anyway. Then a colossal explosion tears through the entire arena. The blast rips open the ground into a massive crater, and there's Alto right at the center, caught perfectly in an aerial shot. Alto crumpled onto the ground, soaked in blood and barely holding on, and someone blurts that he somehow dodged a direct hit. But the damage still wrecked him, because the text box reveals that auto magic doubles as a stand-in for a mono circuit, and the mono that fuels the skill shifts based on the user's condition. Gregory leans in, taunts Alto for what's wrong, and blasts him with a vicious sand shot. Alto let out a grunt, hurled a fireball right back, and dove out of the blast in a desperate scramble. He realizes it's a disaster if this drags into an endurance fight. They'll get crushed, because Alto is barely hanging on through the pain and he has no idea when he'll finally black out. He plots his next move carefully, determined to keep Mia from getting stuck in a fight where she's outnumbered, 2 against her. Alto's expression hardens with raw resolve. He decides that if it costs him his life, he'll still bring Gregory down. Behind her, Mia keeps battling her own opponent, while Alto snaps his spell into action and unleashes a fire lance. Gregory's eyes blow wide in total disbelief at the sheer scale of the incoming strike, and he realizes there's no way to stop it, unless he unleashes a high-level skill to counter it. Desperation hits Gregory. He hurls sand presses to shield himself. Then the 2 massive spells slam into each other with a blinding explosion, blasting shockwaves across the arena floor. In the sea of people, someone blurts out, so the attacks canceled each other out. Then Alto slams the trigger on a second fire lance, and the flames roar back to life. Bond snaps into total shock, realizing there's a second one lurking right behind it. Gregory lets out a blood-curdling scream as that massive fire spell crashes into him, exploding on impact. The attack blasts Gregory clean across the arena, sending him skidding through the chaos. Bond slams the word down. Gregory is incapacitated. Mia freezes in pure disbelief at what just happened, while the onlookers can't even breathe, because Alto just crushed Gregory, the top-ranked fighter, and he did it while poisoned. In the crowd, someone clocks Alto's moves like, "Yeah, this is exactly what I expected from him." Then the moment snaps. Alto crumples onto the ground as another figure stands right beside him. An announcer slams the mic and shouts that Alto is down and Bond bursts into laughter, admitting that Alto totally freaked him out for a split second. Bond flashes a smug grin and spits out a taunt, "This is it for you, Mia," as he calls her a total loser. With Alto gone, she's helpless. She can't pull off a single thing on her own. Alto's crumpled on the arena floor, while Mia stands over him, shielding him like a guard who refuses to let him fall. And she snaps back with a cold, dismissive sound. Meanwhile, Bond spiraled over the original game plan. He and Gregory were meant to drain Alto's stamina until he crumbled, then sweep in and finish him off when he was finally worn out. They were sure Mia would fall like clockwork after that, but fate ripped the script out from under them. Bond grins at Mia, sneering that she's a pathetic loser who can't stand a chance. Then he raises his hand and hurls a fire lance while claiming he'll take her down alone. Mia throws up an ice wall to hold them back, but she realizes the power's gotten even stronger than last time. Bond keeps needling her, sneering that she's scored 0 emblems, and that trying anymore is pointless. He tells her she can't win by only hiding behind defense. Mia grips the thought and tells herself she cannot lose, because this isn't just her future anymore. Alto's road to knighthood is riding on every second. Then Bond explodes forward with a brutal assault. He ridicules Mia's magic, mana, and skills as pathetically weak, then declares it's time to prove to the entire class what real strength looks like. His fire lance barrage blasts straight through Mia's ice defenses, shattering them under sheer, unstoppable power. Suddenly, it hits them. Bond just chained 5 intermediate skills back-to-back in one go. Mia freezes in stunned silence while the crowd's reactions swirl into a blur behind her. She clenches her fists, and they tremble like she's seconds from snapping. With her skills right now, there's 0 chance she pulls off a win, and her dream is about to crash right here. Bond snaps, yelling for you to catch up with her later, loser. Then another massive attack slams toward me. But then she spots it. Somehow, just one of the projectiles is lining up straight for her. The hit connects and one person gets blasted back, skidding hard across the arena floor. That warning hits way too late. If someone snatches an intermediate skill without a barrier, they're either getting badly wrecked or they're not making it. A violent blast slams Mia backward, and someone's voice tears through the chaos screaming Alto's name. The camera swings back to unveil a massive arena hall, where this entire battle is exploding right in front of them. Meanwhile, Mia's mind slips to an old memory. She was right there at the aptitude ceremony when Alto got branded a no-skill. Hopeless, trembling, and barely holding himself together, he stumbled away, until she blurted out his name on impulse, but he didn't even turn, just kept walking off. Both of them were born into noble bloodlines, yet their magic just wouldn't catch fire. 6 months later, the same kid got banished from his home, and she caught a glimpse of him training alone in the depths of the forest. Maybe she sensed they were cut from the same cloth, both treated like burdens, both labeled nuisances. But even with weaker magic aptitude and way tougher circumstances than her, Alto's eyes still burned with that bright, unbroken light. Mia had always been the one people pitied, and the one who couldn't stop worrying about everyone else. Watched him refuse to bend or break, then somehow, before she even realized it, she started admiring him even more. Even with low wages, he busted his butt with real heart. And when teammates started insulting him, he snapped them off and shut it down. Even with his stamina already screaming enough, he still kept training alone, refusing to stop. Mia's thoughts kept hammering on. There was no way she could slack off just because she lived in a more fortunate world than Alto. With him pushing her on, she snapped into training and clawed her way forward, desperate to catch up. She busted her tail on her own, earned every ounce of it, and finally snagged her way into the Royal Knight Academy. For nearly 3 years after she signed up, she kept driving herself harder and harder, even as everyone laughed at her. Because that was exactly why she never had a second to rest. Then, the second she spotted him at the briefing for the night selection exams, her heart launched into her chest like it couldn't wait anymore. When he unleashed that jaw-dropping skill, she finally understood. There was no way he belonged in her world because he was something from completely beyond it, far out of her league. Seeing everyone recognize him, she burst with joy, and then the loneliness hit like a sudden drop. She hauled up a lifetime's worth of nerve just to talk to him, now her classmate. And even when she shamelessly fired questions at him, even with a troubled look on his face, his kindness never faltered as he thought things through with real, honest seriousness. Since he was the heartbeat of her soul, nothing that came crashing down could make her break. She kept staring forward and pushing on. No matter how badly she got knocked down, she still hauled herself back up. That's why for once the tables turned, and she stepped in to save him. Mia rockets forward on the ice slide, eyes blazing with pure determination as she fights to reach him. Then Mia's ice magic collides with Bond's attack, detonating into a massive burst of magical energy. Bond snaps at her to stay in her lane, screaming that Alto's a half-dead bastard as the collision jolts. Waves crash through the arena as the two forces slam together with brutal power. Alto spots it up close. He can land the hit, but one wrong move could get him killed. Meanwhile, Mia clenches her fists and decides this has to be the final showdown. No matter what, she's got to protect Alto. She snaps her spell into a spell shot, and a burst of magic streaks straight toward Bond's dark energy sphere. Magic explodes in a flash as Mia fires a dispel shot that smashes right into Bond's dark energy sphere. Bond snaps in pure shock at what just went down. The observers watch the technique disappear, completely like it was never there. Bond was so sure his victory was locked in, thinking his magic power was stronger than ever. Then reality hit, and he couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Bond suddenly feels it, everything's different. His magic comes under control so much easier now, and his power is surging up like it can't be stopped. Rage explodes inside him, and he rips into Mia, shouting that she better know her place because she should have been dead already. Diving into another brutal attack, fighters hurl magical projectiles across the arena, blasting each other in a non-stop volley. Glowing orbs of magic tore through the air between them, multiplying as the fight cranked up to full chaos. Then they surge in and lock onto each other for a brutal face-to-face fight. Mia spots the opening, smirks, and announces that from this distance, her dispel shot won't miss. She locks onto the dark sphere and blasts it straight on. Bond yells as his barrier finally cracks. Then horror slams in when it shatters completely, leaving him staring at the collapse. An official steps up and announces that Mia Knightley and Alto just walked away with the win. Mia dashes to Alto's side, frantically trying to shake him awake. When they told him the antidote would cut through the poison, Alto offered it up fast, because he needed to feel better right now. Alto thanks everyone for helping, then apologizes the moment he learns about the poison. But out of nowhere, someone in the crowd yells that Mia's cheating, saying it's suspicious she suddenly got stronger after Alto went down, and claiming somebody must have juiced her up. Meanwhile, everyone watching swore Mia's got a boost that sharpens her magic control. But it kicked in before Alto got knocked out, and Alto had already felt something was wrong. An onlooker's like, relax, it's all legit, and there's zero proof Alto ever activated any skill after that. Meanwhile, Bon explodes with confusion, shouting that Alto never once used a strengthening skill during their fight. Then Duke Wilo's voice crashes from the stands, booming that there's no way something like that could have happened in an instant. Someone jumps in and says, sure, Alto's buffs might help, but Mia crushed Bon because the real power in her came from grinding and building herself up. And here's the kicker. Bon and his whole crew never stood a chance against Alto or Mia. But then the accusation snaps back right onto the person who started it, Then someone finally calls it out. Bond is the real cheater and everything flips. Bond stammers through a shaky denial, insisting he has zero clue what they're talking about, and swearing the cheating claim is straight up impossible. The officials admitted they've already pinned Bond to the sabotage, saying the culprit struck on orders from Bond and his father. Bond fiercely denies everything, insisting it's all lies, and that he has zero clue what they're even talking about. But the officials won't back off. They swear they've confirmed Bond was taking money from Count Born 2, and they've finally cracked how he got the poison that was used on Alto. Is shown getting pinned down and restrained. An official storms in and declares that if a man dreams of becoming a knight yet poisons his opponent, he deserves to die. He commanded them to drag Bon away, and Bon erupted into desperate screams begging them to stop. Alto stares in shock, wondering why Bond went to such extremes just to get rid of him, and the truth hits hard. He can't feel sorry for Bond after everything he's done. Bond bellows for his father, screaming for help as someone hauls him away. Then Captain Arthur rushes in to apologize to Alto, admitting he knew Alto had been poisoned but still chose to stand aside and do nothing. He lets it slip that this was also his way to test every last ounce of Alto's power, and to see exactly how he'd handle a conspiracy. Alto owns up to how he let himself get poisoned so easily, and Arthur nods. Because Alto didn't dodge the problem, he tackled it straight on. Then Alto finally doubles down. He empowers his teammates, takes the lead, and drags them all the way to victory. He declares that Alto has earned the right to carry the emblem of team strength. Alto thanks him with a voice full of pure, heartfelt gratitude. Arthur yells my name and I feel it hit like thunder. He tells Mia he heard her special power is supposedly useless, good for nothing, no real payoff. Then Mia just quietly agrees. Then Arthur leans in and tells her, "You trusted your own power and never stopped pushing forward to get here." And boom, he presents her with the emblem of effort. Mia's face erupts in raw shock and overwhelming emotion the moment she gets the recognition. While the ship roars on, Captain Arthur strides up to Alto and thanks him for his service. He shows how Alto took the crisis straight in the face when a trusted comrade went down, then somehow crushed the situation so hard that he flipped the whole tide. The captain raises a blazing emblem and hands Alto the emblem of adaptability. Even though Alto was born noble, he never once acted above his commoner allies. He looked out for his comrades to the very end, and when he leaned on their strength, he unleashed a power that far crushed the limits he was supposed to have. The authority figure leans in and tells them there's still a ton to level up, because they fully expect them to rise and take the lead. Mia raises her emblem, tears welling up as she takes Team Spirit's gift. She blurts out thanks again and again, overwhelmed. A female observer beams at Mia and tells her, "This is the payoff for every ounce of hard work you poured into it." But Mia whips around and tells Alto, clear as day, that it's all because of him. Suddenly, Alto whips around and yells at Mia, pointing straight at someone lurking in the crowd. Mia spots her father in the doorway and slips up to him, speaking in a soft, steady voice. She bursts out claiming, "I became a knight." Count Niter shuts her down with a chilling reply, asks, "Is that so?" Then coldly swears it has nothing to do with the Niter family and tells her to do whatever she wants. Alto huddled up with Mia, trying to soothe her, insisting her father simply can't admit he's truly relying on her. Then someone nearby chimed in, shaky and hesitant, as if the truth scared them. Alto keeps talking, saying he understands, because his own father wasn't any better, and the look in his father's eyes still haunts him after the way he left. Mia pauses for a breath, then thinks, "Yeah, that sounds amazing." Then she clenches her resolve and vows to grind even harder, until one day her father finally looks at her and truly acknowledges her. A whole month after that brutal night of the selection exam, Alto and Mia stride side by side in their fresh knight uniforms, and Mia blurts out that she never imagined she'd wind up in the same squad as Alto, and Alto just nods, agreeing. He couldn't believe it, because normally each new knight gets handed out just one per unit, and this time the news totally blew his mind. They break the news, this case is special, because a brand new unit has just been formed, answering straight to the princess, the 7th Royal Guard. And the captain, it's Captain Arthur. The voice hammers it home. He's a genius appointed captain at the youngest age anyone's ever seen, so there's got to be a real reason they're forming this unit. Alto's was still trying to process it when bam, Lily bursts in, shouting his name like it couldn't wait. Alto clocks her the second he sees her, and it all clicks instantly. Lily's been tapped for the 7th Royal Guard, and it's official now. Lily beams and cheers that she's thrilled to be on the same team as Alto. And Alto shoots back, grinning that he's happy too. Then Alto spins around and introduces the two girls, telling Mia, "This is Lily, my childhood friend." Lily flashes a polite bow and says her name, and Alto starts to point. Mia is Lily's junior at the academy. Mia answers a little stiffly, says, "Nice to meet you," and then drops the bomb she already knows all about Lily. But Lily fires back with a sharp, intense stare. She's been tracking Mia ever since the aptitude ceremony. Alto tells everyone that Mia is his comrade. She took the exam with him and crushed it by passing. Someone asks if that means Mia's a rookie like Alto, and Lily's face lights up as she can't wait to team up. Then Lily shoots out her hand for a handshake while Mia freezes, stunned in place. She couldn't believe Alto had a childhood friend, and nobody had ever bothered to tell her. While they're still chatting outside, a fresh voice suddenly cuts in and demands, "You the new recruits." A silver-haired old man with wavy blonde hair and a mustache steps forward, dressed in a crisp formal night uniform. Alto clocks him instantly, mid-30s at best and way senior to Lily, then steps in and tells him, "I'm Alto. Name's Alto and I'm assigned to the 7th Guard starting today." Mia steps in and introduces herself with zero drama, just Mia. And Lily steps forward and gives her name too. Then the older man steps forward and declares, "I'm Count Frankie Guilford, head of Count's house and a member of the 7th Guard." Someone notices it's pretty rare for a knight from a Count's household to be serving straight to them. Meanwhile, Lily presses him about the uniform, grilling him like, "So you're this year's top recruit, huh?" Alto's thoughts churn. Yeah, even recruits still get knight uniforms apparently. Then Count Frankie steps in and starts talking, bragging about how the night shift is idolized and asking if they want to join as the top recruits. He tells them he gets why they're fired up, but he hits them with the truth. The night's work isn't going to be easy. Alto jolts in shock when Frankie drops the bomb that they're also called the Arthur Squad, and just like that, Frankie says it might be rushed. But he's gotta see if they can survive the 7th Royal Guard. Count Frankie bursts in and vows to show them the real power of a true knight. Alto can't stop wondering why it always ends like this. Then you hear someone let out a heavy sigh. The narrator drops the truth. It's a mock battle, then the two rivals line up and stare each other down from across the distance. Frankie lays it out. This is the old school duel where one clean hit decides everything. And if Alto's barrier gets nicked, even just a tiny chip from his opponent's strike, he's done. Alto nods and accepts the rules then. Then Count Frankie cracks first, declares he's striking and unleashes. Dragon breath erupts. One colossal blast swallows the whole area while Alto watches, frozen in awe. Frankie just cracked out an advanced move on the spot, and the shock hit like lightning. But the Count won't let up. He swings again with a deadly sword strike, and his next combo lands like a knockout punch. That massive dragon's breath and the sword strike slam together with a deafening, explosive impact. Count Frankie freezes in pure shock. His attack gets blocked out of nowhere like the universe just said no, and he can't stop thinking, that should have hit faster than Alto could react, so how did it get stopped? Frankie clocks the truth. If this were just a mid-tier skill like Hail Shot, his fire lance would have steamrolled right through it. Meanwhile, Alto lay crushed on the ground, realizing they'd torn through his barrier and pinned him with a fire lance. Even with their vision blocked, the Count can't believe his eyes. Alto counters flawlessly, unleashing raw power at advanced -1 level or higher. Alto tests the auto-defense magic he built from what he learned in the last fight. Once fire or water magic closes in within a set range, his code snaps into action and fires off a counterspell to send the attack flying. And if the system triggers, it immediately launches an automatic Hail Shot. But Count Frankie strides right up and demands to know what Alto's up to, and Alto blurted out, stammering that it was just. When someone else drops a comment asking if Frankie's trying to baptize the rookie, he just shrugs off it and says whatever. Then Captain Arthur steps up, cracks his voice with confidence, and announces he'll be the captain of the 7th Royal Guard, and their boss starting right now. Frankie's got his eyes on the moment. He notes they've already wrapped the introductions. But Arthur snaps that they're headed straight for work now. First, they're going to meet their superior. And he storms out, shouting for everyone to follow him. The whole crew strides through the royal palace, step by step, deeper into the heart of the kingdom. And Alto spots the path instantly, like he's walked it before and his memories just won't let him forget. They stride up to these decked-out doors, and two guards stand there like stone statues blocking the way. As the doors swing open, a figure draped in white robes steps into view, right as the whole group marches inside. Suddenly, Princess Charlotte beams and calls out to Alto, and Alto stammers back that it's been ages. And the princess erupts with joy, congratulating him as she reaches out. "You're a knight today," the moment she draws near. Meanwhile, Lily and Mia stare in disbelief, stunned by that familiar spark between Alto and the princess. Alto awkwardly blurts out his thanks, but Princess Charlotte swats it away. She insists that it was always just a dream, and it would have never happened without her recommendation. She says, loud and fearless, that someone with Alto's talent can't possibly be denied a place as a knight. In the background, Lily yells at Alto, warning him not to be rude to the princess, while Mia nods along with shaky nerves. And then someone else steps in and basically screams, "Yep, Alto's 100% right to be grateful." Frankie cuts in with a polite smile, telling them to stop circling and get straight to the point, because the princess is swamped. They finally nod and say, "Yeah, let's ditch the small talk and jump straight to the main point." Then Princess Charlotte kicks off her explanation of how the 7th Royal Guard came to be, brand new, straight under her command, and Mia nods like, "Of course, they're all just finding that out too." The princess keeps going, and you can practically feel it. Trouble is already cooking in the royal court, simmering just under the surface. Princess Charlotte says it straight. This isn't just a fight, it's war for the throne. She tells him the throne still has no heir, yet the crown prince to rule hasn't been chosen. And the shortlist is brutal, her Charlotte and the king's first child, and her younger brother Richard. Then she lays it all out. Alto stares at the family tree diagram Charlotte just laid out. The king at the top, the queen as the legitimate heir's first child, the king's mistress beneath her, and Prince Richard as that second illegitimate son. While Charlotte admits the whole succession mess has gotten wildly complicated, Princess Charlotte drops a bombshell. King's real plan is to make her the crown prince. Minister Willow, the most powerful force in court, backs her younger brother Richard, and that single move turns her into a full-blown political rival to the minister. Alto clocks it instantly. This is the very same Minister Willow he saw chatting with Bon earlier. Charlotte tells him Minister Willow will stop at nothing. He'll use any trick, any method just to reach his goals. When her life gets targeted, she wastes no time. She formed the unit so people can rally for protection the moment danger hits. Princess Charlotte vows that from this moment on, she's going all in on the fight for the throne, because she refuses to stand by and let someone like Minister Willow seize control of the nation's very heart. Frankie counts the faces and realizes, everybody but the fresh arrivals already knows the 3rd Royal Guard has been picked as Her Highness's escort. But that still wasn't going to cut it, so they forged a more flexible unit than ever, and that's how this direct command force was born. From here on out, Frankie counted it out loud. This is it. An urgent mission that'll decide the country's future, and everyone there is about to dive into critical operations. He tells them, I picked every one of you myself, and I'm owning everything you do from here. Lily's shoulders sag under the weight of it and she looks uneasy. Then he lays out exactly how he chose them, making it clear Lily earned trust through her own skill, not political clout. Alto used to be a noble but now lives as a commoner, and Mia has next to nothing to do with the nobility at all. Skill matters, sure, but the real deal is they're free from Minister Wallow's control. Mia tells them, since I'm the chosen head of the Count's family, I'm tied up in all of this. And then Count Frankie shuts it down fast, saying it's only about who can do the job. But then he drops the real reason. Miro absolutely despises her, and the room erupts when someone blurts out a brutally honest reaction. Count Frankie presses on, clocking how her smug grin and blunt mouth have riled up the minister. And someone even snaps that he doesn't need to spell it out that way. Meanwhile, Mia slumps like all the air's been knocked out of her after that brutal verdict. Count Frankie bursts in and declares, no waiting, our guard mission kicks off tomorrow. Princess Charlotte lays out her daring plan. She's bolting from the royal palace tomorrow to head for the eastern city of Minton. A map flashes the whole route, stretching straight from the palace to Minton, and she makes it clear the 7th Royal Guard will ride along with them too. Alto remembers Minton. Yeah, that's the big city where Lily went shopping right before she stepped into Knight Academy, and when he thinks about it, the place just screams size and power. He even recalls his own run there as a porter, back when the streets were booming and everything felt prosperous. Princess Charlotte lays it out plainly. This journey isn't just travel. It's a mission to win Duke Minton's cooperation, and he's one of the biggest nobles in the whole country. She warns that if things keep going like this, she'll end up with 0 allies left. In the Grand Hall, a command cracks the air. Everyone, get ready, your mission starts tomorrow, and the guards snap back with a sharp, unified answer. Up above, someone spots Captain Arthur striding through the grand hallway, and he can't believe his eyes when he spots him standing right there. Then Minister Wiro steps up, tells Arthur he's heard the news. Arthur is now captain of the princess's personal guard, and Arthur beams back, says he's truly honored by the praise, and congratulates the minister on his promotion. He demands the proper title, Minister Wiro. And right then the captain just stands there in his full military uniform, twitchy with nerves from the way this encounter has turned so tense. Suddenly, Alto and the minister locked eyes and held each other in a long, deadly silence. The minister stops Alto cold and asks what's wrong, calling him Sir Weasley like it's urgent. Then wonders if he's spotted someone he knows out there. Arthur shoots back fast, saying, nothing's wrong, minister. But Alto just shuts down silent, staring away, refusing to meet his father's eyes. Alto locks his eyes forward, realizing the minister still treats him like some total stranger. He admits to himself he always feared this moment, because his father truly ditched him for good. The truth slams into him like a punch, and it finally sinks in. His dad doesn't see him as a son anymore. Right nearby, Lily and Mia stare at the whole painful exchange, their faces packed with worry. Minister Wiro greets Arthur with a bright, cheerful grin, like everything's perfectly fine. Mention how he's counting down to the Night Order's genius, unleashing even bigger things than ever. Then someone tells Arthur to take it easy and not overdo it, but Arthur shrugs it off and says, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Count Frankie lurks behind the scenes, watching the minister and his group fade down the hallway as he quietly takes in every single moment of the exchange. Later on, inside a quiet room deep within the royal court, a woman with flowing long hair addresses the conspirators and snaps that they've locked onto Minton's lead. then declares she'll slip out of the capital herself before the day ends. The guy with the glasses snaps that he'll send word to the active unit right now, and someone immediately tells him, please just do it. The minister's intel says the 7th Guard rolled in today, and they're confirming they'll stick to the plan, right on schedule. The older man on the couch shoots back, of course we'll do it. Then the bespectacled man snaps them into action, reminding everyone to prep for the celebration, right as someone nods and agrees. The old man clenches his thoughts and realizes that in just 3 days, it's the princess's dear anniversary. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 7th Royal Guards whip Princess Charlotte through the forest, steering her straight toward Minton. To keep everyone safe, the crew decides to camp in the forest for the night before they push onward. At the campsite, Lily tells Mia she's thrilled to be on night watch with her because she finally feels safe, and they'd better give it everything. Mia answers with shaky nerves that it's great to meet her. Lily admits she was shaking while guarding the princess, but she insists this road is a common trade route that merchants use non-stop, so it should be safe with no monsters lurking around. Mia just keeps stuffing things away and Lily lines in, asking if she's still feeling uneasy. So Lily points out that Alto just topped the selection exam, proving she's not only the most skilled among the young knights, but also carries the battle-hardened edge of a veteran. She can't stop wondering if Mia's sitting there, nerves on fire, questioning whether someone like her has any right to be here. Mia catches herself thinking, I haven't even started yet. Lily reminds Mia that Captain Arthur recognized her as well and holds her in high regard, then adds that Alto says Mia might be even more hardworking than he is. She's amazing at teamwork and the kind of person who never, ever gives up. Alto watched her hard work get recognized, and that alone gave her the confidence to believe in herself. Mia remembers it, then steels herself. If Alto's going to say that about her, she'll meet it head-on with pure confidence. She decides right there, and Lily casually drops the bomb. Turns out she and Alto took the aptitude ceremony together, and asks Mia to back it up and confirm. Mia's face goes into full-blown shock as her words tumble out in stutters, trying to explain how Lily already knows that. Lily tells him not to stress. She only checked because Alto wasn't around, and she's sorry she stayed quiet about how much she already knew. Mia snaps her hand over her mouth and hisses, warning them they're surrounded. Lily pushes deeper into the trees, and then she spots something off in the forest, and her gut screams that something is seriously wrong. Even when the forest is pitch black at midnight, you can still sense the animals stirring, like faint footsteps and subtle movement in the dark. So the fact that none of that is happening, it means everything. A massive hellhound materializes in silence right beside her, like death just showed up. Lily watches it slip into existence without a single sound, just like she'd predicted from that A-rank hellhound. The creature looms over them, and hellhounds swarm in packs, sniffing out their ranks fast, like a living hierarchy, while the very first one to arrive snaps into place as the lowest-ranking decoy. Someone tells me hellhounds can sense an enemy's true strength, so they only hunt what they're sure they can crush, meaning that crowded base with the strongest fighters is likely the safest spot. Lily tells Mia she'll forge a path through this, so Mia better protect herself and scream for everyone to back her up. Mia nods in agreement, and the pack of hellhounds bursts out of the darkness, closing in around them. Lily yanks forth her holy sword in a blinding burst of radiant light. Lily slams the hellhound with a towering burst of light, and the light slices through their formation, tearing a gap right where they're lined up. But the second Lily swings her sword at that creature, the blade just won't bite. That blade just won't bite into the hellhound's hide. It's as hard as steel. Usually she could cut one clean in half with a single strike, but this hellhound isn't like the others. Lily grins and commits. She's going straight for its weak spot, aiming right for the inside of its mouth. She shoots forward like a strike of lightning, diving straight into the hellhound's gaping maw as its massive teeth snap shut inches from her. As the fight rages harder, hellhounds swarm in from every direction, cutting off every escape. Turns out every last member of the pack hit with the same brutal toughness as the decoy. Mia yells for Lily in a panic. Those odds are downright brutal for us. Lily slams down Holy Barrier, and a blazing light shield snaps into place around her as the hellhounds charge in. The fight explodes across the forest clearing, and then someone yells, Mia, because even now she still can't blanket the world in ice in every direction. Mia snaps into action and hurls an ice wall to shield herself. But Lily's holy barrier only locks onto herself, so Mia gets left wide open. The hellhounds keep tearing into them, assault after assault, like they never plan to stop. Lily charges into a hellhound's wrath, swinging her holy sword straight into it, steel biting with a savage hit. Yet the monster keeps coming. Then Alto bursts through the forest, panting apologies for making them wait. And the second he steps into view, Lily snaps his name to get his attention. Alto says the detection spell he cast, just in case, paid off big time, and Lily blurts that she's so glad he showed up, because the hellhounds are His attacks hit, but they never even make it through. They say it's sealed inside a high-density barrier skill, basically an appraisal spell that locks it down tight. Alto freezes. He's never seen a hellhound throw up a barrier like this. And now it's obvious they'll have to smash it with one huge skill to break through, because they don't have time to set up a pile of big spells. Alto spells out the plan. He'll grab its attention. Mia will shatter the barrier on its fur, and Lily will slam the final blow for good. He leans in and demands to know if they can pull off a guaranteed dispel shot, one at a time. Mia shoots back, "Got it, I'm on it." Alto shouts for everyone to move and charges straight into the hellhound. Then the coordinated attack kicks off. Alto barrels in, slamming the creature's focus onto him while Mia charges up her dispel magic. The fight erupts in rapid succession as their plan clicks into place. Alto fires off a dispel shot at the hellhound. The barrier around the creature drops. Then Lily swings her holy sword, and this time the blade slices straight through. The whole crew throws a wild celebration for their victory, and the cheers won't stop as the moment keeps rolling into the next part. They lock in their game plan and push forward together. Alto tears through the forest at full speed, racing back to camp. At the lodging base, someone squints and realizes the attack somehow never hit their position. Count Guilford spots Alto coming back early and demands to know what happened, because shift change isn't for a while yet. Alto snaps his attention toward him and calls him Captain. Malto breaks it down. Someone's very likely sabotaging their whole journey. Guilford snaps the pieces together. An A-class monster shows up when it has no right to exist, and they don't just appear, it's reinforced behind a barrier. He snaps into command on the spot, yelling for everyone to wake up, then blasts the truth. They got ambushed, they wiped out the enemy, but something tells him more is already on the way. Before the next wave crashes in, they need to bolt right now and make it to Minton. He slams down the order to push straight for Minton, and the guards snap to attention, racing to mobilize the whole camp. The crew finally rolls up to Minton Castle, and from up above you can see the whole fortress standing strong while the town sprawls out beneath them like a living map. Duke Minton greets them in his ornate ceremonial robes, covered in crosses, and warmly welcomes them, thanking them for showing up. One of the crew lines in, grateful, and thanks the Duke for carving out time to meet them. Duke Minton shoots back that it's hardly some grand honor for His Highness to stop by the domain of an old provincial lord like him, then waves them to take a seat so they can talk instead of just standing there. Duke Minton admits there's been some real trouble brewing lately. He points out that monsters have moved into the abandoned mines and tunnels where the magic stones used to be mined, and now the townsfolk are getting crushed by it, though the adventurers somehow pulled it off before. But over the last few months, the monsters have gotten way stronger, and now the extermination mission is falling apart. They keep crawling back with nothing to show, no real progress at all. He even says they begged the city's adventurers guild for help, but it all went nowhere. The Duke points out that if these monsters have the same defenses as yesterday's hellhound, then the average adventurer won't survive a single encounter. Charlotte pitches an insane plan. Han the Royal guards the job of hunting down and exterminating the monsters. Alto clocks it instantly, another favor for a slot deal where they let him in on the faction by solving their mess. The kind of cold, standard negotiation nobles live for, as someone calls it out. Charlotte promises she'll send the 7th Royal Guard, led by Captain Arthur, one of their deadliest, most skilled units. But Duke Minton worries that if she does this, her own precious Royal Guard's safety could crumble. Charlotte steadies him and tells him it's okay. This time they've got more than enough people to cover everyone. Duke Minton vows to pull some of his own castle soldiers to stand guard over the princess, and someone quickly thanks him for the offer. Someone blurts out that it'd still make their escort slimmer, and Charlotte snaps, "What do you mean?" They explain it fast. The 3rd Royal Guard is already posted here, so the numbers won't be an issue at all. Alto tells them he really appreciates their cooperation. He says, "Tonight we rest, rebuild our strength, and tomorrow we wipe that monster out fast." Duke Minton nods, admitting they've been pushing through the night up until now, and they thank them with open hands, giving back big for every bit of effort. That night, Alto and Charlotte settle into her room, sharing steaming cups of tea like it's the calm before everything changes. Charlotte thanks Alto for tagging along, then leans in and asks, "Didn't you have plans before this mess showed up?" Alto snaps no to everything, just nothing to it, then shrugs it off and says he's been holed up in his room, resting up and training his magic, getting ready for tomorrow's fight. Alto leans in and asks, "So you called me here, does that mean an urgent special mission just landed on our doorstep?" But Charlotte snaps back and makes it crystal clear, this isn't a mission. She just wanted to hear what he was thinking, and Alto looked completely shocked. Then Charlotte pressed her with one burning question. Was she really doing the right thing? She's pushed herself to the limit to help the people of her country. From her seat at the tea table, Charlotte lays out her whole philosophy. She's not just talking. She's shaping a plan to guide the nation so every citizen can live a fulfilling life. and she's dead certain it's her duty, so she keeps going. Charlotte can't stop replaying it, born from the very start as a princess, forced to act worthy like it's her only job, always chasing the expectations everyone stacked on her shoulders. And yet every time people crowd around, her heart keeps getting lonelier. Alto can't shake the thought that she may have refused the princess title out of pure self-control. Then Charlotte looks Alto straight in the eyes and demands to know if she should take the throne. Alto suddenly realizes this question usually gets treated like a hell no loophole test. Depending on what answer you give, it can decide whether you pass or fail that subject. And right in front of him, the princess hesitates, not playing the royal role, just being Charlotte, a regular girl with a heart in her chest, waiting on his answer as a person, not as a title. Alto straight up admits that he doesn't really get what the throne is about or how the kingdom works. At all, not yet. Charlotte leans in and points out the obvious. He's the eldest son of a big-name family, raised and educated for that life. And she snaps back, so where's your real answer? Alto realizes this is exactly the kind of mess where, if he were a retainer, he'd bluntly declare, she's the one destined to become king. Alto tells them he knows the proper answer, he just gets it, because he's the one who got kicked out of his own home. He tells them straight up, positions and officials can be swapped out anytime, and if they push hard enough, even a king won't last more than a few years. Charlotte stares at him in silence as Alto leans in and emphasizes, nothing beats the real person, no shortcut, no replacement, just them. Then Charlotte shuts her eyes and smiles, replaying the day Alto lost the Marquis family's backing and started believing he was worthless, until their childhood friend stepped in and proved him wrong. Alto tells her that no matter what happens with the throne, it doesn't erase the truth. Lady Charlotte's actions saved him, plain and simple, and he's certain the citizens feel the exact same way. He tells her feelings are truly noble, then pushes her to trust herself, stand tall, and walk forward with confidence in what she's done. Charlotte thanks Alto for telling the truth, then admits that because he was honest, she's come to like him even more. And Alto vows he'll do everything he can to earn that trust. Later, Charlotte tells him, tomorrow's hunt is on you, don't let us down, and Alto shoots back, trust me, I'll make sure we succeed. But the second he's gone, Charlotte panics, realizing she got swept up and actually confessed that she likes him. The very next day rolls in, and monsters are suddenly crawling out of both tunnel locations. Right then, the unit tears into two groups to take them down. Frankie and Alto seize control of the southern tunnel, while Charlotte and Mia take up the fight. Lily grabbed control of the eastern tunnel. The mission kicks off with orders demanding he moves fast and locks in precision. Inside the south tunnel, Frankie declares loud and clear that he's the leader now, and Alto had better start listening. Frankie clocks him for acting like Alto's suddenly useful, but Frankie snaps back that once they're past this point, monsters start spawning in packs, ones that even seasoned adventurers struggle to handle, so Alto's about to learn the hard way it's not gonna be that easy. Alto nods and you can tell he fully gets it. Frankie keeps on warning him, saying he's watched countless people lock up and miss their moment. When it's time to act, they just freeze. No matter how insanely talented they were, it still wasn't enough. Some of them didn't even make it past their first mission, they paid with their lives. He tells Alto, if you think this is going south, speak up now. Frankie won't let the mission get bogged down. Alto shoots back with sheer determination, swearing he'll give it everything he's got. Out of nowhere, a monster barges in, like it was there the whole time. Frankie stares at it, then his eyes widen, because he realizes it's nothing more than just an E-rank goblin, yet he can't shake the feeling something's seriously off, because the monsters he heard about were supposed to be terrifyingly strong. Frankie starts to doubt Captain Arthur was the right choice after all. Right as the goblin closes in, Frankie spots something off about its gear and his gut screams, is that a special model? Frankie smirks and says the monsters aren't just beatable, they're straight up weak after all. Alto agrees, but he can't shake the feeling that this goblin isn't normal at all, yet it also doesn't feel like it's insanely strong. Frankie's like, maybe the town's adventurers lost because they couldn't get through the monster's clothes. Alto admits it feels like a trash monster that didn't even need skills. And even so, Frankie can't ignore the way something about the whole situation just feels wrong. An hour ticks by after they duck into the tunnel. Then a monstrous spider-like creature crawls into view right in front of them. Frankie watches them drop around 10 of these things already, but the place keeps sinking deeper and deeper. Alto just stares and says it's exactly like a real dungeon. After Alto crushes the monster, he leans in and screams that the number of encounters is totally abnormal. The closer they get, the faster the frequency climbs, and Frankie nods like, yeah, it's like somebody planted these monsters on purpose. Unlike a dungeon where monsters just pop out of thin air, these ones feel like they were deliberately dropped into the story. Then Alto spots something that makes his stomach drop. The map shows a perfectly maintained road, yet it's nowhere on their actual route, and when he looks ahead, the path is already crumbling and collapsing. Suddenly, Alto snaps at Frankie. There are multiple monsters lurking up ahead, and this time they look seriously strong. But Frankie shoots back perfect and admits they've been getting treated like small fry, so he finally wants to prove he can shine. Alto nods, saying he's ready, while Frankie grins and promises the stronger they are, the sweeter it'll feel to tear them down. This mission, they're here to annihilate the monsters, no exceptions. The two keep charging deeper into the tunnel, digging their way farther and farther in. They stumble into a colossal monster, and Alto locks onto it and shouts, "That's a king lizardman, an A-rank monster. Its power and speed are on a whole other level compared to any normal lizardman." Frankie, sizing up their boss-tier enemies for a mid-scale dungeon, points out hellhounds are a rank thanks to their teamwork, but these monsters, they're A-rank even one-on-one. Alto peers forward, and his eyes widen as he spots 7 of them crouched and waiting in the tunnel. Frankie leans in and asks Alto, "So, are you getting cold feet?" Alto fires back that he can jump into the fight right now, if Frankie gives the word. Frankie leans in and warns him that he's probably already figured this out for sure. But he refused to drop his guard once the battle kicked off. Alto tightens his focus as the King Lizardmen surge toward him. Meanwhile, Frankie declares he'll end it in one shot, and blasts out Dragon's Breath, a terrifying, powerful move. Frankie screams that his unstoppable attack and insane skill will smash through any barrier, because this is the moment everything ends. As that massive blast of magic slams into the King Lizardman, everything shakes. Frankie is totally stunned. His advanced skill can't even scratch them. Alto stares them down and goes, "This is the same nightmare as those hellhounds we fought, because every one of these monsters is sealed behind a brutal, power-soaked barrier." Frankie shouts for everyone to push through, insisting the barrier is already on the brink of cracking thanks to his assault. The two keep hammering forward, unleashing the attack again and again. Cracking through the magical defenses, they crashed into the King Lizardmen for brutal close-quarters combat. Then Alto and Frankie charge straight into the King Lizardmen like a wrecking ball, smashing the monsters to the ground with explosive hits that land hard every single time. The fight keeps raging. The new enemies pour in from ahead, and Frankie sees the next wave charging straight at them. The fight rages on as King Lizardmen keep dropping one after another. Frankie swears he's got this, and then boom, he realizes there are still 5 more waiting. He whips around and shouts, "Alto, are you okay?" But he told himself that even if he was top of the class in Alto, this was still too brutal for a rookie to handle. Suddenly, the last King Lizardmen lose their strength and crumble to the ground. Frankie's eyes snap wide with pure shock as Alto calmly says, "Yeah, that's gotta be all of them." Frankie just freezes, staring in pure disbelief like, who the hell is this guy? Alto doesn't even blink at the fact their aptitude results are different. Alto snaps there are still monsters up ahead, and then he glances at he spots an A-rank monster parked right in their path, and there's no way they're not diving to the deepest part in record time. Meanwhile, Frankie's fired up to the max. He vows to teach Alto how to deal with a terrifying foe hell, and says he'll pull out an S-rank if it ever comes to that. The two of them shove deeper into the tunnel system, pushing past every shadow ahead. Then they burst out into this gigantic open chamber where a round hole up high in the ceiling pours in daylight from the outside world. An enormous monster's corpse sprawls on the ground, finally defeated. Frankie glances around and realizes they've burst into a huge open space. Alto freezes, staring straight ahead, utterly stunned. Deep in the tunnel, a monster-sized dragon coils in the dark, so huge it's double the size of any dragon he's ever laid eyes on. Frankie thinks it's simple. Most people would assume the thing keeps siphoning mana from the magic stones dumped in that mine. And yeah, that's probably exactly what's happening here. But it feels way more likely that someone artificially made it bigger. Out of nowhere, that massive armored dragon locks eyes on them and lets out a thunderous roar, demanding to know exactly who the hell they are. The dragon snaps its eyes on the incoming blow and bellows again, snarling like, "Is this soldier an elite fighter or what?" Then Frankie whips out and hurls a fireball spell straight at the massive beast. Then the explosion erupts with brutal force, swallowing the dragon whole in a roaring blaze of fire and choking smoke. The dragon blasts through the impact, shakes it off instantly, and springs right back up, growling that their deadly attack is about to hit any second. The massive beast rockets at full speed straight for Alto and Frankie, smashing forward with earth-shaking momentum like nothing can stop it. Frankie blasts Dragon Breath right as Alto ignites the Fire Lance. Then it's a full-on clash, both of them fighting to the last second. Fighters unleash their deadliest offensive spells at the exact same time, and blazing magic streaks through the air straight for the charging dragon. 2 terrifying spells crash together on the target, and their fused blast detonates into the dragon with earth-shaking force. But when the smoke finally fades, Alto just stares. Right on cue, there isn't a scratch on the creature. He clocks the dragon's insane defenses with his own eyes. While the dragon taunts them, sneering that puny idiots like them can't scratch it with attacks like that, Alto snaps into action. Then fires off a fresh plan, ordering Frankie to blast one specific point and slam straight into the base of the dragon's right leg. Frankie suddenly gets it. If this plan works, they can smash the barrier and even blow out one of its legs. Alto nods and makes it crystal clear he's got the plan. The two fighters lock eyes and launch their attack together. Frankie blares fire away and the Alto responds, as both of them unleash razor-sharp attacks at the exact same spot. Their focus strikes come crashing down on the dragon's leg, each hit landing like a thunderclap. But Frankie snaps in frustration that this thing is brutally too tough, and Alto fires back with curses, because they haven't even punched through the barrier, not even after their full-on assault. Suddenly Frankie spots the dragon lining up its counterattack, and he screams for Alto to unleash defensive magic with everything he's got. Frankie screams as the dragon's devastating counter-strike crashes down on them, pure, overwhelming power, and the impact detonates into an explosion that engulfs everything. Hexagonal barrier patterns exploded apart under the sheer force of that brutal impact. Alto gets blasted backward with a brutal hit and Frankie blurts, "Yo, are you alright, newbie?" Alto shakes off the blow, eyes sharpening into pure focus, because the threat in front of him hits on a totally different level and he's got to take it down before the barrier shatters for good. Alto surges into his counterattack, dark energy spiraling around him as he unleashes a massive strike straight at the dragon. Alto dodges the dragon's brutal attacks as Frankie watches from the sidelines, every second screaming for a miracle. Meanwhile, an explosion-filled blast wave shakes the whole area as someone yells for the newbie. Frankie snarls in pure frustration, realizing he's too far away to reach the fight and help. Explosions keep tearing through the air as the dragon hammers its attack, and Frankie finally realizes the barrier is shattered. Alto realizes one more hit means death, so he blurts out his spell commands and slams down an ice wall, then immediately blasts a fire lance right after. The fused spells crash into the dragon, ripping through it with catastrophic force. Finally, it shattered through their defenses, slamming them with explosive blow after explosive blow. But the dragon rips into a thunderous roar at Alto, snapping for his attention and daring him to ignore it. Its giant eye burns with menace, and it charges in pure fury, roaring straight at its target. Alto shoots off another combo, ice wall snapping up fast, then a fire lance blasting right after. The spells slam into the dragon in one colossal burst, blasting the air apart with raw magical power. Suddenly, Alto rockets forward and hurls himself at the dragon at breakneck speed. He unleashes a non-stop storm of strikes, pounding the creature again and again until it can't catch a breath. Each strike slams in like a thunderclap as Alto drives his advantage forward, and the dragon eats every hit, impact after impact piling up the damage across its body. Alto fights tooth and nail to stay calm while that dragon zeroes in on him again and again. The guy clocks it instantly. This creature isn't just hunting on instinct. It's smart enough to realize he's weakened, exposed, and right in its sights. Pressure crashes down as the truth hits. One more direct strike and he's dead. He can't even reset the barrier in time, but Alto refuses to quit. There's gotta be some asterisk clue, any way at all to break out of this. Right in that nail-biting second, a system notification bursts onto Alto's screen. His auto magic has leveled up, and a brand new skill just opened for him to use. Alto's staring at the notification. Auto magic just hit level 30, and he's ready to explode. That experience grind was so brutal he basically forgot leveling was even a thing. Alto shouts to Frankie, asking if he can do it. He can hold the dragon's attention just long enough to buy them a little time. He yanks out a scent ball packed tight with a monster's favorite stink, and blasts it by burning it. Frankie instantly hurls a fireball to set it ablaze, then snaps at Alto for not handing something like this over sooner. Alto drops an apology, then tells them there's still a shot, some way to break through all of this. The dragon scoffs as it charges forward, but Frankie just grins. Finally, Alto has learned he can trust his own strength. Then the dragon explodes into a brutal assault, slamming Frankie's way with crushing claw strikes. Frankie charges straight at the dragon, no backing down. His face set in steel as he ordered Alto not to just say a little. He swore he'd keep going for hours if he had to. Meanwhile, the dragon zeroes in on the scent ball while Frankie's mind races. Alto, Alto, Alto. Alto locks eyes on the system notification hanging right in front of him. The simultaneous activation count shot up, and even better, instant scripting is live now. The notification pops up and says level 30 is finally reached. He cracked instant scripting and cranked his simultaneous activations all the way up to 32. Alto realizes this power was already stronger than any high-level skill, and now that the upgrades hit, He might be one step away from unleashing firepower that's straight up off the charts. Then Alto shoots a shout to Frankie, apologizing for making him wait. He tells Frankie he's seconds away from unleashing a high-powered skill he's never used. Since it's his first time, it could backfire, so he begs Frankie to stay sharp and careful. Frankie yells back, "I was waiting." And yeah, it's only been like 5 minutes. But Frankie keeps staring, worry tightening fast. He can't wrap his head around it. After Alto just flexed all that useless power, he's still somehow finding a way to crank his output higher. Alto drops into a crouch, thrusts his hands forward and ignites his fire lance. Suddenly from Alto's position, a gigantic fire lance blasts out, way bigger than anything he's ever shown. And the spell tears through the air with raw, earth-shaking power. Frankie can't even blink. He's never seen a fire lance this gigantic in his life. The colossal fire lance blasts into the dragon, smashing it with pure catastrophic power. The attack rips straight through the creature's defenses like they're made of paper. Alto doesn't even breathe. He shouts for one more shot right away and refuses to slow down for a second. Alto's spell hits like a storm, blasting the dragon backward through the air. Its huge body stood no chance, getting slammed so hard by the barrage that it couldn't take a single hit. Alto hurls his colossal fire lance straight into the dragon again, and it smashes with brutal, earth-shaking force. The colossal spell rips straight through the creature's defenses, blasting the air apart with a thunderous impact. The explosion swallows the dragon whole, and that monstrous beast gets blasted backward, sliding across the ground from the sheer force of the attack. Frankie just stands there, frozen in pure shock, staring at the massive destruction tearing across the world in front of his eyes. Frankie stares at everything unfolding before him. He used to envy Alto, but now this crushing, world-shaking power is hitting him in the gut, and he can't ignore how moved he truly feels, way beyond anything he ever dared to imagine. But then Alto squints and studies everything, because somehow the dragon doesn't look defeated at all. Frankie snaps in pure frustration, screaming, "What the hell is going on? The dragon was supposed to be defeated." But then, out of nowhere, armored figures slam into view around them, and Alto rockets forward to stop the attack as chaos erupts. Someone yells for everyone to stay back while another hurls a fireball at the oncoming threats. Armored soldiers erupt into full-blown panic, screaming at the top of their lungs as everything spirals so wildly out of control. A soldier screams for help while another blurts it out in pure confusion, and Alto just stares tense as the chaos crashes around him. Then one of the soldiers spots Alto, whips around and shouts, "What are you doing here?" Frankie never dreamed they'd cross paths again like this, so he leans in and asks if the soldier knows Alto, and Alto confirms it. The man is an old colleague. The soldier blurts that he's only in this gig for the paycheck. He was hired to keep the monsters here under control. Frankie snaps, "Who the hell are you people? So what are they, really, and why are they even here in the first place?" The soldier screams, "I swear I don't know anything, but Alto locks eyes with him and refuses to blink. The soldier swears he's telling the truth and that he knows nothing, but Alto cuts him off and snaps that he's lying, because Alto already knows the truth. Alto snaps and says the soldiers finally run out of usefulness, and Frankie coldly steps up and admits it. Meanwhile, a frantic female voice screams that they're not moving until morning, so the princess is still right there. Someone drops Minton into the conversation, and suddenly the rumor flies that more people were there too. Then another voice shouts about mimics and confirms, "Yeah, it's Minton." Then the dragon roars and blasts another brutal dragon breath attack. And then it hits them. This can't be luck, it has to be a setup. So they slam the brakes, turn right back toward Minton, and the whole crew nods, gears up, and gets ready to roll out immediately. Frankie blurts that he's glad they picked the emergency return signal. Right on cue, a flare rockets into the sky. The moment those soldiers spot the signal, panic hits like lightning, and one of them screams for everyone to run right now before it's too late. But Alto rockets ahead and slashes them out of the way before anyone even gets a chance to escape. The soldiers are pinned to the ground, bound tight and restrained with nowhere to go. Charlotte's face tightens with worry as she whispers a heartfelt prayer, begging the princess to stay safe. Alto promises he'll have the military police haul the captured soldiers later, and someone jumps in, fully backing the plan. Then Alto and the crew bolt toward Minton, shoving the bound mercenaries to the back of the pack. They finally reach the castle, and what they see freezes them in place. Bodies are scattered all over the grounds and even up the stairs, a truly brutal wreck. Alto surveys the wreckage and realizes not a single soul is left standing. Frankie's face twists with pure horror at the massacre unfolding before him. Out of nowhere, voices thunder up from below, shouting for Alto, Frankie, and Captain Arthur. Lily and Mia look completely rattled. Lily can't even process it because everyone was alive just this morning. Mia leans in, breath tight, and asks, "Are there any survivors left?" Alto snaps the plan into place, confirms the group's ready, and slams down orders right away. He yells that the princess comes first, then commands everyone to tear through the castle and search. The crew fans out across the castle grounds and dives into the search. While the group storms through the castle, they stumble on bodies scattered everywhere. One of the women stares in horror at the corpses scattered everywhere, until Alto spots the twist. The maids and servants weren't touched at all, only the soldiers were slaughtered. As they keep hunting, a light-haired captain suddenly steps into view, and Alto shouts at him fast, demanding to know what Eric thinks this all means. And then recognizing him as the captain of the 3rd Royal Guard. Duke Minton just stands there, shattered by the massacre, while Alto demands how this could have happened, watching the man choke on the horror that everyone's actually dead. Meanwhile, blonde Captain Eric hurries to Captain Arthur and tells him he's checked almost every other room already. And yeah, the news is brutal. The princess is gone, vanished without a trace, and Eric's gut is screaming something's wrong as he suspects she's been abducted. One person in the group blurts out, "If there are no bodies, then chances are they're still alive." Alto snaps right away that they can't afford to wait for reinforcements. He's charging after them immediately. He yells his agreement, and Mia and Lily immediately shoot back with loud yeses, ready to break out and move. Night crashes down over a forest clearing, and the darkness swallows everything in sight. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion tears through the air and someone screams at the others to get out. Bound and crumpled on the ground, they gasp for help as frantic voices scream names like Xiao Ding, clearly in distress. One person clocks the situation and realizes, yeah, they brought them here exactly as planned. A bound captive screams, begging anyone to finally let him go. Then Minister Wilo steps into the scene, and Charlotte spots him instantly. She blurts out his name even while they've got her tied up. Wilo just bursts out laughing and asks what the heck she's talking about, shrugging like it can't be helped. Then he barks an order for everyone to strip everything off her except her arms. But Duke Minton's voice cuts through the air, and Wilo snaps to it. That shout is the giveaway because he's calling out Princess Charlotte right now. Wilo spits out a chilling speech as the princess, this country's 2nd most powerful figure, drops to her knees, drenched in blood in front of him. Charlotte pounces on Willow, demanding to know why she's tearing into people with this kind of violence. Duke Minton grins wickedly beside her, and as O'Comely insists this isn't reckless, you realize every move was planned long before. He drops the truth. This is the exact reason he could drag her here, deep into the mountain, right where he wanted her. Wilo throws his arms wide like a showman and roars that the plan won't be finished until Charlotte is dead. Charlotte jerks against her bonds. If all he wants is her death, then why toy around and risk it at Minton Castle when he could have just done it back there? But Wilo stops her right there, tells the princess to chill, swearing he'll deal with her the right way, no shortcuts. Charlotte demands to know why he had to haul everyone in Mint and Castle into this mess. Wilo leans in and spills the truth. Before he kills Charlotte, he's got a huge, relentless side plan. One guy out there is still massive on his Iser obsession, and he's targeting Arthur of the Royal Guard next. And he tells Charlotte she's about to become his hostage. Charlotte freezes in pure, total shock at the reveal. Charlotte pleads with Willow to stop, but he barrels on, and every time, Arthur keeps cutting in on his noble plans. Now someone nearby points it out, and Willow snaps that the damage they've taken is beyond measure. Then Charlotte finally clicks. Willow's not just hunting her, she's coming for Captain Arthur too. Charlotte demands to know if he set the whole thing up to make sure the prince's faction can march forward without a hitch. Wilo leans in and swears he's the kind who double-checks everything with extreme caution, then admits there's still a ton more to handle down the road. Wilo grins and admits, laughing, that even he'll say it. Yeah, it was a perfect plan, because if Charlotte finds out the people are suffering from monsters, he knew she'd cut Arthur's squad loose. Then the scene shifts to Alto and the others lurking nearby, right where they need to be. O gloats that he attacked the second the nuisances were gone, and now everything's been going so smoothly it feels unreal. Carriages thunder through the forest while Willow keeps jeering at them, certain they're convinced there's no time to get back up still, yet he calls it pathetic. A cold, distant sense of justice and a lone squad. Wilo's smirk spreads as he laughs at their fate, saying it's pitiful they dragged themselves all this way just to get picked off as monster fodder. Charlotte snaps back, shouting that they're proud knights, not like him, and then drills him with one question. Does he really think everything will go exactly according to his plan? Charlotte slams to the ground from a brutal strike, then lets out a sharp, terrified cry as pain rips through her. Wilo snaps at her to shut up, slamming her with the words, "little brat," then calmly tells her he can end her life the moment he wants. She's only breathing because he lets her. Charlotte's face doesn't just break, it shatters with pain and tears as she's forced to swallow the cruelty. Meanwhile, Arthur's squad barrels through the forest on horseback, Hot on the trail, Willow's forces left behind. One of the female knights snaps out to the captain, warning him that something feels horribly wrong. Even with not a drop of rain in the air, the wheel tracks they're chasing are razor-sharp and impossible to miss. Alto crouches, studies the dirt, and realizes those obvious tracks weren't an accident. They were planted on purpose. The squad suddenly realizes they're being baited straight into a trap. Someone calls out the obvious. Willow left behind attack clues so loud they can only be bait, meant to lure them in, so Alto digs deeper and realizes if Willow only wanted Charlotte dead, she never would have bothered kidnapping her and then scrubbing the scene. With everything that's happening, Alto doesn't think they're only hunting the princess. He's convinced they're also trying to wipe out the 7th Royal Guard right alongside her. Mia and Lily brace themselves, knowing the storm that's about to hit. The chase rockets them to a fork in the road. Shinhwa tracks split and run down both paths, daring them to choose. Frankie snaps to attention. She realizes the enemy is trying to tear them apart and split their group up. They map out both routes. One side crashes into a mountain hut that screams, "Hide here," and the other side dumps them onto a lonely mountain trail with nothing to show for it. Alto finally locks in his logic and figures out the enemy is most likely lurking on the right trail. Frankie lays out the plan. Alto and him charge down the right path, while Mia and Lily slip to the left to scout. Mia can't wait, she eagerly confirms the orders. Alto shoots them a warning not to go overboard, and even though it makes him uneasy to send rookies alone, he still admits they've got the skills to back it up. He lays down the plan. If they spot the princess, they fire off a huge blaze with a fire lance, and the rest of the squad storms in right away. Got it. The group nods, fully locked in. Racing along the left path, the female knight snaps that the princess probably isn't up ahead, because this route has turned into nothing but a barely used game trail. But then Alto spots brand new wheel tracks pressed into the grass, and he yells out that he's found them. Through the thick vegetation, Alto locks onto a faint light burning far off in the distance. Alto snaps his fire lance to life, blazing a signal to the others, because the princess has been found. Between the trees, Charlotte is seen darting and then caught. Duke Willow has her pinned, while a masked figure looms beside him. Willow shouts at them to stop, warning that they're looking at the one who isn't Arthur. He shrugs it off anyway, because he was gonna finish both of them for real. Alto's eyes widen in shock as he locks onto the minister. Willow insists the only real twist is this: who strikes first and who makes the final move. Charlotte lunges at Duke Willow and roars, demanding if he even has a clue what he's doing. Then she declares she's the princess and that his actions are straight-up high treason. Willow mutters the words under his breath, and you can see worry flicker across his face. But then the masked figure beside him grins and challenges. So who exactly can prove that? Willow snaps back, saying none of them are getting out of here alive anyway. A masked figure starts chanting an incantation, speaking an ancient magical tongue while their hands twist into sharp, deadly gestures. Lily spots the magic circle snapping into place and hears the incantation start up, and suddenly realizes something terrifying is about to crash in. The masked figure finishes the incantation and blasts a blazing fireball into existence. The fireball rips through the air and detonates with brutal, world-shaking force. Alto and Lily freeze in pure shock as the magical assault crashes straight toward them. Meanwhile, Charlotte stays pinned in Willow's grasp, breaks into laughter and teases, "Isn't this magnificent?" The masked figure snaps for their servant, and the scalded great dragon answers. An enormous skeletal dragon crashes into existence with a deafening roar. Then the figure orders it to wipe out Alto and his crew. It looms over them, a monstrous wall of bones that swallows the battlefield in shadow. Alto wastes no time. He slams his powers down one after another, boosts himself with a physical and magic surge, then unleashes a blazing fire lance. The upgraded spell hits the skeletal dragon like a wrecking ball, smashing it with boosted power. Alto grits through the strain of it. Lily keeps up the fight right beside him, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, Alto clocked the whole situation in seconds, and even at full blast with a hit boosted by both physical and magic at maximum power, the dragon didn't even blink. Then it hits him. This thing can't fly at all. He grabs another fire lance, reshapes his whole game plan on the spot. Alto declares he'll smash the skeletal dragon's legs and rip away every bit of its mobility. His boosted attacks rip into the creature's limb structure, smashing it with brutal, unstoppable force. Explosions rip through the air every time his magic clashes with bone. Then Alto leans in and asks, "Duke Willow, did you raise those monsters?" Duke Minton says the monsters. Alto has been waging war non-stop for yesterday and today, and Charlotte fires back that yeah, those hits were brutal as hell. Duke Willow bursts into laughter and tells him it all happened because of that idiot dog, who sold it to him way too easily, so he could finally slam his project shut. Alto's eyes go wide with shock as it clicks. Oraso and Dog were behind the whole scheme. The explanation rolls on. Once they dissected its makeup, they cracked the formula for the strongest dragon of all, and Duke Wilo is practically gloating that they forged the toughest one ever. Then it all clicks. Turns out that dragon trapped in the mine was in on the whole scheme too. The clues carved into that idiot's sword proved it was exactly strong enough to lock away a legendary S-rank dragon zombie, all thanks to a barrier skill brewed from the lost magic of the old generation. Down below, Alto stands frozen, taking in the full weight of their conspiracy like it's finally sinking in. Meanwhile, Duke Wilo laughs off the mine dragon as a sloppy, half-finished flop. Then someone snaps that Wiro let his guard drop, and Wilo fires back with furious protests that they should stop calling this failure when he's already calling it a perfected masterpiece. Out of nowhere, something hits, and panic explodes across their face. A skeletal dragon creeps through the forest, bones scraping softly as it hunts. Lily snaps her arm forward and fires a dispel shot, her magic, smashing into the skeletal dragon with a brutal hit, like nothing could stop him. Alto screams at her to move because the barrier is gone. Lily barrels forward the moment someone activates the holy sword, its blade erupting in sacred light as she closes the distance to strike. But Duke Wilo just laughs off the accusation, swearing he never got careless. And then he reveals his barrier magic has fully fused with the dragon's body tissues. And he loudly declares that no matter what they try, nothing they do will ever matter. Lily freezes in pure shock, her attack lands, and the dragon walks away unscathed, untouched. And the moment she tries to cancel it again, she finally understands. This barrier isn't just tough, it's something she's never faced before. Duke Wilo loudly flexes everything he's built. His massive frame, the research, the wreckage he's caused, and the sheer power. Grinning like it's all unstoppable, even as he admits he barely got any real combat experience out in the open. Someone chimes in, "All right, it's time to finish this and bring it home." Then Duke Wilo barks at the skeletal dragon to finish Alto, roaring that the great dragon's been scalded as the creature unleashes a bone-crushing, devastation-level attack. Lily screams a warning about dragon breath, yells for everyone to back up now, and slams an ice wall into place. The divine barrier slams up, locking everything in place. Alto realizes it's way worse than anyone expected. The heat wave is brutal, and the attack's massive range sprawls so far that dodging it is basically impossible. Then the dragon unleashes a breath attack that detonates on impact, blasting everyone backward like a wave of fire. Someone yells for Ms. Lily. Alto screams for Lily and Mia as the blast rips through their defensive line. An ice wall slams back into existence the moment someone blurts out a question. Lily and Mia ask if she's okay, and Lily shoots back, "I'm fine," even though she's clearly taken a beating. But then someone orders Alto to drop the check-in and lock in on a faster, smarter way to deal with it. They reminded him, hit that weak spot in the Hellhound's mouth, and watch the damage finally land. Alto gets labeled a cost-efficiency nut, and then his brain locks in. He starts breaking it all down. He remembers how they obliterated the dragon zombie by smashing its core right at the weak point. So even this monster has to hide at least one weak spot you can strike. Alto clocks the truth. Splitting the pursuers into two teams means the dragon isn't untouchable after all. But he's racing against the clock, desperate to figure out the one weakness before it's too late. Normally, he'd have room to test and tweak, because pulling off a complex spell means lining up the syntax perfectly. So he can't stop wondering if he can even craft that kind of spell text in such a tiny window, or if he should just trigger auto-magic spam skills and log the damage. Then it slams into him, this brand new skill he's never touched before, boom, instant scripting. It's because he's chasing a whole new method, some fresh approach he hasn't tried yet. Alto triggers instant transcription for spells that rain fireball heat across the entire enemy, tracking the damage from every single hit to pinpoint the one exact spot that hits hardest. Magical symbols and wild calculations start flashing onto the screen at lightning speed. Alto snaps to it, and the thing that used to take him hours to pull off is happening in the blink of an eye. Alto flips the switch and launches a brutal weakness scan. An observer realizes he's unleashing those 32-shot bursts again and again, never giving up for a second. Lily points out he's basically peppering the dragon's whole body, hitting it everywhere all at once. But someone shrugs it off as nothing but a barrage of numbers, like those sparks at best can't hurt a thing. Duke Wilo scoffs, saying no matter how many shots those Alto fires spit out, it won't even count as a massage for the dragon. While the scans roar to life, the system sifts every impact point across the skeletal dragon's huge frame, then it pinpoints the one weak spot, right at the base of the wings. Alto slams the fire lance forward, locking onto the weak spot he just uncovered. With pinpoint precision, the concentrated magical spear rockets straight for the dragon's wing base. The fire lance hits with brutal precision, boom after boom, as it pummels the dragon's weak wing joints, shredding them for massive, devastating damage. Lillian and Mia watch in shock as their attacks slice through the creature's defenses like they're barely standing. The assault keeps hammering on. Holy Sword lights up, and right after, Ice Lance rips through the chaos. A non-stop barrage of combined magic slams into the dragon's weak spots over and over, every spell landing precisely where it hurts most. Then the dragon crumples to the ground, and someone screams in panic, celebrating Alto's success with non-stop pure excitement. Duke Wilo freezes in sheer disbelief, swearing it can't be real. There's no way this just happened, while the masked figure wails through their pain as the undead dragon crumbles right under them. Duke Wilo seethed, cursing that this wasn't how it was meant to go, because everything had gone horribly wrong. Lily launched an ice shot like a spear straight at Duke Wilo, and the Duke's lungs rip apart as the attack crashes into him. He rips into them, yelling, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" And right after that, Lily snaps out with Ice Hand, freezing him completely in place. Meanwhile, Alto barrels over to Princess Charlotte, demanding to know if she's okay. Charlotte lies battered on the ground, too exhausted to even speak, and with every breath she manages to call Alto's name, week after week. Alto barrels to her side, grabs her attention, and assures her she's safe now, then immediately demands to know if she's hurt anywhere. Charlotte lunges toward him and shouts his name again, desperate for him to look back. Lily and Mia stare at the chaos, their faces frozen in pure shock the whole time. Alto stares in pure shock as Charlotte clings to him, thanking him again and again like she can't believe it. Alto's thoughts spin nonstop, terrified that this whole mess will land him a charge of lese majest. But he shoves the thought away and tells her anyway, because right now, all that matters is that the princess is safe. Then Charlotte leans in and tells Alto, "When you talk to me, don't say anything else, call me Charlotte." She says she just knew she was right to put him forward for the royal guard. Alto just sits there in quiet silence, like the whole world paused to listen. Later that night, the two stayed close under the stars, and Charlotte's heart hammered like it couldn't catch its breath after everything. Meanwhile, at the Wellesley estate, a stern official slipped into the scene. The official shuts down the doubt, what they've got checks out as legit. Breaking news, Minister Wilo has just been arrested. At the same time, someone else is taking in the whole conspiracy, piece by terrifying piece, and the scalded. It's a real, true S-rank monster, the kind that even top fighters would sweat bullets trying to beat. The whole scheme demanded an absolute fortune, paying, preparing, and lining up the strike team for the assault on Minton Castle. And it was meant to buy a minister's seat in return. But instead, the whole plan crumbled and everything fell apart. They were gunning to wipe out the princess and Alto both. Then someone rushed back to their master with the shocking news about the person who just took down the scalded. After the enhancement, the monster should have become an absolute beast, so unstoppable that even Arthur and a few others teaming up couldn't punch through it. Then the servant leans in and reveals, "Yeah, my name's Alto." The master's scream rips through the room the second that name hits his ears, and he instantly crumples, losing every bit of composure. While the officials keep bickering, Minister Hero is dragged away, caught as the mastermind behind it all, and he stays dead silent about any other crimes while the master hears the grim truth. Atonement won't be accepted. But the master snaps at them, yelling, "Don't be foolish. Even if those criminal charges never stick, the whole world will still know you cozy up to the minister, and that alone is enough to ruin you. And if your own faction crumbles too, congrats, that dream of becoming a minister is dead for good." Suddenly someone barges in and shouts, cutting through the moment. At the Wellesley estate, Alto's father slams into his desk and digs through paperwork, pure frustration boiling over as he snaps that nothing's going right and curses the whole situation. Then his face snaps into focus, because right there, waiting like fate, he spots the perfect stepping stone in front of him. He figures they've hit rock bottom, so he drops the prince's faction for good. A few days later, back at the royal palace, Princess Charlotte bursts in wearing a stunning flowing dress that turns heads. Eric, captain of the 3rd Royal Guard, strides up the moment she returns. Charlotte drops into a deep bow and blurts out a heartfelt apology like she's begging for forgiveness. But Eric leans in and tells her to lift her head, and Charlotte fights back tears as she explains it. The 3rd Royal Guard got wiped out protecting her, and since she's the one meant to unite and lead the people, her condolences were received the right way. Charlotte's face tightens with worry, but when someone tells her the guards were just doing their job as knights, it sinks in her safety is the ultimate reward they'll ever ask for. The moment those words landed, Charlotte's face crumpled with the full force of what they meant. Meanwhile, someone corners Arthur and asks if he really did great rescuing the princess, only for the truth to hit hard. The rookies were the ones who crushed the scalded and saved her. Another watcher points out how wild this year's rookies are, then turns to Arthur and says he absolutely crushed it. Arthur nods right back and agrees. Then Charlotte makes it crystal clear. Without them, Wilo would have ended her life, and someone fires back that this feat deserves a medal. The official rips through the room, saying everyone's getting dismissed for now so they can finally rest, and then someone else announces, "All right, My report starts now. And they're ordered to spill every detail about Arthur, every last bit. Alto stands shoulder to shoulder with Lily, Mia, and the rest, while everyone bursts into an excited response. Alto, Charlotte, and Mia stride out of the palace side by side, all together as they leave. Lily stares, blurts Alto's name, and someone notes that she really burned herself out for this. Yet it looks like today they might finally snag some rest, because Lily's face tightens with worry as Alto walks off with the rest. But then Alto's stopped cold, right in the palace courtyard, by a ponytailed man in formal clothes, glasses sharp, staring him down. Alto stared up from the dirt, and the man looming over him, towering there like a storm cloud, was his father, Marquis Wellesley. Marquis Wellesley leans in and tells Alto that he didn't just survive those hardships. He clawed his way up and turned into someone truly respectable. He vows that now that Alto is the way he is, he'll finally let him go back to Wellesley, the proud house that belongs to him. Alto gapes at his father, completely stunned. Alto leans in and tells his father, turning back isn't happening, Marquis Wellesley. Out in the distance, Lily and Mia stare as the confrontation plays out, and Alto keeps going, claiming he's got comrades who truly back him, so he's done needing the Wellesley family anymore. Marquis Wellesley roars at Alto, practically demanding to know how much longer he plans to keep being ungrateful. But Alto smoothly gives his father an excuse, then turns on his heel and slips away. Later, Lily leans in and tells Alto that he's finally cutting loose from that family for good. Alto shoots back with a quick, simple acknowledgement. Then the story rockets into a grand, ornate palace chamber, where Prince Richard sprawls in a throne-like chair while Charlotte lounges beside him. He leans down and tells the kneeling man that he's shocked the guy has the guts to show up at all. Marquis Wellesley drops into a deep bow before the prince in the glittering, lavish room. The kneeling man finally admits he totally misjudged the sheer force of the 7th Imperial Guard. Prince Richard fires back, asking whether that man's blame goes beyond Wylo's blunder too. The man points the blame at Duke Wylo for botching the operation, even though Duke Wylo was the one who handed over Skull dead. Prince Richard drops a grin and says he's heard the preparations are more than enough. The man snaps back that this rookie knight was the real turning point and reveals his name, Alto, appointed thanks to the princess's recommendation. Prince Richard leans in, eyes lighting up as he hears Alto's name. Then someone blurts out, Alto crushed the House of Bones scheme. Because nobody saw this coming, he drove even Wylo straight into his downfall. Prince Richard cuts through all the talk. He says only the results matter. He blurts out that the princess is still alive, and the throne's next rightful claim is starting to swing her way. He demands to know how the man plans to put an end to this mess. The dark-haired man presses on with his report to Prince Richard, and with cold certainty, he insists that the princess must die, even though she's just a commoner now. Down in the bottom of the chamber, a blonde noblewoman sneers and snaps that talk's cheap, until the man fires back, claiming that when it comes to the Wellesley family, nobody beats him at gathering intel, because Alto once was the eldest son of his own household. She snaps that she won't trust him a single inch unless she sees the results with her own eyes, and she dares him to prove he's actually useful. He bows low and confirms he gets it. Then he vows he'll start the preparations right away. Then a few days later at the Wellesley estate, someone storms in and demands the master right to his face, if it's really true. The dark-haired man shoots back, no trouble at all, then grins and says he actually needs to stir up a little chaos. But Marquis Wellesley erupts in fierce protest, warning that if they do this, the nation could spiral into chaos they can't rein in. The dark-haired man lays out the whole plan with chilling calm, aiming to scatter the knights away from the royal capital by snatching someone the knights can reach and control, because they don't even have to beat them. The knights are just a loud decoy to keep everyone distracted. The dark-haired man slumps into a throne-like chair behind an ornate desk, and the voice on the other end snaps back, I understand, I'll comply. Right in the next breath, someone drops to the floor beside their desk. Then a servant rushes over, yells, my lord, and demands what's happening. Later, Marquis Wellesley leans in and cheers the dark-haired man on, wishing him luck in the fight as he gets ready to leave. A dark-haired man strides through the estate interior, and every heavy footstep thunders back through the halls. Someone calls out, good luck, and he nods back fast, like he's already locked in for what's next. As he pushes forward, his face hardens into something grim and he realizes, yeah, he has to brace for the worst too. Then he snaps, we're using the Great Center Camilla as our contingency plan. The story plunges deep into a stinking dark mining facility, where criminals are chained to brutal labor, digging through rock day and night, hunting magic stones and there's Bond Bone among the prisoners, the poisoner who got caught targeting people and wrecking the night exams. And now he's a total wreck, trembling and drenched in sweat, fighting to even hoist his pickaxe as he slams onto the jagged cave floor, drained and shattered from the grind, he can barely keep himself upright. And the second he spots a cut on his leg, everything snaps. He shrieks in agony, panics about germs crawling into that wound, and yells that his whole leg is going numb while the other prisoners just stand there watching him break down in tears. One guy checks on him, "You okay?" But the other sneers that he'll just be useless dead weight once they hit the job. So they haul him off to the infirmary, and one worker, calling the guy he nicknames Mr. High and Mighty, snaps at him to stop lounging around and help carry him back to the... He barreled toward the medical bay, a bleak, freezing room with only a handful of empty beds meant for the workers. The doctor slaps on a quick bandage, but Bond Bone still screams like the world is ending, losing his mind the second anyone even touches his leg. Just as the doctor turns to leave, Bon Bon explodes in rage, yelling that he hasn't even been handed a single special herb or healing potion yet. But the doctor couldn't care less. Bon Bon kept pounding his chest, yapping that he was the heir to the House of Bourne and threatening to fire a lowly worker like him if he didn't bring the medicine right this second. Bon Bon whips around in confusion. This worker just stands there with his arms crossed, glaring like he's about to drop a secret, and as he sits on the edge of the medical bed, bones snap at his back. Then he shoots the guy a question, "What's your point?" And the worker locks eyes with him, jabs a finger at the dark brand on Bon Bon's neck, and says that mark means his crimes weren't small, Bon Bon. But Bon Bon just snaps his head aside and tells the guy to mind his own business. He's not letting this conversation happen until the worker drops the bomb. He's got the exact same brand tattooed on his own neck too, and as he struggles through the words, he looks completely wrecked. Because the two of them aren't just linked, they're branded with the same mark, using Bond Bone to go quiet. He looks wrecked, sweat breaks out instantly, and the moment the conversation lands, the pressure hits him hard and the guy blurts out that this brand means they've already managed to piss off the royal family themselves. Then he warns that for people like them, the sentences just keep growing longer and never shrink, no matter how many connections he claims to have with some huge noble house. So the worker tells him point blank to stop banking on his family's name for help. Bam! A brutal reality check that leaves him. His whole body shakes with terror. He can't believe the words he's hearing, panics instantly, and realizes he's trapped here for good. Then he finally snaps, clutching his head and screaming at the top of his lungs, asking why someone from his noble blood has to go through this, before he starts pointing the finger at Alto and insisting it's all those kids' fault for even showing up for the exam in the first place. The worker's eyes pop wide, sweat breaks out on his face, and he blurts out in pure shock, "Did Bon Bon just say Alto's name?" Because he knows exactly who it is. He says the kid only showed up for the exam because the princess vouched for him. Then Bon Bon slumps on his bed, looking wrecked, and snarls at Alto as a filthy commoner who just destroyed his entire life. The worker erupts on the spot, looming over him and blasting, "So you got framed by that useless brat too?" Bon Bon snaps his head up, stunned like, did the same nightmare hit this guy as well? And the worker erupts in a rant, claiming that if that fool hadn't shown up, he'd already be sitting pretty with an invitation from the royal court to become a knight. Like he's living in some wild, impossible fantasy. And he completely snaps, clutching his head and screaming at the top of his lungs in the middle of the room, while Bon Bon just sits there, silent, watching the whole meltdown unfold. Then he finally looks down and admits it to himself. Sure, he still craves revenge, but he can't deny how brutally strong that kid is. It eats at him, but Bon Bon tells the worker, by the end of that fight, the guy you saw wasn't incompetent at all. It's a brutal thing to admit, but he still can't forget Alto tearing through top-tier magic so far beyond him it burns. And now he just looks utterly crushed, realizing a genius like himself got outclassed that fast. The worker clocks it instantly. Alto must have been sitting on that kind of power for ages and nobody ever noticed. Then he smirks and laughs at Bond Bone, roasting him as a total idiot for being blind to it. Then a creepy, dark smile blooms across his face, and he tells Bon Bon not to worry, because places like this come with their own way of handling things. A mine worker creeps in close with a nasty grin and starts whispering a crooked plan to Bond Bone, hinting they've got their own way of dealing with business down there. Lily stands alone in the courtyard, wrestling with memories from the past. The moment that aptitude test ended, her whole world yanked sideways. Then bam, she got shoved into back-to-back meetings with the Knight Commander and the King. It was wild hearing that she had world-class talent dropped on her out of nowhere, and the worst part, she felt completely out of place, because she couldn't even cast magic yet. The more everyone piled on big hopes for her, the more panic clawed at her from the inside, until the pressure finally crushed her. Then bam, she finally spotted Alto again, and somehow fate slammed them into the Knight Academy side by side, both swearing they'd keep that childhood promise no matter what. Reality didn't care about a single promise. Then a training sword rockets through the air and everything spirals downhill fast. Lily drops to her knees, gasping hard. Every practice match ends in another loss, and it finally hits her. High potential isn't the same as knowing how to fight. She locks her eyes forward, heart pounding as she forces herself to keep the promise she swore to Alto. Because there's nothing left to do but grind and practice until she finally nails it. She goes full maniac mode with her training, freaking out everyone nearby. And then, boom, her holy magic starts evolving at an insane pace because all that grind finally pays off. By the time Alto hit his third year at the academy, he was still utterly undefeated, and Lily wasn't backing off at all. Her confidence skyrocketed and she crushed the night selection exam by finishing dead last. Nope, she took first place straight to the top. She didn't even have to fight for it. She sailed through the whole process snag-free and officially earned her title as the knight, but the real jaw-dropper was still coming. Alto ended up becoming a knight right after her, and that meant their shared childhood dream of serving together finally shattered into reality. They were standing side by side at the same height at last. Lily couldn't stop smiling. Every drop of sweat, blood, and tears from training finally felt worth it, until that spark of joy vanished just as fast. Once Lily started tagging along on real missions, she finally saw it. There was a huge gap in their skills, and watching Alto and Mia tear through brutal fights hit her like a gut punch. She stands buried in the shadows of her own mind, panicking that she's not strong enough, and that she'll end up dragging Alto down with her. Now it's crystal clear Alto has the princess's attention. Lily watches him stride off, and it feels like he's walking straight into a world she can't ever touch. She stares at the ground, totally crushed. Because lately it feels like the distance between her and Alto has exploded into a mountain she can't climb. Her thoughts get wrecked the second Alto shouts her name. Then he and Mia rush in, checking if she's been standing there waiting for a while. Lily snaps out of her daze, flashes a smile at both of them, and blurts that she showed up a little early. So she's been waiting for them to finally make it. As they cross the courtyard, Mia leans in and tells Alto she can't stop thinking it's awesome he's earning a medal. Then Lily blurts out that she still can't believe he's actually being honored for saving the princess during that whole crazy ordeal. And Alto just scratches the back of his head, looking mortified. Then he flat out admits it. He feels awful that he's the only one in the group snagging that special award. He says they only made it through because everyone's strength hit together, and not just his. Because getting a solo medal feels way too over the top. But Mia shuts down any trace of modesty. She locks eyes with him and flat out says he carried the biggest weight out of everyone there. So yeah, she has zero problem with the award. Lily steps in fast, firing back that in the middle of the chaos she and Mia could barely squeeze out any breathing room at all. And she blurts out that if Alto hadn't stepped in, the whole 7th guard, and even the princess, would have been erased for good. Mia tells him that's exactly why a medal is the right call. Alto still looks a little shaky, but Lily grins and immediately backs it up. Alto totally deserves the recognition. The story snaps to the royal castle's official ceremony, where everyone crowds in as the king sinks onto his throne and bellows for Alto to step forward. So when Alto starts feeling the pressure, Lily flashes him a quick touch to instantly steady his nerves. He straightens up, hand pressed to his chest, and answers the king with iron resolve, saying he's ready to take the honor. Alto drops to his knees at the throne's base the moment the ceremony kicks off, and when the king glares down at him, praising how Alto saved Princess Charlotte twice, Alto fires back that by wiping out those 2 S-rank monsters, he slammed the brakes on a disaster that would have wrecked the kingdom. So the king leans in and quizzes the whole room to confirm that everything he just declared is true. Then he reveals the council is 100% behind these victories, and turns to Alto to say he's officially handing him a medal. The crowd erupts into buzz, and the nobles huddle in whispers, stunned that the prince's faction actually swallowed its pride and agreed to honor a man from the princess's side. The king just smirks and tells Alto the whole kingdom is counting on him, because as he keeps serving, big dreams are waiting for him out there. Alto snaps out a solid "yes, sir" from his knees, then Charlotte strides down the stairs and tells him, "You can get up now." She strides up to him and shoves the award onto his chest, catching him totally off guard. And she flashes him a huge grin, telling him the chancellor always does this. Then she sheepishly admits she fought for it herself, because for once it feels amazing to get her way. While the crowd in the back keeps whispering about why she gets the medal, the king thunders that 2 people are about to step forward and offer their congratulations. So Charlotte wraps up the presentation, standing shoulder to shoulder with Alto while the ceremony steamrolls on around them. Charlotte bursts into the room and admits Alto saved her life twice, then tells everyone she's using this moment to thank him, sincerely with all her heart, for she lays it all out. This rookie absolutely obliterated Minister Wero's secret plans and somehow crushed it as a knight, and that's why everything left him. Everyone's left impressed. And she adds that the entire 7th Guard, Lily included, handled everything flawlessly, not once worrying about their own safety. She calls Alto's bravery a perfect textbook example for every knight in the kingdom, and right there she tells the kids who'll be carrying the country's future on their shoulders. then flashes a smile and says she can't wait for the big miracles she knows they'll pull off, because they keep winning so. So she bows her head as Richard marches toward them, his cold stare cutting right through Leto. The nobles keep staring, but the longer they watch, the more restless they get. Whispers ripple through the crowd as they demand, "Why is the prince actually going to congratulate someone from the princess's faction?" One of them even blurts out, "Are you sure this is the right move?" But Richard doesn't bat an eye as he closes the distance. Charlotte freezes on the spot, sweating like crazy, because the Richard she knows would never, ever be kind to his team, not with all those nobles watching who back him. She knows he's been busting his back to win more nobles and jack up his power. So why is he wasting time like this when he should be flexing his own people instead? As she scrambles to piece it together, Alto drops back to one knee right there in front of the prince to show pure respect. Richard leans in and tells Alto, "Stand up, you deserve to hear this." Then he jumps straight to his congratulations. He lays it out. Alto's achievements are stunning. He's done more than enough to impress the council, and then he just trails off. Then he whips his gaze toward the crowd, eyes blazing with intent. And the whole room feels it. Every eye locks on the two of them standing there on the carpet, like the moment is crushing the air. Richard fires off the truth. Since Alto's just a young commoner, and the youngest ever to receive this honor, there are people who are absolutely not going to sit well with that. The nobles start murmuring that it's real, and Charlotte feels the entire room shift in the blink of an eye. The crowd's roar swells as doubt crashes over everyone, but Alto just stands there, refusing to move. Richard grins and says this could make people believe the council isn't playing fair, despite the fact that every last one of them voted for him, so he whips his arms wide and demands Alto show every last lord his true power, the exact power the council already bet on. With a nasty grin he added, "Do it, protect your honor too." Alto's face goes stone cold as he steps up and declares, dead serious, that he's doing all of this to protect the council's honor. He knows the council is stuffed with the king, the princess, and every big-name noble, so as a commoner he can't exactly afford to refuse them. Charlotte stood there trembling hard, her face twisted with pure worry about how everything was about to go wild. As Alto locks eyes with her, it hits him. If he shuts this down, then he's basically admitting he can't protect her or the royal family's name. And just by the look on Charlotte's face, he knew she had no idea what was going on in this plan. Right then, a pair of boots stomp forward with a thunderous thud that shakes the floor. Alto locks eyes with Richard, nods like he understands, and tells him he's truly honored for the chance to finally prove what he's got. The crowd erupts into chatter, claiming it's not shocking he's top of his class, and that only nerves of steel could let him stand there like that. But then, Richard flashes a smug grin and challenges the whole room, who's brave enough to volunteer and help prove Alto's skills. Charlotte thinks they've finally slipped through the danger since everyone's frozen in place. Then a hand rockets up out of nowhere, and Alto is left completely blindsided. Marquis Wellesley strides forward, shoots his hand up, and declares that with his past as a knight captain, he's absolutely built to crush the prince's expectations. Richard bursts into laughter, hypes him up to the crowd, and reminds everyone that the Marquis became a legend and earned his title in one single generation. Then the other nobles start nodding like, yeah, that checks out. But this isn't just a brawl, it's a turning point. If the Marquis wins, Richard's whole faction gets a brutal power surge and it all spirals from there. Charlotte's trapped in a lose-lose nightmare. If Alto defeats Richard, Richard just saves face and slips her into a new plan to have her killed. And then, with the trap locked in, Richard grabs everyone's attention and orders them straight to the arena, so this duel can kick off immediately. The air turns thick as Alto, his father, and the prince lock eyes, three sparks about to ignite, each stepping into this match with a secret plan burning in their chest. The second they step onto the platform, Wellesley snaps, "Stop pulling your punches, give me everything." And Alto just smirks like, "I've been doing that since the start." Right as the officials scream for the match to start, Alto clocks a strange grin creeping onto his father's face. The same tell he always gets when something's secretly making him happy, even though not a single spell's been cast yet. Alto kicks off the showdown by blasting 16 blazing fire lances all at once, hammering his father with a wall of raw heat. But Wellesley just stands there like he owns the moment, calmly flashes a brand new move called Drain Hole, and poof, Alto's whole attack disappears into thin air. Wellesley plants his feet, refusing to budge as that enormous black orb just hangs there dead center in the arena, and Alto can't even process it. Every single one of his 16 fire lances gets swallowed by that thing like they weigh nothing, while the nobles at the edge of the crowd stare in shock, saying it's the first time they've ever laid eyes on dark magic in real life. You almost never see it, because nearly nobody makes dark magic their main specialty. Mostly because it's a twisted system. Once you dive into it, you start bleeding your talent away from every other kind of magic. but Wellesley didn't care about the price. Wellesley yanks his son down with his own move just as the drain hole skill finishes turning the fire into dark energy, and blasts it all back out. Alto gets blasted backward as those dark beams rip up the ground around him, barely keeping his feet under him before. Wellesley pops his glasses into place, smugly thinking, 16 shots, yep, that's exactly the punch I expected from a medal winner. Meanwhile, Alto's frozen, trying to figure out what kind of insane words his dad is even chanting. Right as he tries to reset, his detection magic suddenly blares with a giant warning screen, screaming that a massive attack is incoming from a skill he can't even name. Panic spikes through him, and he hurls an ice wall up like a shield, praying it stops whatever's coming just long enough to snatch a breath. Suddenly, the world lurches and spins. Alto realizes that compared to this, even getting poisoned felt like a stroll, because his vision starts to fade to black. Alto collapses onto the ground, sucking in air in ragged bursts as his body finally gives out. Wellesley loomed over him like a living shadow, daring him to try, because no matter what, he'd never beat him as long as he was still alive. The ref finally blows the whistle and screams for the duel to stop, while the crowd goes wild, people chanting Alto over and over, demanding he end this. Later on, Alto finally snaps out of it, waking up in a bed with his head wrapped tight in bandages. The girls are right there, hovering in the moment. Charlotte leans in and demands to know if he's hurting now that he's finally awake. Alto rubs his head, admits he feels totally sluggish, and insists he'll be fine. He just needs a second. Charlotte lets out a breath she's been holding, relieved to see he's not crushed worse after that devastating hit. But she has to know what really went down. Lily points out that for everyone watching, it looked like he just started suffering out of nowhere. Alto straight up admits he doesn't even fully get it, but Wellesley was definitely barking out some seriously weird chants, so Lily can't stop wondering if this is that same old-school magic from the Skull Dead incident, because back then, it left her just as confused. Alto jolts upright in bed, replaying that fight in his head, then admits he can't be 100% certain, but the magic sound felt way more ominous than anything he's ever heard. He tells the girls his detection magic actually caught some weird, uncategorizable power in the air, so he guessed it was an incantation. Then suddenly his vision started flickering and his head went completely fuzzy, like he was about to snap. A sudden magic warning screen erupts in his mind as he stares down, and he admits, still, that even now he can't fully wrap his head around what happened to him in that match. Charlotte, Lily, and Mia just sit by his bedside in deadly silence, letting the weight of what's happening hit them like a wave while. Right after Alto finally got his medal, he glanced at Charlotte, tossed out an apology, and sank into guilt because this mess erupted the moment he thought he'd finally made it. Charlotte just flashes a smile and tells him there's no need for apologies, because that medal proves everyone sees what he's done, and one lost duel can't erase his past win, so Alto finally feels a huge weight lift. Then her face turns ice cold. She straight up tells everyone she's 100% sure Richard had his hands in how that duel played out. She lays it out. Richard was the one who pushed his faction on the council to vote the medal unanimous, basically engineering the perfect setup so the duel could happen. Richard normally hates wasting a second and skips any ceremony he thinks is pointless, so the fact he's putting this much effort into it has Charlotte convinced there's a bigger plan brewing. She shuts her eyes tight and whispers that she only wants a country where everyone smiles, no one left behind. And to make that dream happen, she doesn't even hesitate to sacrifice her own chance at becoming ruler. Charlotte drops her gaze and admits it straight up. If Richard ever actually takes the throne, the kingdom will tumble into a brutal dark age. And that's the exact opposite of the bright future she's fighting to build for her people. And she shoots her gaze upward, all grit, ready to demand from everyone, "Will you help me stop this from happening?" Alto doesn't even hesitate. He slaps a hand to his heart and promises, "I'm just one guy, but I'll do everything it takes to make your dream come true."